Vertu. 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 green by comparison to the one that they used against Surrey last week. 4 Yorkshire changes. George Hill, Harry Duke, Matt Milnes and Imam Ul Haq are in the side for Yorkshire. Johnny Bairstow, Ben Code, Will Luxton and Jordan Thompson not from the side that drew here against Surrey last week. It's a breezy morning, it's bright, there's a fair bit of cloud around, and Jack White is going to bowl the first ball of the match here. Round the wicket, we'll get the Sussex side in a moment as first delivery is a dot. Good morning, Harmsy. Give us that Sussex team if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, morning, Doige. Yeah, just the one change for Sussex from a really heavy defeat last week at Hove against Essex. Danny Lamb comes into the side as a replacement for Ari Carvela. So Sussex with Tom Haynes and Daniel Hughes, Tom Alsop, James Coles, Dan Ibrahim, John Simpson, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Danny Lamb, Jack Carson, Henry Crocombe and Gurinder Sandhu. So no Ollie Robinson. He didn't play last week against Essex. He doesn't play this week either for Sussex. So just that one change. Lamb for Carvelas.
And White making his way in then once again round the wicket. Over the top of that one, here's Hughes, and he drops it out into the offside and scurries through for a single. First touch of the ball in Yorkshire colours for Imam, who's in from the covers to field. Peter Hartley is standing at this Peasholm Park end of the ground, and square leg is Richard Kettleborough. Something's disturbing Daniel Hughes down at this end of the ground. Not sure what that might be, but he's asking for something moving. Not sure if it's the press box, which is next to us. There's Josh Wilmer, the Yorkshire media exec, is now clambering upon a window ledge and has closed the window. I think that must have been what was disturbing Hughes for that first couple of deliveries. Tom Haynes will now take strike. 4 slips in place. A point. There's a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. DT suggesting that it could be our blind flapping around, but I think they've sorted it because he put his thumb up. So you just disturbed that for nothing. As White is in, and that's turned into the leg side. They get no run.
Yeah, really heavy defeat last week. Doige. Sussex just picking up 2 points in a defeat against Essex, a defeat by an innings and 39 runs. How on earth Essex are where they are in the county championship, considering how they played last week, I have absolutely no idea, because they were excellent. And I probably saw the innings of the season from Jordan Cox, who just looked $1 million batting last week, made 100, and must be if he plays like that every week, he must be on very much in England's thoughts.
Yeah, here's White, drifts down the leg side and has been picked off for the first boundary of the match. Then Tom Haynes just flicking away off his legs for a nice 4. The full Yorkshire team, I mentioned the changes: Adam Lyth, Finlay Bean, Imam Ul Haq, James Wharton, Matthew Revis, George Hill, Harry Duke keeping wicket, Don Best captaining, Matt Milnes back in red ball cricket is good to see, Will Sutherland and Jack White. Of course, Johnny, I'm going to have to move that one down again, I'm afraid. Left last week's game because of the imminent birth of her baby, as White is in for the penultimate delivery of the over, and this time he's happy to let that one go by Tom Haynes. Ben Code, and I think he's tweaked a hammy by the sound of things at the back end of last week's game, so not being risked here. Will Luxton simply just misses out. He came in, of course, because Imam's visa wasn't sorted in time for last week's match. Clearly has been, and so in spite of that 71, he's missing out here. And Jordan Thompson also misses out with the return of George Hill, who of course missed last week due to that extended little bit of time off with the bruised heel. Talking of bruises, there might have been one there for Tom Haynes off the final ball of the over, because it wrapped him somewhere around the thigh pad area, and dropped out into the leg side, and they picked up a leg bye. So first over done. We didn't think we'd see the first over after the fun that we've had this morning pre-broadcast, but here we are, 6 without loss. Sussex haven't been stuck in, Harmsy. I'm always impressed by how calm you are, Doige, when things don't work. You weren't flustered at all, so well done you.
We've gone on air, which is great news. Important game this, though. Sussex with that really heavy defeat last week. Yorkshire picking up points in the draw with Surrey. You just feel that Yorkshire perhaps need a result in this game, Doige. I mean, 3 games to go after this. You've got a tough run in with Somerset. Got to come to Hove yet. And then finishing off against Durham. Sussex after this have got 2 home games against Yorkshire and Hampshire, then go to Worcestershire for the last game of the season. But it just feels like a really important game as Haynes plays this one through backward square leg, picks up 1. They're going to come back for a second. Tom Haynes, and it's Matt Milnes. I apologise. And that's the Trafalgar end or the Trafalgar Square end?
Yeah, Trafalgar Square.
Thank you. It's all happening in Trafalgar Square today with the Lionesses parade down the Mall, which I think takes place at about 12:10. So lots of people in London today. 3 slips, gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Milnes is in around the wicket, bowling to Haynes, who clips again through square leg, picks up at least a couple of runs. This is going to be more than that. Could well run away to the boundary for 4 runs. Yes, it does. Just erring in length there is Milnes, and Tom Haynes tucks that away nicely on the leg side and picks up a boundary. And Sussex after a bit of a flyer here. Tom Haynes already on 11 in the second over. Sussex 12 without loss. Paul Farbrace said after the game that he thought it was probably Sussex's worst performance since he took over at the club last week. Very, very disappointed, getting bowled out for 204 on a pitch that was a very good batting service, as Jordan Cox and Matt Critchley proved later on in the game. Milnes in, bowls to Haynes, who defends onto the onside, and there is no run. And it brought to an end a run which, throughout Paul Farbrace's reign at Sussex hadn't lost at Hove in the County Championship. And in fact, a run that went back to Middlesex were the last side to win at Hove back in May 3 years ago. So Sussex have been really good at home.
They should have lost to Yorkshire.
Yeah, in that game when it rained, yes. Yep. When it rained on the last day. Yep. Sussex was saved by the weather. In comes Milnes. Bowls, and that's a good delivery. Beats Haynes, playing at 1 outside of the off stump.
Saved by the weather, and as often is the case with these things, saved by the home ground staff as well.
No. They're good lads down at Hove. I won't hear a word said against them. Delivery from Milnes, and Haynes playing and missing outside the off stump. Lots of blue sky around, some heavier cloud as well, but the forecast I saw was quite good for today, as in comes Milnes around the wicket, bowls, and Haynes is solidly forward to a ball of good length, punches to mid-on, and there is no run. So no Ollie Robinson in the Sussex side. He missed out last week with injury. Paul Farbrace saying after the game last week that he will be out for at least another month. The plan being for him to play a couple of the 50 over games towards the end of the competition and hopefully have him fit for the run-in. This is Gurinder Sandhu's last game for Sussex. His 4-match stint will come to an end. In comes Milnes, bowls. Haynes right in behind that, plays it back down the track. There is no run. So the end of the second over of the morning here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio York, Leeds, and manner of radio stations around Yorkshire. Sussex having lost the toss, batting first are 12 without loss. Haynes on 11 and Hughes on 1.
And if the sound on the line for the 90 minutes leading up to broadcast time was anything to go by, I think we're also being heard on Neptune, possibly Mars, and maybe other galaxies beyond. It was something else. It's one way of describing it.
Yeah. Well,
so here's Jack White. Comes again. Hendrick Light for the first ball of this over. It's up there to drive, and it's pushed firmly to Don Bess, who's assumed a mid-off position as captain. No run. George Hill at first, Adam Lyth second, Finlay being third, and doing some exercises at fourth or gully. Probably gully is Will Sutherland at the moment.
Yes, all that separates Sussex in 5th place in the table from Yorkshire, who are 9th, are 21 points. So the table is really concertinaed this season, and a couple of defeats and suddenly you're looking more towards the bottom end of the table than the top.
Here's White again. That's a bit inside edgy from Daniel Hughes turned into the leg side, no run.
In those other games in Division 1, I don't know whether Surrey stayed up in this neck of the woods because they've had to go to Durham this week.
Yes, I believe they went straight up to Durham after the last week's match.
Okay. Durham batting first, 7 without loss. Essex 7 without loss at home to Warwickshire, batting first, obviously. Somerset 0-1 at Trentbridge against Notts.
And here's White again and blocked solidly by Hughes. No run. Yeah, I thought I had it bad at the weekend. Straight down to Northampton from here. Women's League 2 Finals Day Saturday. Back up the road to Leeds Sunday morning. Throw one lot of clothes out of the case. Pack another lot for this week. Back in the car after an early shift yesterday. And then Churchy actually left here last week and went down to the Oval for the League 1 Women's Finals Day Sunday, and then had to be back up in Durham yesterday.
It's all go, as they say.
Jack White making his way in again, continuing with this early round the wicket to both these left-handers. That's wide of off stump though, and an easy leave for Daniel Hughes.
I'm going from here to Southampton, which is quite a long way for Saturday. Would you believe? Well, I think actually some of the football starts at the weekend, doesn't it? Some of the EFL starts, which is ridiculously early, really. There you go.
Yeah.
Brighton have a pre-season friendly, so that's where I've got to go on Saturday.
And I'm down that way as well. Glorious Goodwood Saturday.
Lovely.
Here's White. That was left by Hughes. So he's just persisting at the moment with that roundabout fourth stump line. And so far, nobody drawn into a shot.
Stewards Cup, isn't it, on Saturday, Georgie?
It is the Stewards Cup Saturday. It's the Goodwood Cup today, the first day of glorious Goodwood. There's the Sussex Stakes to come.
I don't think the weather is that glorious down there today.
Is it not?
Well, I think it's better here today.
That's good, because I've had to do some tips, and one of them needed a little bit of juice in the ground.
There you go.
And so that'll help it. Here's White, good delivery. There's an appeal, but it feels like it's going straight across him and down the leg side. And yeah, as the way Hughes replays his shot, that would tie in with that end of the over then. So a maiden for Jack White, the first one of the match so far. 3 overs in, and having lost the toss and been put in, Sussex are 12 without loss.
Yes, I think Wolf, they've had a good season, but the first season back in Division 1, but they've just, the last couple of weeks have been a disappointment. They went out of the T20 blast when they'd won 4 of their first 6 games and looked really set for a quarter-final place, but the second half they only won 2 of their 8 games, and there were games that they should have won, that certainly a game against Kent, which was crucial at Hove, that they lost. And then, despite winning at Cheltenham in the penultimate game, then got beaten by Surrey in a thriller at Hove. As in comes Milton's bowls to Haynes, who clips onto the onside, fielded at mid-on, and there is no run. And that was a game that probably Sussex felt they should have won as well. Surrey making 205 and Sussex almost getting over the line. So it was a real disappointment. Paul Farbrace didn't make any sort of an excuse of that at all, and he wouldn't do so, but certainly there was a feeling of real disappointment around the club. They didn't make those quarter-finals, and that seemed to make its way into that very poor performance against Essex, which Sussex will be very keen to get out their systems. Mills in bowls. Haynes is struck on the pad. That was certainly going down the leg side, and there is no run.
The only blast about Yorkshire's T20 campaign is when the actual fixtures start and Yorkshire supporters go T20. Oh, blast.
Is it as bad as that?
Yep, and it was again this year. Worse, really.
But I thought the Northern Group was quite tight for a while, wasn't it? Or maybe not involving Yorkshire. Is that right?
Maybe not involving Yorkshire.
In comes Milnes. Round the wicket bowls, and Haynes drives slightly uppishly to mid-on, and there is no run. Was a cry of catch, but it did bounce several yards in front of mid-on.
There was the South Group, the North Group, and then the Yorkshire and Derbyshire Group.
Is that right?
And Derbyshire beat Yorkshire in both matches.
Well, going into the penultimate round of matches, the only side that couldn't qualify in the South Group were Essex. And again, that was a surprise because we went to Chelmsford and I looked at the Essex side and I thought, how on earth is this side not qualified? Because they have got some very fine one-day players. Milnes around the wicket bowls. Haynes forward again, plays to mid-wicket, and again there is no run. Nice and tidy from Matt Milnes. Three slips in place. Gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. I'm not sure from a Scarborough point of view, is this a good crowd, Doidgy, or a... the benches are quite empty at the moment.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say so, no. Be barely scraping a couple of thousand, I think.
Johnson again bowls, and Haynes is going to get 4 runs, but not a convincing 4 runs at all. It's flicked away over almost like a leading edge and ends up down at third man for a boundary. Tom Haynes goes to 14 and Sussex to 16 without loss.
Yep, a little bit unlucky, of course. What it means here, Harmsley, with a Kookaburra and a green pitch, if you win the toss and stick the opposition in, if they get through the first session and have only lost a couple of wickets, then they'll be feeling much more confident about life batting here. A bit like Headingley, really. Tends to get better as the day goes on, although maybe a little bit more weather driven on this pitch.
Milnes in again, bowls, and Haynes is struck on the thigh pad. And just wait for the umpire signal, make sure it was pad and not backed. And indeed it is a leg by at the end of the 4th over of the morning, and Sussex are 17 without loss. Haynes on 14 and Hughes is on 1. I think it's going to go to 17 anyway. Yeah, there we go, 17 without loss. Yeah, this is the last round of matches with the Kookaburra ball. It didn't seem to make much difference to Jamie Porter and Sam Cook, who were bowling with it last week down at Hove. And Matt Critchley, who picked up 4 wickets, bowling his leg spin. In fact, last week as our third voice down at Hove, we had Dean Wilson with us, journalist with The Mirror. It was great to spend a week with him, actually. He'd just released a book that he'd written, an autobiography with David Lawrence, which was being signed down in the museum at Hove last week.
Here's Jack White. That's wide of off stump and left.
And clearly Dean had got very close to David Lawrence, during the year, and at the time they started to write the book, his very sad diagnosis with motor neurone disease hadn't happened, and so it was very sad. But a lot of copies of the book were sold in the museum last week at Hove, which was really good. But Dean put up quite a stoic defence of the Dukes, the Kookaburra ball, which was interesting.
Here's White again, and solidly blocked by Haynes. No run. Tell us more about this defence.
Well, it was more about the fact that he felt that bowlers needed to upskill. That was his point, and he was saying that. Maybe, and this is something that has been discussed a lot, is a lot of the wickets around the country have been really flat this year. I'm not sure whether it's because of the dry weather we've had, but there have been some really flat pitches, haven't they, which a combination of both. So maybe it's not all the Kookaburra ball. Mm-hmm. I mean, certainly down at Hove last week was a good pitch.
Same here as White's in, and that's pushed into the offside. Bess is going to have a go at the stumps here and hits direct. Haynes took him on. Harms is giving it not out from straight on and about 80 yards away.
He was well in, wasn't he? He was slowing down as he ran through the crease. Good bit of fielding, though. Sussex had a calamitous run out last week against it, just as they looked as if they might be getting in a position to save the game. James Coles was going along very nicely, and John Simpson came out to bat with him, and there was just the most awful run out between the pair. With it came off a misfield. I mean, never run on a misfield and all those, and it was just horrible. And that was the end. Really, you could just feel the air sucking out the ground when that happened. So they won't want another one of those.
Here comes White, bowling this time to Hughes, who's again pushing into the offside. They're trying to take on the field and rack up a few quick singles here, and they might just need to be careful, particularly with somebody like Don Bess, who is quick off the mark and a very good fielder.
Well, I reckon Tom Haynes was probably thinking he must be joking when he called it for a single. There was never a single there.
So still 18 without loss. I asked my colleague if he'd list all the Sussex players and their numbers before we started, and I think he's struggling with 7 of them.
I don't know what the numbers.
How many times do you watch him?
I just recognise. I don't know their numbers.
Here's White, and a stifled appeal. Couldn't tell what happened there. I think it's lodged in his pad, but unfortunately Tom Haynes was standing right in my line of sight at the non-striking end.
As I come out to bat, Doige. James Coles is 30. you got the first 4 in the order, Doige, and you can see them when they come out.
Any advance on what? John Simpson?
Jack Carlson is 16.
Jack Carson's 16.
Simo's 9, that's right. Yeah.
Danny Lamb, perhaps?
I don't know. I'll tell you when he comes out to bat.
Something like 22. Henry Crocombe. Is he a single figure? Something like
5.
5, is he? 5, yeah.
Henry Crocombe's 5.
Well, you got no chance with Gurinder Sandhu, then you've not watched him anything like as much as the rest of them. Here's White, bowling to Hughes, who's clipped one off his legs. That draws some hands-on heads from the slip cordon, but very firmly turned down to Matthew Revis at long leg for 1 off the final ball of that over. And we now have 5 overs complete, 19 without loss, 15 of those to number 20, Tom Haynes, and 2 to Daniel Hughes.
I think Sussex will be pleased to have negotiated the opening 5 overs. Never easy when you're asked to bat. There's a bit of a green tinge on the pitch. Of alarms, a sharp single where Don Bess hitting the stumps, but Tom Haynes safely home, and then a full shot from Haynes that ended up down at 3rd man. But apart from that, Sussex openers, I think, Dan, this is the first time that Hughes is going to have faced Milnes from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Still the 3 slips in place. And Hughes takes guard for... he's just triple checking his guard, I think, is Daniel Hughes. Waits. Milnes runs in right arm around the wicket. Bowls, and Hughes is in behind the ball, a good length plays it to the offside, and there is no run. I mean, I was keeping a keen eye on the game here last week, George. I mean, was it a flat pitch? Was it the Kookaburra ball? Was it, what was it? Both?
It was certainly a flat pitch. I think there was only 4 or 5 mils left on it last week, which is one of the the shortest home cut strip of the campaign. If you look at the ones at Headingley, they've been quite a lot longer than that, but I think this is clearly different. I'll be trying to find out if John Dodds at some point today.
Milnes in bowls, Hughes right in behind that, plays onto the onside, no run.
Yeah, I would have been out there finding out had we not had all the pre-broadcast farce that we had, so I didn't even manage to get out to the toss this morning and do my usual interview with the captain.
Well, down at Hove, Paul Farbrace likes to leave grass on the pitches, so they're leaving 12 mils on, so it's, the ball carries to the slips and it gives the bowlers a chance. There's been a lot of pitches this year where it's been hard work for the bowlers. Milnes in again, bowls, and Hughes is forward. A ball of good length that would have hit the stumps and plays it to mid-off, and there is no run. The track up at Old Trafford for a test match, that didn't sound great, really, did it? What have you got, 24 wickets over 5 days? I'm not sure that's great.
No.
Hope it's better at the Oval, because I'm going on Sunday. Yeah. Mind you, it's a ridiculous price.
You'll be VIP, won't you?
No, mate.
The Adrian Harms box.
No, I'm paying for myself. Going with my daughter, but the tickets are crazy money.
How much?
Milnes in bowls. Hughes plays onto the onside, no run. 125. It's a lot of money, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, someone else said to me, well, it's 125, but it's a full day's entertainment. You're getting from 11 o'clock to... Because I was saying about... over rates, and now I think that they are pathetically slow in Test cricket, and I think it's really shortchanging the public. And someone else said, well, yeah, but if you're getting entertainment, I just think they should carry on, keep on playing until they've bowled all the overs they should bowl, particularly for that sort of money. But on the other hand, the Oval's sold out. I think it's sold out for 5 days, so perhaps they don't worry too much. In bowls, that's a good delivery, and as he caught the inside edge, he's taken down the leg side by Harry Dukes, who thought He got his man. I think that, well, it passed the inside edge. Yorkshire thought they got the man. It was a very good diving take down the leg side by Duke. Let's just see this again. They did go through the inside edge. And a good diving take down the leg side by Harry Duke.
Yeah, it just went on with the angle, didn't it? Sort of. I don't think there was any major deviation or any deviation really. Once it had passed the bat, other than the line it was already going on.
Completely unmoved. In the bowls, he was right in behind that place into the offside. He was thinking about a single, isn't that? That's good over by Matt Mills. At the end of it, Sussex on 19 without loss, with Hughes on 2, Haynes on 15. Just a reminder, Yorkshire winning the toss, electing to bowl first. Just coming back on ticket prices, I was talking to a friend who'd got tickets for the MCG for Boxing Day. 40 quid. It's so much cheaper over in Australia to watch. I mean, there's been massive demand. It's sold out, but
I'm going. I hope it's not sold out.
Are you? Are you?
Yeah, I've not got a ticket yet though.
Oh, you'll get one, Georgie. What? How many tests are you going for?
Just Adelaide and Melbourne.
Right. Are they back to back then? All right. Okay. So they start. Oh, right. So starting in Perth, is that right?
Perth, Brisbane, Adelaide. Melbourne, Sydney.
Right.
Yeah. Here's Jack White continuing from the Peace-Home Park end. Good delivery this time on the rise as it goes past Tom Haynes, and there was a little bit of nip about that through to Harry Duke. Yorkshire lad's been in touch. He said, or Mark Bailey is his alter ego, says Mark's a member of the members representative group for Yorkshire, and he'd like to remind any members listening that there is a forum taking place in the Marquee here at Scarborough tomorrow morning at 10 for all Yorkshire members. As Jack White turns, passes Peter Hartley, bowls it now. This time Haynes over the top and smothering that. Also taking place a big day for the Marquee at Scarborough tomorrow, because not only is there the members forum at 10 a.m, but tomorrow night in the Marquee, 7:30, it is the annual sports quiz. Yours truly asking the questions. I can't confess to have written them all. Credit to my brother for doing that.
Thank you, Georgie's brother.
I've not had the time to do it this time around. But if you're in the ground and listening, or if you're making your way across tomorrow and might want to linger for an hour or two, comes, good delivery this time from White, and it looks as though he's got a nick on that, but again, Peter Hartley unmoved. Now that looked, if anything, in terms of line from where I'm sitting, which is over to the left shoulder as you're looking at the stream of Peter Hartley, that looked like he might have got a little tickle on it. It's angled in by Jack White, clearly holds its line, and again, when you look at the stream, it looks like he's played and missed.
Good call.
Beauty.
To go and do my update, Georgie.
We'll bring DT in then. Thanks to Harmsy for now. We're back on at 12-ish. As White turns and makes his way in. 19 without loss, Sussex having been put in here. And White asks him to push forward at this one, Tom Haynes, and he does so quite solidly. The quiz tomorrow night, 7:30 in the Marquee. It's open to everybody. £2.50 on the door is the entry fee. It's in association with the Yorkshire Cricket Supporters Association, but you can, it doesn't matter who you support, you can get involved. Like I say, we'll just have a bit of fun. I'll be asking the questions. Teams of a maximum of 4. There'll be picture board rounds and all sorts of fun involved as White is in, and that's wide of off stump and Haynes leaves. We'll be trying to get some of the Yorkies players, that is, involved. Sussex players obviously welcome as well. So yeah, the advice will be go get your tea early, come back to the ground 7:30 and have a go. There'll be some prizes up for grabs for the winning team. Nothing too serious, but a bit of fun on a Wednesday night for an hour, 90 minutes or so to help pass off a pleasant Scarborough evening. Hope you can join us. Jack White in, and that's dropped into the offside. And there is no run. You can also take part in it individually if you prefer. If you'd rather do that and back your own knowledge instead of joining up with others in a team. So just come along and support the cause.
Yeah, I suppose talking of enjoyable Scarborough evenings, we ought to mention Alexandra down at the Pomodoro last night. Another excellent plate of Italian food and a special bottle of wine from his private cellar, Doidgy. We were honoured last night, weren't we?
We were. Absolutely superb.
So new over from the far end, bowls, and that's just taken on the pad. And the ball goes into the onside. Not too far away.
Pasta-y, mushroomy thing, I think he called it. Wasn't tagliatelle, it was something like that, wasn't it? Porcini.
It was something Italian, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was divine.
My risotto was very nice as well. Splendid feed. 19 for no wicket then. So again coming down towards us. From up here it looks as though it's a bit of a slope, but when you get down ground level it is pretty flat at Scarborough. That delivery is pushed into the onside. No run. Steady start. Couple of big shots for caught behind, but that second one, it was just that split second before the appeal came in, and you think to yourself, very often when there's a little nick, the appeal starts actually before it gets to the keeper, doesn't it? Next delivery, they're striking Hughes on the pad, and he picks the ball up, throws it back to Mills. It's half appeal there, was certainly nowhere near LBW. But there was just, you hear sometimes there's just that tiny little pause before the appeal comes in, and you think, yeah. Whereas if there's a nick, they're going up almost before it's got to the keeper's gloves. So two good decisions, I'd suggest, by Messrs. Kettleborough and Hartley. Next delivery bounces a little bit as it goes through to Harry Duke. And Yorkshire need that first wicket, Doidgy.
Yeah, we were also talking to Donald and Liz, weren't we, in that restaurant last night? To Scots cricket fans.
Yeah, Scotsman who supports England in the football.
No, England in the cricket.
England in the cricket, was it? Okay.
And Yorkshire, I think.
So, Mills again. Bowls and that one bounces. Hughes drops his hands. The ball goes past the left-hander. It's a leg slip in place now and taken by Harry Dukes about shoulder high, but he's not the tallest. That little straggle of hair, blonde hair sticking out the back of his cap. 3 slips. The usual 3 when George Hill's playing. He's at first. Alan Lythe, of course, at second slip. I think he'll still be at second slip 5 years after he's retired. In comes Mills, bowls again, and that's pushed into the onside. No run. And a leg slip in place, which is rather unusual, but good to see. It's the end of over 19 for no wicket. 15 to Haynes and 2 to Hughes. 3 consecutive maidens, our highly paid scorer tells us.
That's what she gets the big bucks for. And Jack White is going to continue. 8 overs complete, no breakthrough yet. Couple of threatening deliveries, and barring just a couple of loose balls early doors, the Yorkshire bowlers have been on it here. They haven't hasn't managed to get away to a flyer, Sussex, as Jack White makes his way in again. Another good delivery, just asking his opponent to have a little flick at that. Wide of off stump. Tom Haynes scratches at his guard to put that last ball behind him, but it was another one that asked a question. James Wharton is across, showing all his vast years of experience there, and speaking to Jack White, several years his senior, and a bowler, with some advice.
Try and get him to edge it.
Bowl it straighter and hit his stumps, please. Here's White in. Another good delivery, angled in.
Cracker, that.
Absolute peach from White. And Haynes, well, to be fair to him, he's not gone after this, has he? He's just played the original line. If that's good enough to deviate slightly and get me to nick it, then that's fine. But I'm holding firm here. And Jack White just getting it to go a little bit too far.
Needed to be pitched maybe a foot further up, and he'd have found the edge with that. Cracking delivery. The spectators watching there, if you're watching on a stream.
White in again, and this time he's got underneath it. Wharton is underneath it too. Is he going to manage to get his hands on it? Oh, what a catch! That is unbelievable from James Wharton. He's gone 35 yards or something like that to get his hands underneath it, diving full length, arms outstretched. That is a catch worthy of winning any match that you'll see.
I do hope they've got that on the camera.
I have never seen a better catch than that in my life watching cricket. That was outstanding.
Yeah.
19 for 1. Brilliant from James Wharton, and Jack White takes his first wicket.
You see those occasionally where they attempt to do this, but you very rarely see them come up with a ball. It's skied a long way in the air, and let's see if we've got this on the replay, because if we have, all we have is after the ball and dive full length. What an extraordinary catch that is.
You're never going to see a better catch than that. I mean, the ball, it's just hanging in the air, and as he dives for it, you think, it's probably just going to, drop up 6 inches beyond his grasp. Fantastic catch.
A desperate sort of dive, and to know where the ball is, the awareness of where the ball was coming, and even better shot there, Doidge. Oh, that's an extraordinary catch.
He's taken some beauties this year, hasn't he? We saw more than one in the T20 competition as well, but he's quite an understated character in that sort of thing. He might just shake his fist and have a smile with the lads, but even he can't believe he's come up with the ball in his hands. Just look at that. Absolutely brilliant.
Perhaps that was the chat he was having with White earlier in the over.
Just get him to donk one 35 yards over my head, and don't you worry, I'll do the rest. Yeah.
Oh, extraordinary. And if you do that and you get a hand on it, how often when you hit the ground, because he's diving full length, a couple of feet off, parallel to the ground, how often when you hit the ground does the ball pop out, or it just hits the side of the hand or something? And seen attempts like that, never seen one taken like that. What a catch.
Brilliant. So Haynes, by the way, was the man whose wicket fell for 15 there. Caught Wharton bowled White, who then has just bowled a dot ball to Tom Alsop, who's gone in at 3 for Sussex.
Poor old Haynes is Tom Haynes. He's in the sitting in the dressing room now, just shaking his head. Why me?
Was just an incredible catch.
Yeah, you would have got very long odds on that being taken when the ball steepled up into the air.
Let's put a smile on my face, 30 doors at Scarborough, and lovely delivery again from White. Thickish inside edge by Alsop onto his pads. No run.
And the great thing is with the stream, they've got that catch from at least 2 different angles, which is beautiful, because we can describe it and we saw it and whatever, but if you've got it there for posterity, is that the right word? full catch. He'll be wanting to look at that when he comes off at lunchtime, I would have thought.
Posterior. He's behind us now as White comes in, and Alsop is over the top of that and drops it into the pitch, and there is no run to complete an over in which a wicket was taken, but it feels like it wasn't just a wicket. That was just something very special indeed, and we're seeing it again for those who can on the stream. Look how many yards he's made in the first place, still keeping his eye on that ball. Very bright sunny day, and then full length dive and takes it mid-air. It's just off the scale as a catch, that.
Replay. Apologise to those of you listening and can't see this, but the stream, he's followed that all the way, desperate dive, and well, the crowd behind him are up, well, a few of them are up off their seats and just hands in the air. Start of a new over, and Mills over pitches to Hughes, who dispatches that before through mid-off up towards the tee rooms. So boundary there for Danny Hughes. I would imagine that's his first of the morning. It's Kate, is it?
28 balls and 3 fours, by the way, for Tom Haynes, who, even though clearly he kind of got the shot wrong, he'll still consider himself a bit unlucky that he didn't get away with that, because he went so far off the bat.
He's a contributor to that moment, isn't he? Next delivery from Mills is allowed through to the keeper. No run. It's like Mike Gatting with the Shane Warne ball. You know, couldn't have happened without Gat. You know, that catch couldn't have happened if he hadn't have struck it in the air. So action and reaction, or whatever the scientific term is. 23 for 1.
Never seen a better one than that in terms of a fielder covering the ground and just what he had to do to get his hands underneath it.
Here's Mills again, bowls and just drops his hands on that one. Hughes finds the gap down towards third, a chase back for Finley Bean, sends in a good return, but the batsmen are back for 2 runs. They'll be talking about that for, well, and hats off to the camera people who took that, managed to get that. 2 of them have got it at least. I think there might even have been a 3rd camera on that.
I think it might be it.
Great effort.
Might catch him today while he's in a good mood and see if he'll turn up for the quiz tomorrow night. What?
Milnes around the wicket to the left-handed Hughes, bowls, and that's through to the keeper. Barely carries to Harry Duke there. So that one certainly not bouncing. Yes, that catch would go right in there with some of the greats. I think the Strauss one in the 2005.
And I was there.
Ashes. You always were, weren't you? All the great moments in, well, I was going to say cricket history, but basically any sporting history in the country. Doidgy was there. Milnes bowls, and that's push back to him. Picks it up himself. Yeah, what a catch.
Just about got our breath back here. You can get in touch, by the way. What did you think? Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or the usual X address.
Those bowls and covered up, pushed into the onside. No run there. The end of the over. It's almost a sort of anti-climax, that over, wasn't it, after the excitement of the previous over. Bustled through it, a couple of runs coming from it, and well, wonderful catch that. I'll tell you what, if the outfield had been a bit damper and a bit greasier, he could have well have slid over the boundary. The pace he was going and the dive he took, Doidgy, wasn't that far inside the rope, was he? No. 8-10 metres, something like that.
Yeah, pulled a hamstring just watching that. So 25 for 1, and White continuing for what will now be his 6th over. Must be coming towards the end of this opening burst. Got the only wicket to have fallen so far, bowling to Allsop, who turns that one in front of square for our hero of the hour, James Wharton, to do the catching. Maybe he'll be back across to Jack now and saying, right, just bowl it a little bit straighter this time. Just let him lob one up to me, please. Just make it easy for me.
Well, you bowl him up to sort of a half volley on middle of the leg, firm clip, take it over your left shoulder or right shoulder. He doesn't want to do that. He wants to get a nick through to the 3 slips and a gully.
White making his way in again. Allsop right in behind that. It's an important job for these early order Sussex batters to do. They haven't got away to anything major in terms of runs on the board so far. No, they've just got about time here. Forecast isn't great as the week goes on, so who knows whether the weather will take too much time out of the game to enable a win-lose result. Not a draw. Kookaburra ball, of course, but definitely a greener pitch than last week's, which still doesn't look as green as this after a few days of rest. Here is White again. That's turned into the leg side by Allsop, and Wharton into field.
Interesting what Harmsy was saying about Dean Wilson defending the Kookaburra, if you like, and thinking that the bowlers have got to up their game or upgrade, or what was the word he used? Basically, learn how to use it and perhaps up something or other. What was
Upskill.
it? Upskill.
Up periscope. Up Pompey, as in behind that one Allsop, and that is turned again to Wharton in the leg side, and no run. George Hill begins to wing his arms around at first slip.
You can actually argue.
Usually do.
Will it upskill the bowlers or whatever? Football, they could make the goals smaller, so the strikers could upskill their skills in hitting the target or whatever. I mean, what's the end purpose? The end purpose of all this is a good game of cricket, isn't it?
As White again, Allsop flicks off the hip. Wharton running in the same direction as for that catch. Does a fielding off terra firma this time. Get through for 1.
You know, the whole focus these days seems to be that the county championship is some sort of just basically a competition to develop England players. We've only got 11 England players to start with, or a squad maybe 20 at any one time.
Here's White again. Allsop, not Allsop, Hughes I should say, just clipping that into his pad to complete over number 11 at 26 for 1.
And again, sort of continuing with the football analogy, you don't hear people saying, oh, they've got to do this in the Premiership to improve the England football team or whatever. It's a competition in its own right, and nobody disputes that. Whereas the county championship used to be a competition in its own right, but now it seems to be that, certainly from the powers that be, that they just see it as a sort of breeding ground for breeding 20 or so England players, and they've got to upskill, which means all these lovely people who've turned up here and everybody listening often just get to watch drawn games without that sort of same excitement and whatever. The county championship should be a competition in its own right, and the fact that competition then develops good players that England can pick up, not vice versa. George Hill into the attack, running towards us. He's bowling over the wicket. Bowls to the left hand, and they're pushed up towards mid-on.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose using a ball that's only pumped up 75% in 4 of the Premier League football matches a season or something like that, might be akin to that, or changing the goalposts.
Yeah, a smaller goalpost for 4 games.
Yeah.
The strikers have got to be more accurate, more precise.
Yeah.
Or the other way around, making the goals bigger. Next delivery is pushed into the onside. If you've got a good game, and cricket is a wonderful game, as we all know, but everybody listening.
I'll make them come off for rain.
Why tinker for it? Why tinker with it?
Imagine that in football if they came off for rain. I'll make them play 4 days.
Make them keep going. 0-0 draw, you have to keep going until somebody scores. Well, they do that in cup competitions, don't they? Next delivery from Hill, he's right on the money again, isn't he? That one's turned to mid-wicket. No run. You should not be running a competition with different criteria for some games than other games. The whole idea is that is consistency through the... Equally, the team should play each other twice. Again, that gives sides an advantage. Hill bowls there or thereabouts, just outside off stump. That one was probably clipping the top of a 5th stump outside off, through to the keeper. So it's just that sort of downgrading and that sort of continually talking down the championship. Oh, just 2 blokes and a dog watching or something. Well, come here to Scarborough, have a look at this crowd. All enjoying themselves in the sunshine. The bleachers are filling up a bit. Hill bowls again, that's driven. That was Hill got down and stopped it, I think. That was on the bounce.
Yeah,
Not a chance.
Matt Milnes, I think.
There we go. Look, there's the bleachers, Georgie. They're the benches that have been there for at least, first time I came was 1989. They were there then, so, and they're no more comfortable. You've got to bring your cushion. You want to sit over there. Little word of warning. Unless you've got plenty of natural padding. Next ball from Hill is through outside the off stump. Beautifully bowled by George Hill. That an excellent over. But also didn't quite get that little nibble. And here we go again. We're having a look at that catch again on the stream. 2, 4, 6 paces, 8 paces, 10 paces and a dive. I mean, that's, at least 10 paces, full pelt, and then a full length dive. What a wonderfully athletic. Well, you must have taken a catch or 2 like that in your club days, Georgie, back when you were a young, fit man. Really.
Most weeks, to be fair. Yeah. Usually going backwards as well. Levitating. Here's White bowling to Hughes, who shoulders arms to that one. There is no run. Matt Milnes completed that first spell from the Trafalgar Square, and this, of course, is his first-class match of the season. Well documented on the injury front since he arrived at Headingley, and in fact this is only his 5th first-class match. 2 he managed to play in 2023, 2 last season, and his first of this season, but they really have given him every possible chance. He's obviously had some first-team cricket in the T20 competition. Here is a good delivery by White, got him! That is the end of Hughes. And it looks as though he's bowled him. I'm saying it looks as though he's bowled him because Tom Alsop is standing right in my line of sight again. So I couldn't actually see the ball hit the stumps. But yes, it appears the bails have been disturbed because Richard Kettleborough's picking them up. And 26 for 2 is the result. Hughes gone for 8.
Yeah, I think that one is just pitched and straightened a little bit. Have a look. He's bowling round the wicket. We'll watch the replay on the stream. Round the wicket, and that sort of pitch is going into the pads, and not the greatest of shots, but it's squeezed through. I think he'd been a candidate for LBW had he got a bit of pad on that, and Hughes has gone. So those are the 2 wickets that Yorkshire needed in the in the first hour. If you put the opposition in here at Scarborough, the minimum you want is 3 wickets by lunch, because batting does get easier in the afternoon. So Sussex were going on quite smoothly, weren't they, for a while there? It seemed to have weathered the early storm. James Cole's on his way out. A right-handed batter. First one we've seen this morning.
Yep, Hughes, 8 from 32 deliveries, and just the one boundary involved in his knock, and never really got going, did he?
No.
Seen a few balls there, 30 odd. It's a good delivery from Jack White, just past the outside edge, straightening on him, the ball angled in. But yeah, the composition we're in this week, I love being here at Scarborough and all of that. The worst time of the match is always the first session, because if the sun shines as it has been, you can't see any of your electronic equipment. And the chocolate fireguard blind that we were provided with last season continues to not do its job. We have a right-hander at the crease for the first time in the match, James Coles, who's doing a bit of gardening, getting himself composed. Still the 3 slips and a gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, Wharton at mid-wicket, and a long leg down by the suits in the marquee, and Jack White bowling his first delivery over the wicket for the match. He's on the money once again. Impressive season he's had since joining Yorkshire, no doubt about that. And he's picked up his and Yorkshire's second wicket in that 13th over of the match. There was some applause there, because I think, like me, a lot of people thought it was the indication of the end of an over.
Indeed. Talking of the bleachers, the benches over there, Hugh Turbeville's just got in touch and said he was sitting over there, the editor of the Cricketer, who joined us last week.
Morning, Hugh. As that's wide of off stump and left this time by Coles.
Took a very nice photograph of himself over there with the pitch in the background, and so lots of good angles for photography, aren't there, on this ground?
I took one of the pair of you on air together. Just thought it might be a nice keepsake for you, seeing as you did a bit of work together in the old days, but unfortunately I had to take the mobile phone in for repair thereafter. Lens was steamed up, I think.
I think it was that hour after lunch when we were wearing our comedy bellies, wasn't it?
Here's White. That one dying as it goes through to Harry Duke. Wide of off stump. There's no run. There's the usual collection down by the marquee of those who fancy just a coffee and just to recover from last night and the early morning. They'll be off for a handsome lunch, no doubt, in just over an hour when we take our first break. A lining of ground staff in the chairs down by the covers, and then spectators away to our right down by the ice cream vans and coffee stalls. And it has built since Harmsy mentioned the crowd in that first half hour to some extent. Good delivery to complete that over, with the wicket of Daniel Hughes for 8. Jack White, well, he's enjoyed a fine start to proceedings here. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 8. He's as tight as you like. Can't keep going forever though. George Hill, who of course has been missing for a few weeks across the various competitions due to that bruised heel. Hopefully will have got himself nice and loose with that first over, which was a maiden. And he's going to be bowling here to Allsop, joined by Kit Harris, who's going to take you through this over.
Allsop is beaten, I think, by a slight seamer back into him. Certainly hurried him. There's a bit of green in the pitch, isn't there, Jonathan?
Yeah, definitely. If you look at last week's strip just to the right, it's not quite as green. still, and that's 4 days on or whatever from the end of that one. So they've left some grass on here by comparison.
Well, we don't want another high-scoring draw, that's for sure. Here is Hill again, punched off the back foot, single bounce to the man at point. Looks like Imam now got his short sleeve sweater on because it's not chilly. For Imam al-Haq, probably it's a few notches below his ideal temperature.
Yeah, number one on his back, Imam, for those who like to complete their stats, if you like.
He'll switch us to a round, bowling around the wicket. And again, just back of a length and defending on the back foot is Tom Alsop. Well, I've enjoyed a very eventful morning. I think everyone hoping Yorkshire will get the breakthrough has done as well. The only man who's had a really tough morning is Peter Hartley. Hill bowls, a drive this time. Off more toe of the bat, I fancy, only as far as mid-on. I imagine, Jonathan, you've done that run out to death. Chance that Bess had. Did you get a good look at the replay there, JD?
No, I didn't actually.
Oh, well, Bess...
Harmsy gave it not out from here, said it was well in.
Here is Hill again. And the drive comes off better this time, but a neat bit of fielding. Didn't quite hold the ball, so they'll take a single. Mid-on fielder has, well, he's saved 4, and in doing it, he's allowed the single to Alsop. Hartley was umpiring at the press box end, the north end. Dominic Bess made a direct hit, and looking at the replays, it was out by at least a foot. Hartley wasn't in the best of positions, but fortunately for Yorkshire, it didn't cost very much. I think Haynes was on 14 when that happened. And a superb catch from Wharton has saved the umpire's blushes about a run later. Hill bowls to the right-handed Coles, who is off the mark straight away, nudging off his legs down to the boundary at the Popular Bank, but it won't quite be 4. Just a couple.
Yeah, Wharton again seen to good effect in the field, greyhound-like, covering the ground. I'm going to have a change in the box and leave you with it for a moment. Harmsy will come in for the next over.
That catch running back, it did credit to a great many people. Not only did it spare Hartley a really innings-defining gaff, the crowd, 3 men in particular, sitting with a young boy right in front of where Wharton took the catch, were absolutely astonished. We're looking at a replay now. Wharton's catch, so that is world class. Over his shoulder all the way. He more or less tracked the ball. A superb dive, both feet off the ground. The camera work from the Yorkshire stream was outstanding. Here is White.
Comes into bowl to Tom Alsop, who plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Good to see you, Kit. So Sussex with both openers back in the pavilion. I have to say the run out, we were watching straight on, and the way Tom Haynes ran through, I thought, oh, he's comfortably home, but we stand corrected.
Yeah, it was my initial reaction too. I suppose, well, in Pete Hartley's defence, if our reaction is not out and the replay shows it's out, well, okay, that's what he saw too.
Again around the wicket bowls, and Alsop is struck around about the thigh pad. The ball bounces out onto the offside, and there is there's certainly a bit of bounce and a bit of life in this pitch this morning. James Coles, who's just come to the crease, is in terrific form for Sussex. He's made hundreds in his last 3 county championship matches. Up at Durham, that was his first county championship 100 away from Hove. And he made 100 against Warwickshire and 100 against Essex. He's a young player who's in excellent form, and already on the Lions' radar, just 21 years of age. In comes wide bowls to Alsop, and Alsop is forward, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Tom Alsop has been a little short of runs by his own standards, but made a very good 72 last week for Sussex. And a good partnership with James Coles, which looked at one stage as if it was going to save the day, or at least make Essex bat again in the game.
They've got a chance to do it again now.
No, they certainly have. 3 slips of a gully in place. There's a point mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg way down the distance in front of the tea room. As in comes wide and bowls, and also defends a ball of good length. Plays down to the offside, and again there is no run. So those of you just joining us, Sussex losing the toss this morning, asked to bat by Dom Bess. They've lost Ton Hames, a quite extraordinary catch by James Wharton, running back from mid-wicket, fully 30 yards, and then taking the ball as it came over his shoulder, diving full length. It really was an exceptional catch. Hames going for 15 when the score was on 19. And then Daniel Hughes, who himself has been a little short of runs this season, bowled by White for 8. In comes White now, bowls to Alsop, who plays this nicely through backward square leg. Take one, they're going to come back for a second. Alsop's very quick between the wickets. The throw comes in at the feet of Duke, who takes the ball cleanly enough, and it's 2 more to Tom Alsop. He goes to 4, and Sussex do 31 for 2. Sussex with 1 change from the defeat to Essex last week. Danny Lamb coming into the side as a replacement for Ari Cavalos. No Ollie Robinson. He's out for the next month. Sussex hoping to get him fit for the final 3 matches of the season. But you just feel, Kit, this is a really key game for both sides. As White is in around the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Alsop, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. Tidy enough for a White, end of the over, 31 for 2. Coles on 2, Alsop is on 4. Because there's the break after this game, we go into the 100, we go into the one-day cup, and then we've got those 3 county championship matches coming up in September.
Yes, it is key, probably in different ways, truth be told. Sussex will feel going into this game, well, not 1 win from the top area of the table, but certainly they'll feel that a win here will put them in a good position. They'll certainly be confident of the prize money then.
Well, I think a win here for Sussex probably pretty much almost guarantees First Division cricket next season. A defeat, and they'll just go into September just a little nervous.
Here is Hill, and lifter outside off stump, but a steady one, and it's just left alone by Coles.
That being said, Sussex have 2 of their last 3 fixtures at home against Hampshire and the return fixture against Yorkshire, and Sussex have been very good at home. They haven't lost under Paul Farbrace until last week, but nonetheless. And then the final game of the season down at Worcester, when you feel Worcester will be. I mean, I thoroughly enjoy going to New Road. I don't want to see them go down.
Coles faces Hill, gets into a checked drive, very tidy around his off stump, coming forward, finds extra cover, and there's no run.
But unfortunately, Worcester do look as if they're getting a bit marooned at the bottom of the table. I mean, I thought they might win last week at Edgbaston. That was a terrific game, but eventually they lost.
Oh, they were in control for the first half of the game, you'd say?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, poor old Worcestershire. It's one of those counties where you always, even if you don't support Worcestershire, you hope they do well. Hill again, mid and leg this time, and there's a defensive shot from Coles.
Of course, there's still so much talk. I was talking to someone this morning when I picked up my car parking pass, and I was talking to someone in the office there about, promotion and relegation. So I said, well, that hasn't been decided yet, has it, this season? I thought, well, that's ridiculous. If we're pretty much into August. Lots of talk about the new schedule. In fact, I was going to say to Doidgy, there's a members forum here tomorrow. I don't know whether that's something that's on the agenda about.
Here is Hill. The drive uppish over the umpire and the bowler, bouncing away through the gull feathers, and 4 runs just under Trafalgar Square. And that was well timed. Uppish, but 4 to Coles.
Yeah, I mean, so much talk about what's going to happen next season in terms of the T20. I mean, the latest seems to be that it looks like it might be reduced from 14 to 12. That seems to be the general discussion around the circuit, but I think there's nothing been formally agreed on that yet.
35 for 2, and this is punched through the offside. There's going to be runs, a couple I should think. Allsop very quick in calling Coles back for the second. And, Coles now moves to 8, 37 for 2. Allsop has 4. Adrian, are we absolutely sure that these changes that are being discussed and voted on are for 26?
Well, I think that's a very good point. I mean, I think here we are. We've got 2 months of the season left, and just break off.
Bowls, and very, very soft hands from Coles, just letting it glide off the face to Imam at backward point. That's the end of the over. Sussex 37 for 2.
Well, I think the understanding seemed to be, certainly from articles that have been written in the press, that this is this committee that's being headed up by Rob Andrew, that the idea was that there would be some changes to the schedule for 2026. But in terms of promotion and relegation from the county championship, you'd have thought that we would have had some news by now. And certainly it would seem pretty harsh. I mean, there is talk, isn't there, about this conference idea of 3 divisions of 6. Whether or not that's going to get any traction, who knows? There's talk about 3 divisions of 6 in the T20 as well. Again, but
well, I mean, Adrian, it's we've had these reviews and these restructurings in the past, but previously, I mean, in the last 10 years or so, there's always been this principle driven by the county management that the players must know at the start of the season what they're playing for. There's bowling change.
Yes, Will Sutherland coming into the attack. Round the wicket comes into bowl to Tom Allsop, who clips away through mid-wicket slightly in the air, picks up a single. They're going to come back for a second. He get a bit of a move on here as the throw comes in. And it's just a couple of runs to Tom Allsop. Allsop is very, very quick between the wickets. He goes to 8. He doesn't. He goes to 6 on the total to 39 for 2.
How about these Jack White bowling figures? A long first spell, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 10.
Yeah, fabulous.
That's a workhorse seamer in action.
Matthew Rivers completing the fielding. He's just rubbing his right knee as well as he slid to stop the ball. In comes Sutherland, bowls, let go outside the off stump by Allsop, and there is no run. So yeah, so certainly my understanding, I think most people's understanding, is that the committee was going to, these changes would be implemented for the 2026 season. The general feeling around the county, just picking up what people seem to be saying, is that the blast would be reduced to 12, and it seems as if this idea of 3 divisions of 6 might be the way they're going to go and make games more local. Here comes Sutherland again, bowls, driven by Allsop to mid-on, fielded again by Revis, and there is no run. Good tumbling save. But in terms of the championship, I don't know.
I'm afraid for the purists, one format or principle which traditional sporting and cricket fans are quite keen on, the idea that you play the opposition X number of times consistently across the board, possibly recedes a little more.
Sutherland in again, bowls, and Allsop clips firmly away through square leg. He could well get a boundary here, chasing around the boundary. Very good bit of fielding, excellent bit of fielding on the boundary edge by Matt Milnes. Prevents a boundary. That's a very good stop. I have to say, the Yorkshire ground fielding has been excellent this morning. That's a good stop. Allsop picks up 2 more. He goes to 8, Sussex to 41 for 2. And I think that probably certainly from a Sussex point of view this season, you could say Sussex have been relatively fortunate with their fixtures, because they only play Surrey once, they only play Nottinghamshire once, and they're the sides who are first and second in the championship. Sutherland again, full toss, and made by Allsop to mid-on. There is no run.
There does seem to be the cart before the horse is that the ECB and the Players Professional Cricket Association are keen that the championship should be 12 games, and the discussion is mainly aligned with how they achieve that. What structure enables you to do that?
Sutherland around the wicket again, bowls to Allsop, who drives fluently to mid-off, fielded by Bess at mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over, 41 for 2. Coles and Allsop are both on 8. Hughes and Haynes, the man out for Sussex. Haynes for 15, Hughes for 8. Live cricket out on the BBC. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Kit Harris, chewing the fat on what is now an overcast morning in Scarborough, where Yorkshire won the toss and elected to bowl first. I guess if you were looking at 12 games, again, there was talk, wasn't there, about this conference system with 3 divisions of 6, so at least you get, that's 10 of the games home and away, and at least you would have everybody playing everybody. That makes more sense, and the other 2 come in some other way. I'm not entirely sure how.
Here is Hill, flicked off the pads by Coles, and I think this will go for 4. It does indeed. It's conceded by Wharton. Quick though he is down towards the Popular Bank.
Good shot that from James Coles. He's in terrific form, and he just clipped the ball away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Beautiful timing.
Both the batsmen now on 8, 41 for 2. This is a play and miss.
Yes, very nearly talked him out then. That was a loose drive by James Coles. Just looking at the county championship today, we were talking about the 2 sides at the top of the table having differing fortunes. Durham 53 for 2 against Surrey at the Riverside. Wicket there for Sam Curran, 1 for Dan Worrell. And Somerset, actually not having a good day as well. Somerset 33 for 3 at Trent Bridge.
There's a little nudge off the legs this time. Slightly too straight from Hill. It's actually, we've got a scoreboard delay. I'm not looking at the digital scoreboard that you'll be able to see on your screen if you're looking at the live stream or following online. The scoreboard, certainly on one side of the ground, still says 41 for 2 with both the batters on 8, but it said 45 for 2. And Coles is on 12. One just a little bit of bat and pad together. This is no pre-signal from the umpire as they trot a run, not a leg by, down towards short fine leg. Duke runs around, so that now is we think not 9 but 13 to Coles, and 46 for 2. Sluggish electronics all around the ground today. We had difficulty with our on-air connection as well. Hill back to round the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Alsop. A lifter over off stump, but Alsop leaves alone on length.
Yes, I'm pretty certain that James Coles has 13, doesn't he? They've not put that previous 4 up on the scoreboard. Sussex are 46 for 2. Those 3 Somerset wickets all taken by Mohammed Abbas, who's a very fine bowler. So Somerset in trouble at Trent Bridge. Clash there between 2nd and 3rd.
Hill to Alsop, gets behind a ball that again is a little back of a length. He's not really searching for the edge particularly, Hill. He's trying to trap a left-hander on or around off stump. He's not really threatening to bring those 3 slips into play, and I fancy what shape there is through the air is a little into Alsop. It's the end of the over. 46 for 2. Alsop has 8 and Coles 13.
It's going to be Will Sutherland who's going to carry on. To bowl to the right-handed James Coles. 2 slips in a gully. There's a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. Just a glimmer of sunshine across the ground. There's quite a chilly breeze blowing across the ground, but the clouds are relatively high. There's bits of blue sky around, so fingers crossed. Certainly for the time being, Sutherland is in and bowls. Coles up on his toes and plays stylishly into the offside. There is no run. I don't know how much of James Coles you've seen, Kit, but he's a young player. He made his debut for Sussex when he was just 16, the second youngest player to ever play for the county.
Well, and of course he's not a one-trick pony. That's what's been impressive about him. A top order bat who can bowl some very respectable spin.
Sutherland in bowls and Coles clips through mid-wicket, and that's going to race away for 4 runs. Nicely played by James Coles. He's very, very strong in that area. Anything pitched around middle and leg, he clips the ball away through mid-wicket. I'm not sure whether it should have been stopped or whether it was perhaps hit a wicket end, but a nice looking shot by James Coles, flicking the ball away. He goes to 17 and the 50 up for Sussex, 50 for 2 in the 18th over. For those of you just joining us, Yorkshire winning the toss this morning, deciding to bowl on a pitch that has got a tinge of green. The two men out, the two Sussex openers, Hughes and Haynes, as Sutherland in again, bowls to Coles, who defends out into the offside. There is no run. These two coming together when Sussex were 26 for 2, when Daniel Hughes was bowled by Jack White. Very fine opening spell by White this morning. These two, at least for the time being, have steadied the Sussex ship.
Yes, there's a way to go. You'd still say on balance it's bowling conditions.
Sutherland again bowls to Coles, again plays firmly, and there's going to be 4 more, and I think that might be disappointed with that bit of fielding. Dom Bessie had to move smartly to his right hand side. Perhaps Philly should have stopped that. Nonetheless, James Coles won't mind. He picks up his second boundary of the over, firmly clipped away through mid on, and it's Coles goes to 21, the total to 54 for 2. Never easy when you're chasing across and...
Well, he had to get his hands to the ball just as he was mid-tumble.
Yeah, not easy. Sometimes I do Dom Bess a slight disservice. Nonetheless, Coles picks up another boundary. He's moved quickly on to 21. Sutherland in again, bowls, and Coles again defends a ball pitching around middle stump, played to mid-on, this time fielded by Dom Bess. And there is no run. No, you're right, he's a very fine left-arm spinner is James Coles. You know, he's used in all formats. He'll be going off to play in the 100 next week for the Southern Brave. And I would say he's pretty much inked in to go with the England Lions to Australia in the first before Christmas. Coles drives down the ground. That's a good stop by Sutherland. He got half a hand on that, otherwise that might have been another boundary. But it is the end of the over. He just rings his right hand. 54 for 2, Coles 21 and Allsop 1-8. I've got to say I'm a little jealous of Doidge, who was telling us he's out to Oz to see some of the Ashes over in Adelaide and Melbourne. Melbourne Test match Boxing Day, that's something to behold. I've been a few years ago when I saw David Gower came out to bat at the MCG on Boxing Day and finished 70 odd not out. The next day went on to get a ton. That was the famous tour where he was in the Tiger Moth with John Morris. And in fact, I'll just break off.
Hill to Allsop. Again, back of a length over off stump. That was 91.
Yeah, but in fact it was Christmas 90. But it was the 1991 tour, and we had some friends who lived in Melbourne, and David hadn't had a great domestic season, and there was a bit of talk about whether he'd even go on the tour. I remember we saw some people that we knew on Christmas Day and they said, well, Gower must play, you know, he's the class player. And when he walked out at the MCG, he got a standing ovation just walking out to bat. It was fantastic.
Hill to Allsop, who defends again into the covers.
England ultimately lost the series, and they lost at Melbourne as well, despite Gower's 100. I think it was Bruce Reid, the left-arm seamer, took a stack of wickets on the fourth day.
And was that the last time you saw cricket in Australia?
Test cricket, yes it was. Although we went last year and I saw a game in the Big Bash at the SCG, but I've not been back for an Ashes series since.
Still the 3 slips as Hill bowls straight again. Allsop, who's going to scamper a single, just closed the face on the ball there, and Duke had to race round to where short square leg would have been. He can't prevent the rotation of strike. 55 for 2 now.
That was the tour where Graham Gooch got injured quite early on and barely played. I think he injured his hand from memory, but he barely played. Wayne Larkins, sadly no longer with us, played in that match. Alex Stewart, David Gower, Mike Atherton.
Coles gets a short ball. Has that hit him on the glove? He's annoyed with himself.
He is annoyed.
He's annoyed with being hit on the glove. swishes his bat after dropping the ball into the leg side. The gloves come off.
Did that a couple of times last week, James. I don't know whether he's perhaps nursing an injury, but he certainly was. I don't know whether he was wringing that hand, so I don't know whether he perhaps is carrying an injury. I don't know. He did look annoyed.
He twirls his bat. He's ready to face again. Hill bowls to him, and this time he comfortably flicks off his hip, and for once there's an indifferent bit of fielding from Wharton in the leg side ring, which means he has to scamper a few extra yards for the ball, and the batters can turn for 2. 57 for 2. You know, Adrian, it says a lot that you've seen this test match the best part of 30 and then some years ago, and you can. Doesn't it say something for seeing a test match in Australia that you can remember all these details? A real experience. Another flick off the hips this time, and it's just going to be the single as Imam is out at long leg. That concludes the over. 58 for 2. Alsop is on 9, and Coles is very sprightly, 24.
My other memory of that was, we saw the test match in Melbourne and then saw the first 4 days in Sydney. And I remember sitting next to a guy, I didn't know him from Adam, and got talking to him during the test match, and one morning he said, we'd like to invite you and your wife back to our house for a barbecue one evening. So we went back and met his family, and it was amazing, really. Picked us up at the hotel. It was just a brilliant trip. Cricket camaraderie is its best. In comes Sutherland, bowls to Coles, it clips that away. That's a gorgeous shot by James Coles. He really is in a rich vein of form. Just over, but you just can't bowl there to him. And he just clips the ball beautifully away. That's the 3rd time in the last couple of overs he's played that shot. He goes to 28. Beautiful timing.
Sutherland is striving for the LBW here against Coles. He's bowling straight on middle and leg, and as you say, Adrian, 3 times. This is not bad bowling drifting onto the pads. This is deliberate trying to bowl straight. But Coles is delighted with the strategy.
He is. He's very strong off his pads. You do see often with James Coles that often a couple of men in that sort of closest mid-wicket for the one that he might clip in the air. In comes Sutherland bowls. Well, that's a wayward delivery down the long side. Well taken by Duke. There is no run. And now they have got that man in there, or that shortish mid-wicket, just for the one that James Coles might clip in that area.
Well, and they've got deep mid-wicket as well. Yeah,
they're protecting that leg side boundary because the ball's racing away down the hill.
So it's clearly it's not a Sutherland plan. This is an everybody plan. This is a Dom Best plan. Wants him to bowl straight, is going for the LBW or bowled, and has put the cover out now.
Sutherland in bowls to Coles, who defends down the offside, and there is no run.
Sutherland, tall, energetic in his run-up and delivery, not displaying many signs of great pace. It's it's not quite a soporific day, but there are a couple of gulls at extra cover who would disagree with me on that front. They've taken to the floor and tucked their heads into their wings.
Sutherland did down the leg side. Not a great delivery taken by Duke, and Coles is annoyed with himself. He didn't just help that on its way for a boundary. I can see a gentleman away to our left-hand side very bravely. I was saying it's a bit chilly here, but clearly not. He's there with his shirt off. Chap in the ground just down below, a pair of shorts on and no top.
And as Tony Gregg might once have said, had it been at Melbourne those years ago, isn't that a sight to behold?
Sutherland again, bowls, and Coles this time. Better delivery by Sutherland. Coles has to play to mid-on, fielded there by Jack White. And there is no run. So 62 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Online, BBC Leeds, York, all sorts of radio stations across Yorkshire and the world. Thank you, Dorji. Sutherland, no, he wants a change in the field. He's bringing that deep mid-wicket up. He's bringing him just a couple of yards in off the boundary. I wonder if this might be a short delivery. And he comes, bowls, and Coles just clips that onto the onside, picks up a comfortable single down to square leg. End of the over. Coles goes to 29. At the end of the over, Sussex are 63 for 2. As I hand over to Doige.
And of course to the 2,500 who are watching on the live stream through the Yorkshire Cricket YouTube channel. We may be at an outground, but it's not just any outground, it's the queen of all the festivals here at Scarborough. Multi-angles. We even get a replay here in the commentary boxes. Tremendous viewing. So if you've all got it synced up, it's wonderful to have you with us, and the atmosphere at the ground is, I hope, just as it looks on your pictures. Very convivial. You've probably heard from the PA announcer that Hill is going to take a little rest at the Trafalgar Square end, and Matt Milnes is going to take up the attack. He's just going through his motions now. Slips has become 2 slips and a gully. Finn Bean has just moved a bit wider. If not gully, then a 4th, 5th slip. As Milnes comes in now, and it's a drive from Coles, a standing drive. Didn't really get his front foot forward. And just finds Bess, who falls to his knees and remains there, giving the ball a polish on his sweater. No saliva allowed, of course, Jonathan, and I have it on good authority that it never will be again. Having had a conversation with one of the lawmakers in question, Lords, earlier this season. Ooh. As a bowler myself, just a club one, but I asked, when are you going to let us do it? And the answer was very firmly, never. I'll tell you the reason in a moment. I wasn't quite sure about the reasoning, to be honest. Here is Milnes. Perfect line, back of a length, but drilled through the offside. And this is actually racing away. It's competing with the Hill, but it's made it to the boundary. A forlorn effort from Revis, the only man in front of the bat. Leg side. So now Allsop makes it into a offside. Sorry, yes, I've got my sides wrong way round. Says Jonathan Doige, and he's quite right. Only man in front of square on the offside. Thank you, Jonathan. Ever more fluent. Coles is looking. And he faces up again. He's gone for the drive. Well, he's gone for the cut drive. Punch through the back foot. Missed it. Duke jumps to collect. That was an awkward moment.
Yeah, so those last 2 deliveries were just a bit Scarborough, really. So the first one, a little bit more bounce than normal, and that enabled him to crack the boundary away. And then second time, he just felt like he'd put a bit more effort in there, did Matt Milnes. And that little bit of extra bounce this time did for Coles.
Faces Milnes again, and he's driving once more. Best dives in vain. 4 more, this time under the tea room. That was perfectly placed just to the right of the diving Bess, one of the best fielders around.
Yeah, Matt Milnes hasn't quite got his lengths right in this over, so 3 different lengths from the last 3 balls. This time over pitching and turned through the leg side. He put some power into that as well. He went along the carpet, but there was just a feeling of a little bit more bottom handing as well. Good control with it.
Back of a length outside off. That seems to be the recipe here. Maybe that's what Don Bess is now saying to Matt Milnes. A ball that wasn't there for the drive, and which Coles wafted at 2 balls ago. No immediate change to the field as Milnes bowls again. And Coles does what he should have done with the ball 2 balls ago, just on the back foot, get his body behind it and defend with a very straight bat. Yeah, the reason I asked about the saliva thing, the answer it seemed initially quite a good one. In what sport would you have someone putting a bodily fluid all over the ball and then passing it to someone else? It's unhealthy. It's unhygienic. It's fairly disgusting. And I said, well, yes, okay, good point. But then, of course, sweat is allowed. So
is that not bodily fluid?
I thought, well, okay, we're saying that you can put sweat all over it. So anyway, that was the answer. I shan't name the name, but it was pretty conclusive. So I just went into a sulk, and I'm not sure I'm totally out of it, to be honest. It's Mills bowls, and that's padded up outside the off stump. I reckon it's missing off, but it's a big appeal, and rightly so. If you're going to leave alone like that, and it's got to be missing everything. Let's have a little look at the replay here. You get such a good slow motion picture. Okay, it didn't do much. At best, it went straight on, but it didn't do enough to come back into off stump. Definitely would have missed. An ambitious appeal, one to which Yorkshire are entitled, but answered in the negative by umpire Kettleborough, and that's the end of the over. 71 for 2, with Coles very fluent until that over, with a play and miss and a ill-judged leave. 37, and Allsop just digging in with 9.
Yep, another change in the box then. Thanks, Kit, for now. We'll bring Harmsey back in for this last half hour. And it's going to be Will Sutherland to continue at the Peasholm Park end of the ground. Round the wicket, nicely played through the covers, this time off the back foot. Cracking shot by Tom Allsop, who moves into double figures as a result. And Yorkshire, well, they put the squeeze on, didn't they, with a really good start to proceedings. But this is something that I think, just as a general comment, needs to be worked on in the side. It's that feeling of the pressure release during the overs after, well, the openers and George Hill, really, the first 3 have bowled. And we've seen that on a few matches this season, something that I know Anthony McGrath, in some of those interviews we've done, has wanted to tighten up. But the ball has started to go around the park, hasn't it? 75 for 2. A fair old change in the half hour that I was off the air, as that is punched into the covers by Revis, and there is no run.
And I think a lot of that, Doidgy, really due to the way that James Coles has played. He's but he's attacked the bowling. He just looks in great form, doesn't he? I mean, look, so those shots through mid wicket are beautiful shots to watch. And he's a player who's very high on confidence at the moment.
Yeah, Sutherland into Allsop, who plays that nice compact fashion out towards point where Imam does the fielding. Looking forward to see what he's got to offer with the bat when he gets his opportunity. Yorkshire will be hoping that that's sooner rather than later as far as their match is concerned, because they've indicated that they might wrap Sussex up, but 22 overs in, to all intents and purposes, from what we're told by the players, the ball is now past its useful best, as Sutherland is wide of off stump with this delivery, and that is left by Allsop, who hit the boundary earlier in the over. Now they either had put it on as soon as he struck the shot, or they've not added 4 on, because he was showing 9 as the ball was still running towards the boundary.
Yeah,
is he on 9k or 13? He's on 13, yeah, so they've not updated that for the moment. Is it 79 for 2?
No, 70 is correct.
Total's correct, but the individual score isn't. Okay. Sutherland is in, and right in behind that is Allsop, and defending Sun back out.
These two batted very well last week, Doidgy against Essex. They put on 141 for the 3rd wicket, but thereafter Sussex, they were 174 for 2 and then bowled out for 261. So what they lost their last 8 wickets for 61 plus 85.
Yeah, with the Kookaburra, that's kind of,
yeah, that's not great.
Not great, is it? No.
So I'll be very keen not to, but they are
it was a welcome return to form for Tom Alsop, who hadn't been in great nick.
Well, 22 minutes before lunch. What might happen in this last little spell, if anything? Yorkshire have picked up the 2. DT said that they'd want a minimum of 3, having won the toss earlier.
Sorry, was it my over? I do apologise. I was staring at my book as Milnes plays to Coles. He plays to point, picks up a single. He goes to 38, total to 76 for 2.
When you opened it then, it was a bit Eamon Andrews about that, and I thought you were going to say, Matt Milnes, this is your life.
Yeah. It's not a red book, though.
No, it's not red, is it? No, it's blue.
No, it's blue.
50 partnerships.
Thank you very much,
It was
Kate.
just how it used to rest. And Michael Aspel as well, it rested in the crook of his elbow, didn't it, as he used to read.
It was a great programme. I always enjoyed this.
Adrian Harms, today you thought you were going to be commentating on cricket at Scarborough, but tonight, this is your life.
Yeah, it was a good programme. Wonder why it's never come back.
Well, it did. Did it have a seamless run when... from Eamon Andrews, did he just hand the book to Michael Aspel? I can't remember at what point Eamon Andrews passed.
But I don't think it's come back for donkey's years, has it?
No.
In comes Milnes, bowls to Alsop, who defends solidly to mid-on, and there is no run.
But they'd probably have to do something. They wouldn't be able to do it like they did in the old days, would they? They wouldn't be able to just do, this is your life. It'd have to have some gimmick involved now, wouldn't it? You know what I'm saying? I mean, remember when they tried to bring superstars back and they had to use ex-sports stars because the insurance costs were too high to cover actual current sports stars, wasn't it?
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, something
so
like
the
that.
days of Kevin Keegan coming off his bike.
Yeah, and they tried it to knockout again, didn't they, as well, with Keith Chegwin.
Milton bowls to Alsop with a play and a miss, and that was a rash shot by Tom Alsop, a ball outside of the off stump. He certainly went hard at that. Ball goes through to keeper Duke, and there is no run.
Didn't they try Keith Chegwin and Frank Bruno on Channel 4 or 5 or something like that for it to knock out? Yeah.
But Superstars it was brilliant, wasn't it? I mean, pretty much anyone who was anyone from the sporting world was in that. His bike, didn't he, Kevin Keegan? Didn't he hurt his back? And yet, probably our younger listeners will wonder what on earth we're on about. In comes Milnes bowls, also drives firmly into the covers fielded by Waterloo of the quite brilliant catch earlier on today.
And for younger viewers and listeners, this is your life. It was just, that's what it was, wasn't it? 30 minutes, well, 26 minutes probably with the adverts of some, a 26-minute summary of your life. So it's basically like somebody's funeral while they were still alive, with all the people who were going to come to the funeral coming on, the old school teacher,
Yep. There was
you were quite good at bowls when you were at school, weren't you? Yes, and I told you to stop playing and come in from the playground. And it's Mr. Johnson who...
Milnes bowls to Alsop, who plays down the track. There is no run. But generally what they would say
Your former geography teacher, Mr.
Yes,
Johnson.
But he lives in Australia, and then right at the end they'd say, well, one final surprise is that Mr. Johnson is here. We just jetted him in specially from Adelaide or somewhere. Yeah. I thought it was a good programme, Doige. You used to get to some big names as well. And people genuinely seemed like they didn't know. I wonder if they ever had an inkling that something was going to happen. Milnes, bright sunshine now. In and bowls, Alsop defends out into the offside. There is no run, and the clouds are high, lots of blue sky around. The gentleman who's sitting down below us with his shirt off is perhaps not so poorly attired as I thought, with the sun is out and it's quite warm here. It's at the end of the over. Sussex 76 for 2. The partnership between these two, as Kate was saying, these two have now added exactly 50 for this third wicket after Sussex slumped 26 for 2. Haynes out for 15. Hughes out for 8. Would you have a school teacher, Doige, that you wouldn't want to see on This Is Your Life?
Yes, probably. One or two of them turned up, I'd be running off the set. No, not again. Not the cane again.
Yeah.
George Hill to come back on at the Peashome Park end of the ground. The links were always sort of the same, weren't they? In comes Hill, and that is solidly defended this time by Coles. No run. You know, so there'd be, and you'd like to get your fingers green, didn't you? With whoever, Miss Jones, the gardening team, the horticulture club at school. And then the voice would pipe up, wouldn't it? Yes, and I remember you growing your begonias. And then she'd walk in the back door, wouldn't she? And they'd be throwing their arms out to each other in a big hug. Here's Hill, turned off the legs by Coles down to long leg. And there is one run. More suits have emerged from the marquee. Hopefully they've got a bit of slip, slap, slop sun cream on. A young boy dressed all in black with his shorts on just walks behind the sight screen down beneath our commentary position with a huge doorstep of a bread bun with something in it. Maybe fish, maybe a fish butty with some chips alongside. Seemed to be enjoying himself. The couple walked past him. It must have been 45 minutes ago. They'd gone early on a cone of chips each. Harmsy.
Nice.
When is it
Fancy
too early?
That. Well, never too early. Never too early.
77 for 2 as Hill bowls. Good delivery, slanted across Allsop, whose score still has not budged on the board. So I'm starting to query what's going on here.
13.
Scorers are not in tandem with each other. They've not added 4 onto Coles' score. He's correct on 39, is he? Yeah.
So the marquee, Georgie, that's sort of various sort of entertaining, is it, over the last couple of weeks?
Yes, apparently so. I mean, obviously you can't walk in front of them as that's pushed into the offside there by Allsop up to mid-off. Jack Whitefields, no run. People are walking across, and they must have done away with the steward on the fence either side. But often you're not allowed to walk in. Only later in the day when the G&Ts have flowed a little and people are not that bothered about watching anymore. But you can't walk there. Here's Hill. 77 for 2. Another good delivery slanted across Allsop. There's no real deviation off the surface there, Harmsy. I think it's just going on with the line, but he's saying to Tom Allsop, well, come on have a go then if you fancy it, but you're going to bring the slips into play if you do have a drive at that, because lengthwise that was just about right, wasn't it? Just attempt to if he could just straighten it a tad, then he'll almost have to play at it, Tom Allsop. Here he is again, and he does have to play at this one, which feels like it's shaping back in. Final ball of the over, said Peter Hartley, so at the end of that one. 25 now bowled this morning, 77 for 2. We're not going to get the full 32 in by the looks of things, with just 14 minutes to go before the lunch break.
As you talk about sort of outground cricket or festival cricket, Kit was saying about this being, obviously it's a great festival, this cricket, but we were at Cheltenham a couple of weeks ago for a T20, and Cheltenham were going to be hosting 2 championship matches down there, and the T20 that Sussex played, and the ground was absolutely. Have you been to Cheltenham?
No.
Packed to the rafters, and it seemed to be a really well supported festival.
Yeah. We were supposed to be there in COVID year, the Cheltenham Festival, Yorkshire, Gloucestershire, and then it obviously never materialised.
Milnes in bowls to Coles, who's forward and defends down the offside of the track. There is no run. It's an excellent festival, and remember being down there with our dearly loved late friend Bob Hunt commentating down there with Bob. We commentate at Square Leg on a balcony there, but it's a really good festival that Gloucestershire put on, and 5,000 people packed into the ground for a T20. There was a women's match first of all, and it was really good, very well done.
I never worked with Bob, actually.
Did you not?
No.
Okay. In comes Milnes bowls, Coles clips nicely away through mid-wicket. They get a couple of runs. Here is James Coles. Comes back for the second. He's got a bit of a move on. He was slightly dawdling, but he goes to 39, the total to 77 for 2.
I've heard all the stories.
Yeah, lovely man. I sadly no longer with us, but he was. I thoroughly enjoyed commentating with Bob. He used to do a lot of sort of amateur dramatics in his spare time, and he used to play similar standard of cricket to me, which was a poor standard, and we used to have many a laugh and a joke about village cricket and teas and
turning up at matches without the kit and, only having 9 men and someone playing in jeans and that sort of thing. In goes Milnes, bowls to Coles. That's the second time that James Coles has done that to a ball with a bit more bounce, looking to cut that one away through backward point. And he's just been a little fortunate on those occasions not to get a little nick to that as James Coles.
Yeah, and again, it's the Scarborough length thing, and it's just a little bit of extra kick off the pitch that you generally get here, and that's probably going to be exaggerated slightly with a bit more grass on it as well. You'd think it might be what they call the trampoline bounce. But if you can get under him as a batter, and he's got under a couple now, hasn't he? David Vine and Ron Pickering, brilliant presenters and commentators on Superstars, says Carl Williams with a C.
Milnes again bowls to Coles, who stylishly forward plays that to mid-off when there is no run. Yes, that's right, David Vine, Ron Pickering. I remember on one occasion, they used to do the dips, didn't they, on the bars, and the motor racing drivers always used to do really well, and people were surprised how fit they were. I remember James Hunt doing it. I think Jody Scheckter might have done it as well.
Yeah,
and they used to do more than a lot of. I mean, Brian Jacks used to do about sort of 100, didn't he? He was super fit, but the motor racing drivers were really fit. Comes. But no, let's let go by James Coles. He's just asked 1 or 2 questions here, is Matt Milnes. In the previous over, James Coles padded up to 1 outside the off stump. On this occasion, he let it go. You have to say it's a good leave because. It goes straight through to keeper Duke, but he's just causing James Coles just coming down to a little bit of guarding, just maybe slightly unsettling Coles, who's batted beautifully here today for his 41.
I'm not sure how quick they were over the ground, though, the motor racing drivers, from memory in the running.
Yeah, it was more the strength events, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They were surprisingly strong. Milnes again from the Trafalgar Square end in and bowls to Coles. Again, he has a dip at 1 outside the off stump. The ball goes through to Duke. That's three occasions now where James Coles and plays are missed outside of the off stump. Good over by Milnes, 79 for 2. Coles on 41. Alsop is on 9, and we've got about another 8 minutes by my reckoning to go until lunch.
Yeah, nobody can say James Coles isn't playing his shots and he's in his shell out there, because he's certainly trying to break out at every possible opportunity.
I think Kate was going to say something about the score. Is it still wrong? Alsop should be 13, shouldn't it?
It's 13.
And is it still 79?
It is,
yeah. I wonder why they can't change this scoreboard. The sun is warm, actually, isn't it?
It is.
It's now a really pleasant day. Lots and lots of blue sky.
Here's Hill, driven nicely by Alsop. That's going to be 4. It seemed to gather momentum on its way down towards the boundary at the Pease Home Park end. Jack White never really in the chase. And they have now added 8 on following that boundary, and he's got 17 on the scoreboard. Kate feels vindicated.
Well done, Kate.
Outstanding. Never in doubt whatsoever. 83 for 2.
I think Sussex will feel if they can get to lunch with just these two, with just 2 down, having been 26 for 2, that they've had a decent morning.
Yeah, I think you're right. Here's George Hill in again. Alsop, having got his hands through that previous delivery, gets another one up there. George is bowling the right sort of lengths here, lines. It's just the ball's doing nothing appreciable off the straight. And as has been the case with so many of these Kookaburra matches, you're relying even more heavily in a general sense on batter error than you are on the ball doing something special. Hill in again, Alsop watchful, once more drops that out into the offside. 1 or 2 items of lunch already been sought into. Book's been read down to our left as well. Half an eye on the book. I can read 3 or 4 lines in between deliveries. Yeah, get through a couple of chapters during a session and still keep my eye on the game. Gentleman in his Panama out there to the left. Looks like a special bookmark he's got in as well, as Hill is in. Oh, well played by Alsop. He just got one that did maybe nip slightly in on him, and slightly out of kilter. He watched it well and got it away backward of square for 1. Will Luxton is out there at the moment. He'll, I'm sure, consider himself unlucky, having got 71 here last week to have missed out on selection this time. He, of course, was called back from that first-class counties match down at Beckenham to play last week when the Imam visa wasn't sorted. But he's out there on the field, Imam, this time around, and expendable Will Luxton on the back of that. Another dot ball there, turned into the leg side.
There's people on a bit of a terrace up there, Deutsch. Is it on a roof of an extension to a house over there? They get a good view.
Yeah, it looks like probably a guest house, something like that. Free entry, of course, free view.
Yeah, there's a free view. Probably half a dozen people.
I'm not sure if the hotel's price will reflect that. They might charge the 33 quid on top of the daily rate to allow you in, as that's turned into the leg side. And Finlay Bean comes in from mid-wicket to field and complete over number 27 this morning. 41 to Coles, 18 to the patient Tom Alsop, 84 for 2. If you're joining us more recently, the 2 wickets to have fallen. Tom Haynes, outstanding catch by James Wharton, and if you haven't seen that, then I would strongly advise that you do. It happened at 11:37 if you need to fire your way through the stream, and 8.3 overs into the match. Covered a huge amount of ground, dive full length to take the catch off Jack White. Haynes gone for 15, and then Hughes bowled by White for 8. The scores 19 and 26 respectively when those 2 wickets fell. Don Best coming on for a token over of spin before lunch.
Yes, I wonder whether we might get the obligatory over of spin. Are we likely to get 2 more before lunch, do you think? Possibly?
Could do, yeah.
I don't know if there's a clock around the ground that we go by. In comes Bess. Round the wicket, bowls to Alsop, who clips this backward as I presume he got a bit of bat on that. We'll just wait for the umpire's signal or otherwise. Indeed, they did come off the bat, so Alsop goes to 18, 84 for 2.
There is a clock on the pavilion, but of course as we're side onto it, we can't see that.
Right. My watch says about 4 minutes to, but that could be wrong. Bess is going to come over the wicket to the right-handed James Coles. Actually, it says my phone, which is probably more accurate, says 12:55, so I reckon we will get another over after this. Just the one slip and a short leg in place. As Bess taking his time to set his field. Now he's ready. Comes in over the wicket, bowls to Cole, who drives without timing into the covers. And there is no run. He remains on 41, also on 19. Sussex 85 for 2, which we think is wrong. In comes Bess, bowls to Coles, who is forward, and some interest from the close fielders. There's no run. Are we saying that also should be 20?
No, he's on 18 and Coles is on 42.
In comes Bess again. Coles is forward defending, bat and pad close together, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. I think we're better off asking Kate the score rather than relying on the scoreboard. It's just had a bit of an off morning. He's in again. Coles hammers that one down the ground, and I've gone all the way for a maximum. I think he might have done. Has he's come down the ground, James Cole, and has just crashed the ball over, been on for 6. He goes to 48, we think. Sussex to 91 for 2.
Oh, you'll have the pedants incensed with that maximum comment.
Really?
Well, of course, it's not necessarily a maximum, is it, a 6?
No, it's not. You're quite right.
I've been pulled on that before.
Have you?
I don't use it anymore.
Comes Bess again, bowls to James Coles, who's bowled, is he?
No.
I thought for a minute he'd been bowled. Good bit of smart bit of keeping though by Duke. And there is no run, so much ado about nothing. 91 for 2. So what do we think? Who do we think's got what runs here, Kate? Do we think the scoreboard's right?
It's right now.
Oh, so Coles is on 47. Alsop is on 19. I apologise to the scoreboard operators, but they've got it right now. And we will have one more over before lunch. And Sussex will be very pleased with the way things have gone since the dismissals of Haynes and Hughes, who were out for 15 and 8 respectively. Coles and Alsop have steadied the ship, with James Coles playing some delightful shots in his 47 not out.
George Hill at the Peasholm Park end, bowling to Alsop, who defends that first delivery of the final over of the session. Wonder what goodies will be in the press box today. Did you order your food, Harmsy?
I did, yes. Yes, I did. I had an email through from someone at Yorkshire saying what would I like to eat. That was very, very efficient.
Did you say fish and chips? Salt, vinegar?
Steak and chips. No, that wasn't on the agenda. Menu, rather.
Here's Hill again over the wicket, just a little leg stumpish and turned down to long leg by Alsop, who'll rotate the strike with a single. Matthew Revis down there doing the fielding. Haven't seen Rev in action with the ball yet, but that tends to be later on into proceedings. He's in red hot form with the bat at this moment in time. And the right-handed Cole's back on strike. The slip cordon diminishes in number down to 2. Sutherland at first, bad looks of things, and Lythe at second, and George Hill bowling to Coles, who just defends to Don Bess at mid-off. No run. Hopefully be able to see the laptop and any correspondence you've sent this morning at some point during the afternoon.
So when the sun disappears?
Yeah, round to the right, usually 2 o'clock-ish onwards, it gets better from our point of view. Hill's in again, good delivery, got a nick and gone. Coles, that will be the final ball of the morning session. George Hill, on his comeback into the first team following injury, has done the trick. He's just kept nagging away like he does, and he's got due reward with the wicket of Coles, who's gone, caught by Harry Duke for 47, 92 for 3 as they walk off for lunch.
Well, that's a really big wicket on the stroke of lunch, and James Coles will be disappointed. He's batted beautifully this morning, and nicking one behind. But as you say, credit to George Hill, who's nagged away. That almost, we were saying it's been Sussex's morning probably, but that perhaps pulls it back to more sort of even Steven. Lovely innings by James Coles, but he'd be bitterly disappointed to have got out on the verge of lunch having played so well. He would have been looking set to make a really big score. So he goes. Georgie, that probably doesn't make that honours about even Dave Townsend was saying that he thought 3 was the minimum, and that's what Yorkshire have done.
Yeah, I'd have said so, probably.
Dave Townsend sitting next to me, I think probably makes it about honours even at the break.
I think so. Minimum really three wickets here in the morning. If you put the opposition in, if you back yourself, obviously same thing. The bowling side wants those 3 wickets because the ball's at its best for doing stuff with it, and B, the pitch is at its most responsive. So and it goes from there. But yes, for anyone who wasn't with us this morning, Adrian, where were you?
Where were you? Because you missed an outstanding catch by James Wharton, who dismissed Tom Haynes. Haynes looking to clip the ball onto the leg side. Wharton ran back probably fully 30 yards. And as the ball came over his shoulder, he dived and caught the ball. I didn't see. Did he catch it one-handed? Well, he got both hands to it. But it was an extraordinary catch. And that sort of completed a very good spell of bowling by Jack White, who picked up both openers. Daniel Hughes, the next man to go. But then a good recovery from Sussex. They were 26 for 2 before James Coles was out on the stroke of lunch. I thought Dave, having batted beautifully for his 47.
Yeah, batted very well, didn't he? Very impressive. The Sussex number 4. There's lots of waving going on now. Can we sit down and maybe it's the press moving around, because the sight screens, for those of you who know Scarborough, the sight screens are sort of partly in front of us in our commentary positions, and mostly in front of the press box, which is away to our right. So cut to the eastern side of the ground. George Hill bowls, and that's pushed into the offside, and there's no run. There's the West Stand, which is a fairly newly refurbished West Stand, a long way away today, isn't it, down there, away to our right? But the viewing's good from all over here.
Yes, it is. No, it is. Not as big a crowd as perhaps in previous years at Scarborough, Dave. Is that true to say?
So it's disappointing. It's a reasonable crowd. Hill bowls and allowed to outside off stump. He just nags away. That's the end of his over, because he actually took that 3rd wicket with the 4th ball of what was the last over before lunch. I was going to say what turned out to be the last over. It was always going to be the last over, but of course if a wicket falls, then they go off and have a bit of tucker.
So the new man in is Daniel Ibrahim, who made a very good 100 up at Durham a couple of weeks ago, but played a couple of poor shots last week down at Hove in the defeat against Essex. Now, he wasn't alone in playing poor shots last week, but he'll feel he needs runs in this match for Dan Ibrahim, batting at number 5. And it's going to be Will Sutherland who's going to pick up the attack from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground with 2 slips and a gully, a point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Sutherland around the wicket comes in and bowls to Tom Alsop, and Alsop plays that a little late to mid-on, and there is no run. In fact, they're going to make a change in the field now, I think, are they? There's someone late. That's Don Best, the skipper, who's just gone running across to speak to his mid-on fielder. I wonder what on earth he was doing. I thought it was a good bit of fielding, but he's a...
Well, I think he was congratulating him on the good bit of fielding.
Maybe, yeah.
Or he just has to have the attention, Don Best. He likes it. He throws himself about all over the place as well.
Sutherland in again, bowls wide outside the off stump. Alsop shoulders, arms, gets the bat high out of the way. The ball goes through to keeper Harry Duke. I noticed in between overs, Dave, he seems to sprint. He's the first one in position for the start of the next over. I'd quite like to see that in these days of horrendously low over rates, particularly in test matches. So he's always looking to get on with it, is the keeper.
Yes, he's a live wire, Harry Duke.
Here comes Sutherland, and it's cut away by Tom Alsop. It was a cry of catch, but I don't think there was any possibility of there being a catch. It was cut away by Alsop, and he picks up the first runs since lunch. He goes to 24, and Sussex to 96 for 3. Just a bit too much width there from Will Sutherland, who James Coles was particularly severe on earlier on.
Could the two of you sort of relay my binoculars down from the far end?
Sutherland in again, bowls to Alsop, who plays to backward point, and there is no run. A very impressive pair of binoculars.
Oh, yes.
Sutherland's previous 4 overs have gone for 21. James Coles with a couple of lovely flicks away through mid-wicket for 4. The sun has momentarily disappeared. A little bit more cloud has drifted in. There's now about 70% cloud and only patches of blue sky as Sutherland around the wicket bowls to Alsop, who's solidly forward to a ball of good length, plays that into the offside, and there is no run.
As you noted earlier in the over, he's playing quite late, isn't he, Tom Olsen?
He is.
Which is not a bad sign.
What were you hoping to spy in your binoculars?
I was watching, just, gets you a little bit closer, sort of almost, these glasses, you almost feel like you're sitting on George Hill's shoulders at first slip.
Sutherland in bowls. Good leave by Tom Alsop, taken by Dukes. There we are. Look, there goes Harry Example. End of the over. Sussex 96 for 3. Ibrahim yet to score. Alsop is on 24. I'm Adrian Harms. Dave Townsend next to me on BBC Radio Sussex, York, Leeds, and others that I'm sure Jonathan Doidge will tell me I've forgotten.
So when you go to the Oval on Sunday, as you're going to watch the test match, I say the deciding test match, it decides whether India can draw the series or not, doesn't it? Hill in bowls, and that's played nicely up to mid-on by Ibrahim, but there's no run to be had there. Are you going to be sitting there moaning if it's a great day's cricket but they only bowl 82 overs or something?
Well, that was the point that was put to me last week when I was grumbling about over rates, and the feeling was, someone said to me, well, if you see a great day's cricket and there's only 82 overs, does it matter that they haven't bowled 90 if you've seen a brilliant day?
And what was your answer? Hill bowls, and that's
I think that's a fair argument. But on the other hand, I still think they should bowl. It would have been a brilliant day's cricket. It might have been even more brilliant if they'd have bowled the extra 8 or however many they're meant to bowl.
Yeah, but it's not a force of nature, is it? The 90 overs. It's an arbitrary figure that they've chosen. If they chose for there to be 80 overs in the day, everybody would say, "Oh, that's great! Look, they bowled 82 overs." Hill to Ibrahim, and working that around his front pad, he plays that up to a White at mid-on, no run.
But I just get frustrated when you're watching Test match cricket and then halfway through an over, the batsman wants some more gloves brought out, so they bring out some more gloves, and then they have drinks, and it takes about 7 minutes to have some drinks, then a helmet's brought out. My personal feel, I think it's shortchanging the public. If you're paying 125 quid for a ticket, I want to see a good amount of cricket. I don't want to see them standing around taking drinks all the time. And
Hill bowls, and again played back to him, playing through the V at the moment, Ibrahim, which is a good sign early on in the innings. What your problem really is not the 90 overs in the day, it's the £125 to get in, isn't it? Well, if it was 20 quid to get in, you wouldn't mind.
Possibly, yeah. But I think 125 quid's a lot of money.
I agree with you entirely. You just don't. It's Hill bowls and defended. The grounds sell out. The grounds are.
They do.
Are small, relatively. To say to Australia.
Yeah, and actually, Dave, someone said to me, 125 quid for a full day's, and I'm only going to 1 day's Test cricket this year, so I think we're okay. But back in the winter, I got a ticket to see England play France at Twickenham. It was the only Six Nations match I went to see, and I paid over 100 quid for that, and that was face value.
Hill bowls, and that ball just coming in, just a little bit of movement.
Good over.
Turns that square. Good over from George Hill. I much prefer him when he's bowling from this end. He had a spell from the top end earlier today. Not quite so good. He seems to run better up the slight incline. When we sit here, Adrian, there does look like a big slope on.
Yes, it does.
You get down to ground level, and there is a little slope, but it's nowhere near what it appears. It's just one of those things. Anyway, what you were complaining about the rugby.
I was belly aching, right? Yeah, in fact, I'm just
complained about the cricket and about the rugby. Have you been to see Brighton? How much do they charge these days?
I get in for nothing at Brighton. It comes Sutherland round the wicket, bowls to Allsop, who lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Duke, and there is no run. And I guess the answer at Twickenham will be as well, it sells out for all the Six Nations games, so that probably the organisers probably think, well, if you can sell it out charging £100 a ticket, why wouldn't you?
Yes.
And it was a good game, and we had a very good day, so perhaps it's just me just whinging. I just think £100 sounds a lot of money. In comes Sutherland around the wicket, bowls, all sort of lets that go outside the off stump, no run. What I think it does do, though, Dave, is I think it does. Does it preclude people who I mean, I can't necessarily afford £100, but I thought, if you want to take, a couple of children or whatever, it's expensive, isn't it? And paying £8 for a pint of beer or whatever it is.
Well, the kids aren't going to be drinking beer.
No, I know, but they've got to get in. Sutherland bowls to Allsop, who's solidly behind this, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Well, there was a debate here. Someone was saying at lunchtime, no names, no pack drill. They think it's expensive to get in at Scarborough this week, and that's why maybe the crowd isn't as high.
Well, there has been a sort of whole debate and issue about it. I mean, the prices to get in just for the obviously members, and it's different, but £33 to get in.
Sutherland in bowls. Allsop clips nicely through square leg. He's going to pick up a couple of runs here. Is Tom Allsop, which takes him to 26, and the Sussex total to 98 for 3. I think everything has got a price point, hasn't it? I think a price point on a bottle of wine from the supermarket is £5. Why are you two laughing?
Well, if you invite us round for dinner, we'll bring our own, Adrian. That's all right.
Here comes Sutherland, bowls to Allsop, who defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run. There's Georgie sitting next to me like he's a wine connoisseur.
Yeah, I've got friends of mine who are well-off people who like a glass of wine, and they're like, £5 or £6, and they say, "Oh, this one's not too bad." Now, why would you drink a bottle of wine that's bad at all in any percentage?
Sutherland again bowls, also right solidly in behind that, plays out into the offside. End of a.
Yeah, you can. Anyway, I'm sure you enjoy your wine at £5 a bottle, and the ball's played back down the track. But you do make a very good point with that people actually have their price point with bottles of wine. I mean, £5, £6, and then there's other people. You sort of go up to £10. Oh, that's a bit nicer, that is. And then you're sort of stuck with that. You can't go back. Hill. Abraham defends, no runs. Runs-wise, it's gone a little bit quiet at the moment, hasn't it?
It has. Good bowling, I think, since lunch by... I was impressed by George Hill bowling here last year. From memory, he picked up wickets. Did he get a career best? Get a career best here last year. He certainly took wickets, I remember.
Not to ask me questions like that.
I know, as the Yorkshire specialist.
Here he is, 18 on his back, slightly angled approach, and that one swings in just a tiny little bit. And you just got to keep plugging away, line and length, and a little bit of movement, as he did before lunch when he got his reward when he got Coles out for a very good 47. That's good, so.
He's making Ibrahim play absolutely everything here, Dave.
I'm just fascinated by the Harms wine cellar, actually, at the moment. Bowl's slightly wide of the crease that time, and it's played back to him, and there's no run.
Yeah, there is certainly no sort of vintage bottles covered in dust waiting to be uncorked.
Take the label off and wipe the dust off, and it says 17 and sixpence or something. The price tag's still on it. Oh, what about this one? Since when it was decimalisation, that was 71, I think, wasn't it? Hill bowls, and again Abraham patient, happy to come forward, get a feel for the pitch and the pace of the pitch, and that's no run to be had there. One of the many good things about living in Thailand, well, it's a sort of bad thing and a good thing. The wine's expensive over there, and you'd pay probably 20 quid for a bottle that would be £8 or £9 over here. But the reason why that's a good thing, Hill bowls, Abraham's still not off the mark, plays this one to mid-wicket and another maiden over. The reason that's a good thing, Adrian, is once you bought a couple of bottles at 20, you come back to England and you see a bottle on sale for 14 quid or so. Oh, that's good. Good value. And immediately your expectations goes up.
There we go. Why is wine expensive in Thailand?
No idea.
Right.
I've no idea. One thing I'm sure you would never do, but please don't, is decide to open a cheese and wine company in because they're both very expensive in Thailand.
Sutherland bowls to Alsop, who plays to mid-on. There is no run. Yorkshire are playing this sort of faster cricket a bit. I know they're very quickly behind around and sort of zipping through their overs. Maybe this is a tactic. Once they feel they're on top, they want to keep bowling. They want to put the batters under pressure.
They probably heard you're here and complaining about overruns.
Prices. Here comes Sutherland around the wicket. Bowls, Alsop shoulders, arms through to Duke, no run. Look at the speed. The ball is going back to the bowler as well.
Briskly walking back.
Yeah, lovely. I like it.
You know, in the old days, and this is pre my time, sort of 50s and things, they bowl 20 quick bowlers bowl 20 overs an hour, 22 overs an hour. You know, so it can be done.
Yes, it can. Back to his mark. Comes in from the Trafalgar Square end bowls to Alsop, who again shoulders, arms, a bit of extra bounce there. You were talking about that earlier on, and Doidge was as well when we were commentating before lunch about the odd ball that just lifts. It's just a sort of a Scarborough thing. James Coles was nearly undone on a couple of occasions as Paul Farbrace comes out of the pavilion in a very natty looking pair of blue trainers and wanders down below us. Gives us the thumbs up, which is nice.
Fine man, Farby.
Comes to bowls and also clips in the air, but it's going to race away for at least a couple of runs. I don't know if they'll come back for a third. They might. Probably difficult ground for an all-run three, and a very good bit of fielding out there by... Who's that chasing the ball all the way to the boundary?
Jack White, is it?
Very good bit of fielding. Prevented a third run. Two more to the total. 100 up for Sussex, I think that is. Is that right? Kate said 100? 100 up, thank you. There we are. 100 scoreboards done it. So 100 for 3. Alsop goes to 28. Sutherland in again. Bowls. Alsop is solidly forward to a ball of good length. Plays to mid on. This is a good contest since lunch. I'm enjoying this. It's good. It's good cricket.
It wasn't Jack White. It was our man Wharton.
Was it? Well, he's had a good day.
He's had a very good day.
It was a very good catch, which one of the great things about streaming and everything else, that it's there for everybody to see, and it was a really very fine catch to dismiss Tom Haynes. Getting around at the Trafalgar end, the sun has completely disappeared now. Sutherland is in. Bowls. Alsop drives down the ground, filtered at mid-on, and again there is no run. Look at Harry Duke, Dave. Look, he's sprinting. He's already down the other end, ready for the start of the next over. And the bowler George Hill, he's had his James Wharton has taken his jumper, and already Yorkshire are
the batsman holding them up.
Yes, they are. Indeed, they are. Yeah. This is
behind in the first. Presumably they must be behind the rate after the morning.
But not much behind, I don't think. There was. This is interesting for Dan Abrams. He hasn't scored yet, and he's a young player. Just want to suddenly give it away.
Hills bowls to him, and he still hasn't scored. He turns that to mid-wicket. Thought about it, but there wasn't one to be had there. Jack White with the number 19 on his back. He's starting to warm up, or just stay loose there at mid-on. He has a word with George Hill as Hill walks back to his mark.
A couple of Sussex lads, they're going for a walk around the boundary edge as well.
Hill Ibrahim, who covers up. Oh, a bit of excitement behind the stump. You'd think as a bowler, after plugging away like this, you might just be tempted to give him a loose one outside the off stump.
Yeah, well, I wondered that. You know, just give him one I think's what I can do.
Give him a wide one, he'll throw his hands at it, and hopefully, from a Yorkshire point of view, one of the 3 slips will take. Hill bowls, and again concentrating on the stumps, and it's impressive that Ibrahim isn't sort of he's showing no signs of impatience at all out there, is he? Which is good to see.
When he made his 100 up at Durham a few weeks ago, he'd been recalled to the side, hadn't played a championship match for a season and a half, and he had to face a really good spell from Matthew Potts, who was lots of searching questions.
Hill bowls again, pitches up this time, it's driven firmly, but can't get it past Jack White, moving to his left and sort of doing that sort of half dive sort of thing they do to get a bit of body behind it as well as his hands. Prevents the ball going through.
How many balls has Ibrahim faced? Okay.
18.
Thank you.
So, will he score off his 19th? Hill bowls it, and that one comes in, and again defensively pushing it back down the pitch. He's quite content just to pat Hill back.
I sometimes wonder, though, whether you... I mean, it's admirable patience, but do you need to be looking to pick up the odd one and just keep the scoreboard ticking? Does that put a pressure on the non-striker? I mean, it's a 4-day game, so there's a long way to go.
Don't score any runs in the
no, that's very true. Yeah.
Hill bowls again, and again he pushes that up to mid-on. He's quite content to just pat another over back to Hill, and well batted Danny Ibrahim, who I must admit I haven't seen bat before, but he looks quite well organised, doesn't he?
Yes, he at Headingley in COVID, just I think it was the year after COVID, became the youngest player in county championship history to score a half century. And very nearly became the youngest player in the county championship to score a century down at Worcester in the same season. In comes Sutherland around the wicket to bowl to Alsop, who defends out into the offside, and there is no run. We have had since lunch 8 overs?
8 runs.
8 runs in 7 overs? 6 overs and a bit. Yeah. So Yorkshire have bowled very tightly since the break. Bess is scurrying around talking to his... Who's that phoning up? He keeps going across to mid-on, having a word to someone at mid-on. Sutherland in again, bowls, also defends into the covers, and Bess scurries around and prevents a single being taken. And again, there is no run.
He hasn't got his whites very dirty today, if at all. He usually likes a slide and a bit of mud on the legs.
Now, our friend who had his shirt off pre-lunch, I think he might still be at lunch. I don't think he would have his shirt off now because it's got quite chilly. As Sutherland in bowls, Alsop defends to mid-on. There is no run. This is very good by Yorkshire. Pretty much, Sussex having to play pretty much everything here, Dave.
Yeah, and the question is, whose patience will run out first?
Yes.
If you like, because they're playing properly, they're playing defensively, and as you said, 4-day game, Adrian, and they got bowled out cheaply a couple of times last week.
Sutherland in bowls to Alsop, does let that go outside the off stump, taken by Drew. No, you're absolutely right, and Paul Farbrace was disappointed is probably an understatement as to the way Sussex batted last week. And the players will know that, and certainly Ibrahim at the non-strikers end will feel, despite that 100 at Durham, he probably needs a score in this game to cement his place when the championship resumes back in after the 100. Sutherland bowls. Also plays onto the onside, and there is no run. Still the 2 slips in place. Would you say there's a backward point, or would you call that a gully, Dave?
He's too deep for gully.
Yeah, he is. Georgie's waving to somebody. I don't know quite who. Oh, it's a friend. He's got a friend.
He knows half the.
He does. He does. Yeah. In comes Sutherland again around the wicket bowls. Alsop again defends down the onside, and it's another maiden over.
You should recognise it. It was out twice last week when it was out.
100 for 3 at the end of the year. Alsop 28. Ibrahim yet to score. Sorry, Georgie.
It was out with him and him last week.
Oh, right.
Across the road in the book.
Okay. So, since lunch, Sussex have added 8 to their total, and we have had 7 overs and 2 balls since. 7 overs and 2 balls since the resumption. So, good bowling, some stout defence from Sussex in the shape of Ibrahim and Alsop. You said you thought White might be coming into the attack, and indeed he is. Bowled that very good spell this morning.
Yeah, he's going to be bowling up the slight incline, away from the press box. Number 19 on his back. Nice to have a couple of visitors, as ever, at lunchtime. Just come up and say hello. Ben Crossland, who's down in London playing a bit of jazz at the weekend. White bowls, clipped into or driven into the offside. No.
What does he play?
Jazz.
Right, but instrument-wise?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh,
Blow something, I think. Trumpet or something.
I wonder where he plays. I like a bit of jazz.
Oh, he's a good man to have a natter to. And he said one of his friends is listening to us in the Isle of Scilly or somewhere.
Yeah.
It's always nice to hear different parts of the world listening in. White bowls and defended into the onside. No run. Do you know where the most remote listeners I think I've had in my however many years it is doing this was a research station in Antarctica. Were listening in and sending us emails. They were researching chin-strap penguins, which I'm sure you'd be an expert on.
Chin-strap penguins.
It is a thing. You can look it up. Next delivery, White bowls outside the off stump, still no run. So Abraham is going to get a real sort of one of those first class sort of slightly sarcastic, slightly cheers, isn't he, when he does get off the mark? Way, it's going to be in a minute.
I only raised an eyebrow when you said about the chin strap penguin, because I've spent far too many days with you and Kevin Hand commentating on Middlesex games when you say something and I think, can that really be true?
Yeah. You can Google it. Type of penguin. White bowls at an edge and he's gone. He doesn't get off the mark. White has taken the wicket. Jack White, that ball in the corridor outside off stump. A little nudge forward.
24 balls.
And he's faced 24 balls and hasn't got off the mark. So he's not going to hear that sort of, hey, clap, clap, clap when he does, because he won't. Gone for naught. Dan Ibrahim, and that's a big disappointment.
Well, it is a big disappointment, and I was saying, I sometimes wonder whether you're not scoring runs, you're going into your shell, and you're just struggling away. And he'd have been a player coming into this match definitely under pressure. He played 2 poor shots last week in the defeat against Essex, and he's wandering off now. I mean, you say he played nice and straight, but the scoreboard's not ticking along. I wonder if it gets into your head a little bit. And Sussex in trouble now, having looked to be going along very nicely on 92 for 2. Suddenly they're 100 for 4. As a man you know very well comes out to bat, leads at tops the Sussex averages, John Simpson.
Yeah, best wicket keeper never to play Test cricket, I'd suggest. We're getting a replay of that wicket now with batsman slightly obscured, but straightforward catch, first slip. That's the end of a. I agree. He started off to play himself in, didn't he? And then found he'd got that situation where just got a little bit bogged down.
Yeah, definitely.
Straightforward catch for George Hill.
And Sussex have had a problem in the top order this year. Tom Clark have been batting at 3 a lot this season, but with desperately shorter runs, made 100 in the first match at Edgbaston, but since then had really struggled. So they took Tom Clark out of the lineup. They brought Dan Ibrahim in. But I say a good 100 at Durham, but since then he's struggled.
White then first ball to John Simpson, and Simpson just offers the pad to that, allows it through to the live wire behind the stumps.
Well, Yorkshire will feel they're on top here, Dave, and certainly if another wicket will go down here. Well, I mean, Sussex do bat along one of the with Lamb coming into the side for Carvelos. That does strengthen the batting, but you're sort of in amongst the all-rounders once one of these two go. Not they can all bat.
Here's White again to the left-handed Simpson, who plays that firmly to mid-wicket. Doesn't get a run. That's the end of the overtime. For changing the commentary, certainly from my point of view.
Thanks very much, Dave. So, the end of the over. And I have to say, I think Yorkshire have been excellent here since the interval. They've picked up the wicket of Daniel Ibrahim. Sussex have only scored 8 runs. Well, I'm looking in Kate's direction. I think that is in 8 overs and 2 balls. Am I correct, Kate? So, Sussex scoring at less than 1 and over since the break. And it just does bring its own pressure in a way. Daniel Ibrahim 24 balls before he scored. I didn't actually see who took the catch. To dismiss George Hill, thank you. And Sutherland comes in to bowl to Alsop, who lets that go, goes through to Duke, and there is no run. Kit Harris is back with us. Hello, Kit.
Hello. I've been out of the commentary box for the whole half hour after lunch, and poor old Dan Ibrahim had been out in the middle for the whole half hour after lunch. 24 balls, didn't score.
So I was explaining that he would have felt he needed a score in this game.
He would.
Comes Sutherland bowls, also defends into the offside, no run. I have to say, I thought Yorkshire have bowled really well since the lunch break. They've limited attacking shots. But that being said, Sussex have got themselves really bogged down.
They have, and again, it's just as it was at the start of the day. It's White who is proving the biggest handful. What's that? 3 for 10 off 9 overs with 5 maidens.
Sutherland in bowls. Alsop is forward, but maybe kept a little low. Played to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yorkshire now with 1. Well, in fact, they picked up a bowling point when James Coles was out. Overcast, just some light blue sky in the distance. So maybe those who said there was a bit of rain around later may be correct, but it's certainly a little chillier this afternoon.
Yeah, gradually clouding up over the next 2 days.
Sutherland in, bowls to Alsop, who's forward, plays to backward point, fielded by Matthew Revis, and again there is no run. Difficult, isn't it? When you're a young player, and he is a young player, Daniel Levy. You come into a game, you know in your own mind that you played 2 poor shots last week. You need some runs. You're looking to play yourself bin, but you're suddenly finding you can't get on. You can't get off the mark. Sutherland in, bowls. Also plays this very late to mid-wicket, fielded there by Wharton, and there is no run.
That's when, and I assume someone would say this to Dan Ibrahim, when you've got to trust what you've done in more than the most recent game. He's got his 121, his highest score. He knows he can score runs for this team at this level. You're not necessarily only as good as your last game.
Sutherland in. bowls, all sort of drives nicely to mid-off, and they take a single just to break the shackles. All sort of goes to 29, Sussex to 101 for 4 at the end of the over. Yeah, Dan Ibrahim's 100, and it was a good 100. He came to bat when Sussex were in trouble up at Durham, and on the final morning of the match, he had to face Matthew Potts, who was really tearing in at Durham, and he batted really well, and eventually went through to his 100. I have to say, I can't for the life of me work out why Matthew Potts isn't in and around the England side at the moment. I think he's a terrific fast, but he never seems to be unfit.
I'm much the same, Adrian. It's mystifying. He can bowl between 85 and 90, as you say. You know, he is fit. He can bat a bit too, which the England selectors like. And when he's played, he hasn't put a foot wrong, really.
Well, I'm just surprised. I mean, they talk about juggling the bowling around for the game at the Oval, but Potts' name just doesn't seem to be in the frame.
Right, here's White taking up the attack again. Forward comes Allsop. Very nice, compact defence, but it was a straightforward ball, just tailing in a little and very full.
Talking about Durham, they were in all sorts of trouble. 100 for 7 at the Riverside. 4 wickets there for Dan Worrell. Who won the toss there? Durham won the toss and decided to bat.
Oh, heavens.
So the leaders of the county championship flexing their muscles up at Durham this week.
Right arm round is White, driven straight down the ground, beats mid on, and it was a half volley, truth be told. It needed to be hit, but he hit it well. And Allsop, well, he hasn't timed all his drives after lunch, shall we say, but that one came straight off the meat of the bat. 33 he has now, 105 for 4, Sussex.
Also at the top of the table, Nottinghamshire against Somerset. Somerset were all sorts of trouble. 25 for 3, now 133 for 3. James Rue on 66, Tom Abel on 52. Watched James Rue back down at Hove this year, and that was a joy.
White hasn't been hit down the ground many times, and this one is going through extra cover, and a great diving half stop is going to restrict the batters to, I think, just the single. 2.
I've got a substitute fielder on Yorkshire. I saw someone come running out with number 68 on his back. Thank you.
Will Luxton is on. Well, that was Sutherland, I think, fielding there.
Okay.
Who is Luxton on for?
I don't know. I saw.
Well, Wharton went off just before lunch, fleetingly, and that's when Luxton was on. Wharton is at cover, says Jonathan Doidge at the back of the box. White is in, just covering up on off stump this time. Allsop now on 35, 107 for 4, Sussex. Luxton is at a squarish mid-wicket, so that White can bowl full at the pads of the left-handed Allsop to strive for the LBW or bowled, but Luxton is there to pick up the clip. Mid-on and long leg are the other 2 leg side fielders as White bowls outside off. And it's a little scamper. Yes, there's Wharton at cover.
I think it's Milnes.
Holdsworth thinks Milnes is off.
Oh.
But she said Jonathan Doidge protests that he said it too. But I think Kate said it. Kate said it much more entertainingly, and that was the one that really registered. Here is Milnes about to come back on. He's just he's on his knees in front of the players' pavilion. Next ball is just back of a length above the off stump. Tidy defensive shot once again from Allsop. On comes Milnes, so a comfort break of some sort. Everything seems to be fine, and off goes Luxton. They tag each other as they pass. 107 for 4, Sussex, just with these couple of extra setbacks just before and then half an hour after the lunch interval. Losing Coles and Ibrahim. But, it's almost a cliche, isn't it? How many times has John Simpson come in a tricky situation at 4 down and saved the game or saved the innings?
Well, he's made, I need to double check my records, I think it's 8 centuries since he's been at Sussex, but prior to coming to Sussex he'd made 10 in his career, so he's just been extraordinary, John Simpson, since he arrived on the south coast. But he's waiting now as Sutherland comes racing into the Trafalgar Square end of the ground, and Simpson plays into the offside yet to open his account, 107 for 4. The ironic cheers you may have heard in the previous over, because umpire Kettleborough lost his hat. That was blowing across the outfield, and he had to go in hot pursuit of it, but he's got it back on now. 2 slips. Gully come backward point. Orthodox point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep square leg and a fine leg. Let's have a little peep if I can see. I think it's...
There's a deep backward square.
Yeah, in comes... Sutherland again, that's wide outside the off stump, goes through, good carry taken by Duke, there's no run.
It's just the deep backward
just the
square.
Deep backward square.
But I didn't do that by seeing, I did that by counting.
Yes. No.
It's funny, isn't it? Dare I suggest that the commentary box here at Scarborough is just about the only place in the ground that doesn't have a superb view.
Yes, we can't see around to the fine leg position as Sutherland is in around the wicket bowls, and Simpson plays to backward point. Come Gully, there is no run. So just to go run through those scores in the first division. Durham 101 for 7 against Surrey, 4 wickets for Dan Worrell. Essex building on their very good result against Sussex last week, 138 for 1 at Chelmsford against Warwickshire. Paul Walter, 63 not out. Somerset 142 for 3 at Trantbridge with Rue and Abel going along nicely, and a delayed start at New Road where Hampshire are 43 without loss. Sutherland in bowls to Simpson, who defends. The ball dribbles out into the offside and there is no run. Second division, Middlesex 77 for 2 at Gloucestershire. Leicestershire, who are having a fantastic season, are 167 for 1 against Kent. Guess who's in the runs again? Rian Ahmed. 60 last, what was it, 13 wickets, and he made a century in the match.
Now, can you Adrian, or anyone maybe listening or on the live stream chat, tell me the last time that happened in the county championship?
In comes Sutherland bowl. Simpson punches into the offside. I need to get a bit of a move on here as the throw comes in. It misses the stumps, and John Simpson was safely home, and he is on his way with a single. 108 for 4.
100. That is a century, not an aggregate of 100 in the match, and 13 wickets in a championship match.
Right.
I had to find that out for work reasons.
I think I heard that someone said that in Test cricket, I heard that Ian Botham had done it 5 times.
That's 110 wickets in the match.
Right, okay. In comes Sutherland bowls, and Alsop defends into the offside. There is no one.
That's the Ben Stokes, as it was.
Yes, Alsop 35. Simpson on 108 for 4. Do you know who it is? Well, of course you do know.
Kate, you said Botham was 100 and a 5-fer, not 100. Okay, 100 and a 5-fer. Botham did it 5 times. Greg did it once, and there was one other Englishman. And Atkinson that's the Test captains, isn't it? Atkinson, Imran, Mushtaq Mohammed, Sobers and Stokes. Right. But,
for the last time in the championship.
The last time in the championship for 113 wickets, I think, and it's a slightly unfortunate person to mention at the moment, Rodney Ontong, Glamorgan against Nottinghamshire at Nottingham in 1985. All may not be well in the Rodney Ontong world at the moment. As White bowls, nice and full this time, and there is that squarish mid-wicket in action as Alsop clips it off his pads and can't get a run.
But Rian Ahmed's having a wonderful season, and his brother as well, bowling up at Nottinghamshire.
Yes, we should be very excited about Farhan Ahmed.
Yeah, well, he bowled very well against Sussex early on in the season. I think he took a 5-fer actually. Back through my records.
I'm absolutely ready for seeing representative honours, or more of them, for Rehan Ahmed. White Just a little bit of movement through the air, back in to Allsop, but he left it on length as much as anything, and that was well judged. And I fancy, perhaps, well, though he's bowled, deepish into his afternoon spell, I reckon White is just tiring a little. Not quite well, and the ball also is a bit tired. We're not quite getting the same nip off the seam that he did in that spell of over an hour this morning. He bowls fuller now, and half forward comes Allsop defensively.
Yeah, Fahad Ahmed took 4 wickets in the second innings when Nottinghamshire beat Sussex at Trembridge earlier in the season.
Yeah, what a pair.
But Rian Ahmed, I mean, they were talking about this, I think it was on Test Match Special the other day, about, leg spinner in Australia.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
It's not the worst idea, particularly as it feeling was that Liam Dawson didn't bowl particularly well at Old Trafford, albeit on a pitch that wasn't giving him an awful lot.
Still 3 slips as White bowls to Allsop. Carbon copy of the previous delivery, full and defended half forward. Yeah, Kookaburra ball, flat pitches. And we have seen bowlers bowl well, even in England, in the Kookaburra ball. Let's see, Cameron Steele did last year, and Calvin Harrison has this year. So there are... It's not a ball that is totally unyielding in terms of lateral movement. Right, from behind the umpire emerges round the wicket. A little bit back of a length this time, and defended once more by Allsop. Would you take a leg spinner to Australia every time, would you, Adrian?
Well, I think it's a point of difference, isn't it?
Well, I mean, yes, it's not often, actually. You're in a situation where you say Australia really haven't got one.
Yeah, and also, I mean, if you have a leg spinner in the side, he's there to take wickets, not necessarily score runs. But if you did have someone like Rian Ahmed coming in, the runs he scored in the Championship, now I know it's a different kettle of fish in an Ashes series, but he's batting 3.
Allsop this time nudges White off his thigh pad. I think that's runs, not leg byes, 4 of them. Down towards Trafalgar Square end in the back of the houses. All Harry Duke can do is gather. Allsop profits by a further 4. And it's the end of that over from White. Might be the last we see of White for this spell. At least 112 for 4. And Allsop 35 and Simpson 5.
I'm going to leave you, Kit, because I've got to do an update to the listeners in Surrey, Sussex and Kent in the afternoons. So I shall see you a little later, and leave Doige to organise the rotor, as I'm sure he's already done and planned to do.
Goodbye for the moment then. Adrian Harms, Kit Harris with you here for BBC Sport. And also available on the Yorkshire Cricket YouTube live stream. A change of bowling at the Trafalgar Square end here at Scarborough, where Sutherland has been replaced by Milnes, who, whatever adjustment of discomfiture he was making in the pavilion, has now been adjusted and completed. He's going to take up the attack for Jonathan Doige. Not quite ready to do so. Jonathan Doige, at least. Milnes was ready. A loosener about waist height on the bounce to Allsop, who tucks it off the square of the wicket for a single. And now Milnes is going to do a bit of kicking and grazing and scuffing of the popping crease from right arm round. It is it's a pain in club cricket when everyone gets scratching on the crease. It happens a lot in Championship cricket. The bowler feeling that he can get a better grip if he scuffs up and loosens up the ground where his front foot's landing. He bowls this time to Simpson. Similar sort of ball, but Simpson plays it forward of square and finds mid-wicket. There's no run. Stuart Broad is the arch scratcher, or was. He could rarely start a new spell without having a really good scratch around on the popping crease, and I sometimes wonder whether it has become a bit of an affectation for some in the lower levels of the game. Well, I've seen Stuart Broad do this on telly. I'm going to scratch myself. Milnes bowls outside off stump, still shorter. Simpson rides the bounce, just guides it off the back foot to cover this time. And so far, the approach in this over from Matt Milnes suggests that he doesn't want to give Simpson the drive. Fielder is back, Imam ul-Haq, in front of the Scarborough Cricket Club Juniors fundraising tent. A very square long leg, almost deep backward square. Milnes bowls again, bouncing about waist height for Simpson. This time he moves across the stumps and pushes it defensively to mid-on. Backward point, still 3 slips. So the field set for slightly shorter bowling. And by that, I don't mean to imply that we're having a bouncer attack, because there's been scarce anything bumped at the batsman's head here today so far. Tight line once more. On off stump this time from Milnes. Simpson comes forward watchfully again. And there was just a bit of a ripe old cheer from around the ground something. I wondered whether perhaps umpire Kettleborough's hat had fallen off again, but it remains resolutely unmoved. Up the Kettleborough head. Maybe it's just the second of the afternoon's bitters sliding down that bit easier that's given the crowd their voice. This next ball from Milnes is slightly fuller. Simpson again happy to ease forward in defence and complete the over. Just the 1 run coming from it at the beginning. 113 for 4. And that's Alsop with 36 and Simpson with 5. Jonathan Doidge.
Yeah, to a wave from Bill Muster, who's over on the balcony, flat cap on today. He was in the box last week answering, I should say, plenty of questions about the £33 charge and the future of Scarborough CC. I was just asking him how many people had come in through the gates here last week, and they reckon circa 8,000 across the 4 days last week, and approximately 2,000 in again today. So about average for recent times. As Jack White from the Peaceholm Park end then comes in round the wicket. First ball of the over to Tom Alsop, who's on 36. Sees the lefty shoulder arms. Can never resist a joke, Bill. Usually at my expense. So 3 slips still in place. Sun gone in for the moment. Have a couple of wandering gulls up towards the east side boundary. Nobody's sitting in protest as one of them was last week. The use of the Kookaburra ball. It's good to see that the gull population's also not too chuffed, as White is in again and Alsop pushes out to James Wharton in the covers, and there's no run. I was in the press room at lunchtime when I think it's fair to say the Sussex scorer was not as impressed with James Wharton's catch as the remainder of the 2,000 or so of us in the ground.
Not impressed?
Not as impressed, I said.
Oh, not as... Well, I mean, look, if you're listening and you don't have the benefit of the stream and you haven't seen it, do try and make an appointment to view one way or another, because that catch is well worth seeing if you possibly can.
There's White. That turned off the legs by Alsop to mid-wicket. Fielded by Revis, no run. Yeah, he's...
It wasn't a modern spectacular catch, was it? It wasn't a one-handed leap up over the boundary and push the ball back in. It was a classic catch, running back over his shoulder. The kind of catch that could have been taken here 140 years ago. A good county championship catch. And now we're going to... I don't know how many times they've shown it on the replay. On the stream, it's being shown yet again. It's the reaction of the crowd in the bleachers as well that's so gratifying.
Here's Hill, White I should say, Hill, going up the hill, as that's pushed into the offside by Alsop, no run.
Jonathan, is Wharton, is he reputed for fielding like that? I haven't seen him play in the flesh before.
Yes, I would say definitely. He's taken Certainly took at least 2 very good catches in the vitality of last, if not more. When you see so much cricket, it's hard to remember exactly who's taken them all, but 2 very definite top draw catches.
Well, even he was delighted.
Yeah,
with that one.
I think that topped the pair of those. Here's White again, holds on to the ball this time as he runs through the crease. Dead ball signals Peter Hartley. Not sure what that was all about, Jack, but I'm sure he knows. Maybe he just didn't feel like he was hitting the right rhythm. Didn't want to let go of the ball and disappear for runs, if that was the case.
Well, you don't have to let go of it. If it doesn't feel right, if you land funny, if you stumble, best thing to do is keep hold of it.
Here comes White again, then angled in towards the left-handed Alsop, who's solidly in behind it. Still play going on the boundary edge. Young man with his orange ball, trying to get somebody involved, but Dad or Grandad, whoever it is, sitting alongside, I think he's probably just quite happy to rest the chin on the chest and get a few early afternoon Zeds in. After a nice lunch, no doubt. Here's White coming again, driven by Alsop, but not with confidence. Just feeling for that ball. Pushed to Sutherland at mid-off. Survives the over without mishap. 113 for 4, Alsop 36. And his partner out there is on 5.
It's, the way you describe it, Jonathan, this is my first time at the Scarborough Festival. As you may tell, you probably tell, I'm a South of Englander. But this is throwback cricket. It doesn't matter how old you are. This cricket ground, this atmosphere, is the cricket of your childhood, in all the best ways. This ground has been completely unspoiled by hoardings and securities and all the things that have grown a little at the big grounds to alienate you from the cricket. I can't fully articulate how pleased I am that I decided to come up for this game. A play and miss, outside off stump. No, it's not a miss, he's edged it. Almost against the run of play. Just held the ball outside the off stump. It was the first time he'd really bowled outside off. There is a crucial breakthrough for Milnes, because this is a man who can really ruin your day once you've got Sussex 4 down. John Simpson, without scoring, the second consecutive man out for a duck. Sussex are 113 for 5. Out for 5. Sorry, scoreboard for once is ahead of me. So not a duck, but 5, but a failure, however you slice it.
Yeah, just a delivery angled in towards John Simpson. He probably, just looking at the replay, probably would have missed off stump had he left it, but he felt the need to play. He's just got a little bit of a feather through to Harry Duke. It wasn't a spellbinding delivery, it was just a good length delivery that's drawn him into the shot. He's not done all sorts, but he's done enough to induce the edge, and well bowled Matt Milnes for picking up his first-class wicket of the campaign in his first-class match of the campaign. And I think now you'd have to say Yorkshire are moving into the driving seat. 113 for 5 on day 1, with a bit of grass on the pitch and a kookaburra that's now 43 plus overs old. They will be very happy to have taken 5. And in terms of the Sussex scoring rate, well, obviously below 3 and over at the moment as well. They haven't let the opposition get away. They did have a good 45 minutes or so during that morning session before Coles was out on the last ball of it. They fought back strongly in this afternoon session, and in terms of playing time, 3 wickets in that sort of most recent hour of play across just before lunch and now is a good return.
113 for 5. Nothing dodgy about the pitch. It's a good first day pitch. A little bit of green in it. It's overcast too, but there hasn't been a huge amount of swing. There's a seam if you hit the string, just enough to reward accurate bowling. The new batter is Finn Hudson-Prentice, and he rides the bounce first ball and sets off for a quick single, just dropping the ball into the covers where there is a gap, because we then very fleetingly had 3 slips and a gully for the new batsman. Hudson-Prentice, 389 runs at an average of 22 so far this season. A jot below his career average of 27, top score of 82 not out. Certainly Sussex's principal all-rounder. He's got a job to do now. Here is Alsop back on strike, and once more Milnes reverts to that back of a length tummy height ball. He bowled 5 times in the previous over to Alsop, and maybe the floated up ball outside off stump had caused Simpson something of a surprise, because the ball wasn't really there to drive. It was better length than that, but he went quite hard at the drive. He knew he'd edged it. I didn't know he'd edged it. The fielders certainly did as well. Milnes bowls. Alsop just taps it unconvincingly, aerially short of mid-wicket. It wasn't so much a fend of as a stroke without conviction. Well, yeah, maybe it was a bit of a fend. There was certainly lift there for Milnes. Glove, I think. If there had been a conventional short leg, I think it would have popped in over his head. This has come off the maker's name. We've seen the replay that shows us now. Milnes in again. It's jagged back into Alsop, but quite high. I reckon that's hit him either on the pad flap or the thigh pad. A stifled appeal. More a yelp than an appeal from Duke. And his 2 slips. Hill at 1 and Lyth at 2. Alsop's, well, he's been anchoring at 3 throughout the innings, but now he really does need to dig in, because he's the last of the specialist batters. In comes Milnes, and plays it more convincingly this time, opening up his stance and guiding the ball on the bounce to the leg side. I think, Jonathan, that's the end of me for the time being. After a few words from you, it'll be, I think, Dave Townsend.
It'll be Jordan Thompson. Thanks, Kit. Jordan Thompson coming in to do a bit with us. We always play second fiddle for Tomo, because for some reason he wants to play cricket for Yorkshire first and foremost. But if he's not in the team, he'll send me a text and just say, can I come and get some free practice? And I think we should start charging him to get commentary practice on air. Harmsy, I don't know what you think, but anyway, welcome along, JT. You all right?
Cheers, Dodgy. Yep, I'm good, mate. I'm good. Just want to come and learn from the best, don't I? So just like spending a bit of time with you up here, and it's nice to be back in the box with the lads doing well out there as well.
Yeah, cracking day so far. Jack White is going to continue at the Peasholm Park end then. 3 slips in place over the wicket. And this one left first up by Hudson-Prentice. Yeah, what was, obviously 3 down at lunch, a couple of wickets since then, but what was the lunchtime chat?
Yeah, well, I think the lads were happy with how we're going about it. As you can see, for the people on the stream are watching, it's a little bit of more of a tinge of green than that pitch a couple over last week, and winning the toss today and bowling was always a target to try and get the best out of it and take some early wickets, with that being the view of the best way to win the game.
Here comes White again, past umpire Peter Hartley, blocked by Hudson-Prentice. Do you know, in terms of the length of the pitch this time, what that is? It was 4 or 5 mils last week left on.
I think it was 8.
Yeah,
I think it's 3 mils more. It's interesting actually. We've been spoilt around the grounds really, with a bit more grass and a bit more kind of length, and you can actually go up to it and see the grass. Whereas at Scarborough, it's a bit more of a green tinge rather than the actual length of grass. So it does seem like there's a little bit more zip. Dodsey, the groundsman, did say that this is the quickest pitch on the square notoriously. So hopefully it plays into our hands as it has done so far.
Here's White again. Hudson Prentice once more in behind it. It's, you know, I mean, it's early days yet, but 114 for 5. You're already thinking, try and finish this off and bat once here. And of course, there's apparently some weather around later on in the week, so if you can speed the game up, you'd hope it'd be in your favour.
100%, yeah. It's, I did say to the boys, I think obviously if we take advantage of this pitch early doors with the green tinge, and I think after a day of traffic it'll start to look a little bit more like that pitch did last week, so it'll be nicer to bat on and hopefully pile 500 on again.
Here's White again, some Prentice. Exemplary defensive push. Will Luxton's back on at mid-on. Obviously you're not in the side from the one that played here last week. Probably some frustration in that for you, and same for Luxie after his 70 odd.
Yeah, well, look, obviously when we're back at our full strength as lads who've bowled well, Hilly's bowled well all season, and Milnesy coming back, I think with obviously losing Cody with that new ball, I think the new ball was the main area to make sure we tied it down, and Milnesy's obviously notoriously a new ball bowler.
As is this fella, Jack White, who turns it to leg, and Imam does the fielding. And no run. Jack White, 3 wickets already today. He's had a cracking season anyway, the ball. What do you put it down to? What are his strengths as far as you're concerned?
Well, he's just relentless with that kind of length. Obviously, this is his first time battering last week. His first couple of weeks bowling at Scarborough on this pitch, and we know more than anything the length here is important. You can't be too short as it sits up, and if you're too full, it can be driven back past you. So I think he's been relentless with that all season at different grounds, and yeah, he's been our go-to man.
Here he comes again. Hudson Prentice this time turning a straight delivery into the leg side. End of the over, 45 now complete. So this ball is knocking on a bit, but although it doesn't look to be doing huge amounts off the straight, it's just been doing enough on some occasions to get the nicks. 114 for 5. We've got to ask you about that James Wharton catch earlier. I mean, you've taken a few good ones in your time. I still remember that one on the boundary edge against Leicestershire in the T20 that night a few years ago at Headingley.
Yeah, it was a crucial catch, that one as well, I think. But no, Wharton's, look, it's coming up on the stream now, but I've never seen somebody move so fast across the ground in the outfield, and to make that distance up and then a diving full length catch going backwards is pretty impressive. And he's taken a few this year already. He's become one of our better fielders, and he's at T20 cricket where he's quick off the mark and stopping those ones and twos, and in red ball cricket obviously taking some nice catches last week in short leg as well. Come
on, let's have some radio commentary here. So I want some proper description, please.
Also tickles it into the leg side there to Will Sullivan at mid wicket. What over the spell is this? Third over the spell? Milnesy, is it? Fourth?
Let's go have a look for you.
Just getting his rhythms back now. Milnesy looks like he bowled nice pace early doors. Unlucky to go without a wicket.
Third over his spell, yeah.
Bowled plenty of overs in the twos in recent weeks, and he's come back pretty fresh. He's into ball now to Malsop down the hill. Leaves outside off stump through to Duke. It's just perfect this for Milnesy down that hill. A little bit of a slope for him to cruise down, and looks like he's bowling with some nice pace as well.
Yeah, he was probably a little bit unlucky to take as long as he did to get that first wicket. He was on the money, but as always with these things, if you can bowl well in tandem and somebody's taking wickets at the other end, it's a bit like the batting partnerships thing, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I think obviously Jack White holding his length as we talked about, and Milnes with that extra bit of pace. An interesting move here as they send extra cover out a little bit deeper, I guess, to give him one, as Milnes is into Allsop again and defends into that gap, and they take one to get Hudson Prentice on strike. Don't mind that from, I'm guessing, from Don Besser, captain. We know that Hudson Prentice in the past is a player who likes to go hard at the ball and drive, and at Scarborough that can get you into some serious trouble, and I think that's something that Matt Milnes will be looking to take advantage of.
Not something we could ever accuse you of going out at the ball, Jordan.
I know my grounds, Doige. Scarborough's a happy hunting ground for me in red ball cricket, so you can say what you like. I enjoy batting here. It's nice. Milnes into Hudson Prentice for the first time. defends into the gap. It's a dot ball at point as Imam Hack picks the ball up.
Brian Yates asking what's happened to Johnny Tattersall. Why is he not appearing in squads these days? In Brian's opinion, he's a better batter than Harry Duke. I think that's just preference. Coaches have got to make a decision on these things in selection, and captains as well.
Big squad, and there's only 11 men who can take the field. Milnes into Hudson Prentice. As he cuts past third slip, not sure it would have carried to Finn Bean at third slip, but runs down to third man for 4. But it's a shot that Yorkshire will enjoy seeing, especially at Scarborough. That extra bit of bounce, it only takes an inch more to pop up to the slips.
Yeah, there were a few this morning at Matt Milne's ball, and look, that's that Scarborough bounce again, isn't it? It's just a little bit more than you get everywhere else, really.
Yeah, you could just see by Hudson Prentice's shape and where his eyes went after the ball, he thought he was trying to hit through point, but bounced a touch and ended up going through fourth slip. Not really at a catchable height, but it'll be interesting, the Yorkshire bowlers. Milnes in again to Hudson Prentice, who drives to mid-on for a dot and finished off a nice over. He won't be too disheartened with that boundary, bringing the slips into play. 119 for 5.
Yeah, Andrew Marshall says, listening to your commentary about county cricket, one of the things I've noted is the lack of swing bowlers. I used to go to Sheffield during the summer holidays and all teams had at least one swing bowler, so pitches didn't matter as much. Today it's just speed and nothing else. Also, spin bowlers have little ability to spin it. Interesting.
I think we'll have to have a look at the Kookaburra ball for that reasoning. It swings for probably 2 or 3 overs and then it's gone, so that's also a thing to look at in these past 4 games that have been. It's a ball where you have to hit the pitch more, try and get something out of the surface, because if you start bowling it up there and float it out of the hand, then you get punished, and that's part of the reason why we've had to go with the bumper ploy in recent weeks as well.
Be interesting to see which ploy we see from Matthew Revis, who generally is the bumper ploy. After 46 overs of play, he's coming on now from the P-Zone Park end. Now this is the scene of what I think was the best I've seen in bowl for Yorkshire, all figures aside, in one of the 2 games here last year. And his right arm round the wicket. First ball dropped into the leg side by Tom Alsop, who seems to have watched quite a lot in the last few minutes.
Yeah, I can't remember which game it was that. If it was down the hill as well, he obviously the slopes come down, a bit of extra pace, a bit of extra bounce. I'm not sure which game it was, but he bowled lovely, great lengths, a couple of nicks through to the keeper, I believe, and I'm pretty sure it won't be long until Rev's on both of those balls in the changing room with a 5 for hand, a couple of hundreds.
There he is again. Shouldering of arms this time by Alsop. That was a belting display with the bat at York in particular, wasn't it? Batted obviously very, very well here again last week.
Yeah, he's improved his cricket is just as a mature character as well around the dressing room, and just his cricket to go out there and soak up that pressure and put in innings like last week, especially against their attack as well. And he's just batted really well recently. That last T20 game, we saw how he played in that game, and hopefully that's something he can take forward in the future.
Here he is, and that's driven down to mid-on where Jack White's round to field. I mean, I've been talking, obviously, I get to know you lads, but I'm not privy to what's gone on and said in the changing rooms. It's just from a watching you every ball out there point of view. And it feels to me like this year there's been another level in confidence for him. I know he'd got a couple of first-class tons already, but it feels like there's something different about how he's playing, in particular with the bat this year, as Alsop leaves another delivery from him. And if there was one thing I would call him from him, and it may have been when you've been in the combox with me before, it was that as the batter in some of those partnerships later on in an innings, I wanted him to take it by the scruff of the neck and to try and dominate that, because he's good enough to take control, and he wasn't really doing that, but he feels like he's started to do that this year.
Yeah,
have you seen a difference in him in the dressing room?
Yeah, I think it's a massively a confidence thing. He's representing to bowl Allsop, who leaves. Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think it's a thing. He struggled a little bit, obviously, the setback of his injury and things like that, and that's from a bowling side. But then to work on his batting through the winter when he might not have been able to bowl, and he's working towards back bowling spells and things like that, and he's had so much more time to focus on his batting. And it's just a confidence thing with Rev, and he's batted so well, and it obviously moved up the order a little bit, and I think that's going to help Yorkshire moving forward, is that Hilly might have to drop down and take a bit of pressure off his batting.
Yeah, he's certainly earned it, Matthew Revis, as that's turned into the leg side by Jack White. By Allsop to Jack White. Dot ball to complete the over.
Yeah, and like I said, if that allows kind of Hilly to drop down to your 6-7 and take the pressure off if he's going to bowl a lot of overs, and Rev can bat 5 or 6 and then bowl these overs now where he can come in and try and impact the game in a short 4 or 5 over spell, then that's only going to help the team moving forward. I think obviously it's no secret Hilly has struggled a little bit with the bat this year, but he's also bowled his socks off. He's obviously not played the last couple of weeks with an injury and things like that, but I'm not sure if the workload of his bowling and the wickets he's taken has had a little bit of an effect on his batting, but hopefully he comes out the other side of that, and obviously moving into the one-day competition there's a chance there to kind of free yourself up and go and strike the ball, and hopefully that happens.
So, your chance to talk us through your skippers. Next over, then he bowled a token one before lunch. Don Bess is coming back on at the Trafalgar Square end.
Yeah, he'll be stiffing a few more wickets after last week. He's second 5 for taking at Scarborough. He bowled really well last week. There's obviously a little bit of help from the rough, but he contained really well. Obviously the Surrey batsman came after him at times, but he bowled really well to take some important wickets as he's in first ball to Hudson Prentice, who's back and knocked it into the leg side for 1. Matty Revis finds himself on the deep square boundary into Harry Duke.
We were talking about an old TV show earlier called This Is Your Life, JT. You'll have to ask your mum and dad about that because you're way too young. But Mel's emailed in to say he remembers Dickie Bird being on it as well as Gary Sobers back in the day.
Oh. Seen Dickie around this week. He's been having a wonder on the morning of the game. Don Bess is into Allsop. Runs down and forces it into mid-wicket for no run. Looks like he's wants to take his chance again against Bessie here. Run down the wicket first ball. Won't mind that. He's into bowl. He defends.
Yeah, I mean, green tinge Scarborough pitch on day one with a kookaburra, and we're bowling spin in the middle of the afternoon. Interesting.
Still dry underneath. I think there's obviously a bit there as Bess is in, runs down the wicket again. Oh, jabs it into the floor, and I think it bounces past Harry Duke. And it runs behind him for a runner's hill. Goes round to field the ball. Yeah, he just managed to jab it in between his pad and the stumps and get a single as it came down towards us.
Dukey with a dramatic movement there behind the stumps. Look at this. Oh, we're not going to get to see him, are we? No.
Not sure Dukey could have done much about that. Falling backwards. Bess is into Hudson Prentice, who sweeps outside the line. It's big LBW a shout, but always outside the line of off stump.
Steve Carmichael asks, the question is, would you have batted? I think Johnny would have. He'd have taken the initiative and got some runs on the board. It'll not be easy batting last on this pitch. Well, who's going to be batting last?
Best in for the last ball of the over, defends. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think when we've won here in the past, we've obviously won a few games in the last few years, but there's a game that stands out in my mind, Somerset at home in 2021, where we won in, I think, 6 sessions. And we bowled first that day and bowled them out for not very many, and got between 150 and 180 in front, I think, and then bowled them out again. So look, if we bowl well, the 121 for 5 now, if we take 5 wickets in good time, hopefully under 200, around 200, and you can bat and get a 200 lead, then you're massively in the game, and there's nothing obviously a lot of pressure trying to bat for the draw or get past another score in the third innings. So
Didn't you get a few wicks in that match? You might have done.
I think I got a handful. Yeah, I got 50, which was quite nice.
Yep, Fish got a few, didn't he? That was when he bowled. It was on fire from this end in the second, Somerset second innings. Good delivery from Matthew Revis, first up there. Passes the outside edge of Tom Alsop's bat afternoon to Lily, who was hoping that Rev would get on as the self-appointed chairwoman of the Matthew Revis fan club, and you've got your wish, Lily. And he's doing well so far, so good.
Yeah, that Somerset game was where we won with 2 balls left in the day, and we'd have had to come back the day after for 1 wicket if we didn't get it, which was fortunate.
Yeah, now then he's hammered this one into the deck, Tom Alsop, and James Wharton taking a looping crowd catch at cover, no run.
A little bit too full from Rev, I think he'll know that himself, but got away with that. Straight to cover fielder.
There's Revis again, 121 for 5, Alsop on 38.
Nice.
Blocked this time into the deck.
Yeah, it's better. In between forward and back, that's what you want here at Scarborough. People playing with their hands, and you get a little bit of movement there and bring those slips in. Hopefully it carries this week. There wasn't much carrying last week to the slips, which was a little bit of a problem when you try to bowl a team out. Big difference between using the Duke and the Kookaburra at this ground.
This again. Round the wicket, Alsop turns it to leg. There's a thought of a run, but Jack White is round to field. Did you get a look at the best direct hit earlier today?
Yes, I did. Obviously, we can't really make too much of a thing of it in the change room, but we did make the lads aware out there that it was out by a good half a foot. But
is that why I saw you handing Peter Hartley a pair of glasses at?
I did actually ask him when I walked up. I was like, "You not see that one?" No, Jack quite well.
Short ball from Revis, but pulled into the deck. Don Best fields at mid wicket.
Didn't really cost us much though, so that's always nice.
Followed.
So we need to get the quiz team announced.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. I keep meaning to do it, and then my short-term memory is not very good, like a goldfish, so I keep forgetting to mention it. Revis coming into bowl to Alsop, who leaves one wide of off stump. End of the over, 121 for 5. So I mentioned earlier the quiz itself, 7:30 tomorrow night, £2.50 a go per person. Teams maximum of 4. So if you bring in more than 4 players with you, you might have to split up into a couple of teams.
Well, like I said, I can't be there because I'm taking myself back home before I go to Southampton at the weekend. But
So have you rounded up for us?
Rounded up is I'm not sure that's the right word. Force without knowledge might be.
Force without knowledge,
yeah.
Right?
So Mags has said to me that he would like to try and get Howard to announce the team on the PA.
Excellent.
Whilst they're still out fielding, as Don Best comes in, rocks back into mid wicket.
Let's do that. We got 2 of the dads for the dads team just walking by down below.
There they are.
Ken Code and Martin Bean. So we'll get them in. They were, of course, involved last year and won.
Don Best in. Hudson Prentice runs down. He's got long on out now, so he's just trying to knock that into mid on for 1, but doesn't get past Don Best. But yeah, we're trying to. We're going all out because I know there'll be some reactions from the boys out there if we get it on the PA, and Mags will quite like that as Don Best is in again. So we're going to go Jack White.
Right, I'm going to get a text up for Howard Ferguson and I'll send him it. So Jack White, yeah.
Finn Bean.
Yeah, he'll love that after last year. Yeah.
Matt Revis.
He enjoys it, doesn't he, Rev?
He's trying to sweep there and it just pops into offside for no run. And the last one who will not appreciate it because I want to get home is Adam Lythe. So if we can get that on the PA whilst the boys are fielding, and hopefully whilst I'm still on comms, there might be a chuckle as Don Bess is inside edge just a 45 past short leg as James Wharton tries to stop. Another one. Nice control here from Bessie's, bowling with good pace and giving it a chance to turn. On best dot ball to finish the over as he leaves one outside the off stump. It's good control from Yorkshire with the ball here. I'm not quite sure what the score is at lunch off the top of my head, but I don't think they've actually scored many runs since lunch. It can't be many more than 30. Revis marches 29 runs since lunch, so in 21 overs, so they'll be very happy with that. Standing skipper Don Bess, happy with the control. It was a little bit different last week, trying to force the issue with a few overs of short balls and leaked a little bit, but that can happen at Scarborough when you're searching for wickets.
Here's Revis to Allsop. Ooh, good delivery. Matthew Revis goes past the outside edge of Allsop's bat on the rise through to the gloves of Harry Duke. Good evidence again of carry and of that, maybe that little bit of extra pace from Matthew Revis. Where does he rate, do you think? You know, when you face these lads in the nets, is that a heavier ball from him than, I don't know, say Jack White or...
Yeah, I think the thing is with Revis, natural length is a little bit shorter, so it just gets onto you a bit more.
There he is again, also punching firmly to Wharton, who shapes to throw down the stumps, not out. Oh, sorry, not out.
Not out.
I'm still trying to send a text at the same time here, so
yeah, so
he's in two places.
Yeah, as opposed to kind of Whitey, who's actually Whitey can be a nightmare to face in the nets, cause especially with the Duke ball, because he hits that just a touch full length, but then zips past your outside edge or knits back into your inner thigh at times, so that can be slightly unpleasant. So Revis is in, defends. Oh, one into Wharton. Oh, the run out chance there, but I think he might have been safe. It's a no ball from Matthew Revis at the same time. 3 onto the score. I've tried to run quite well Sussex today. That's one thing I've noticed. I think it might have been the first or second ball of the day. Dan Hughes knocked one into the offside and scampered down to get them off the mark. That I'm pretty sure that Paul Farbrace, the head coach, will be trying to get them to do.
Well, the text has been sent. See if Howard Ferguson's over to our left on the balcony as usual in his ivory tower. See if he picks his phone out of his pocket, having received that. See if we get the announcement. Here's Revis in, driven nicely as well, firmly, but it did well to get down to that Matthew Revis off his own bowling and prevents any runs.
Yeah, it's a long way down that for Rev. Nicely driven. Hopefully Howard does announce it, because it'd be good to see a few ears peek up in the field. And
I wonder if we'll get a few looks in this direction. Do they know you've come up to the box?
The lads down in the change rooms do, that's for sure.
Revis in again over the wicket, pulled this time by Hudson Prentice, and that was that getting the Scarborough length wrong, wasn't it? Just too much back of a length. It sat up nicely and he's pulled it away down under the covers away to our right. 4 runs.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, waist height, back of a length ball, stood up to be pulled. It's an interesting, I was talking about the Kookaburra on this pitch and the difference between using a Duke and a Kookaburra here, but partly the reason why we went to the short ball last week is the fact that the Kookaburra was so soft and the Scarborough pitch can be bouncy at times, but the bounce on that pitch was so variable that you weren't sure whether to play the pull short or leave it. And obviously Ryan Patel got into a few interesting positions at times. Unfortunately we couldn't get him out.
Revis to Hudson Prentice, who defends. It's really important for you at this stage now. There's 30 overs to go before another new ball can be taken. Yes, clearly you still want to be chipping away and picking up another couple of wickets if you can during that time, but if you can't, you don't want Sussex to get away, do you? You don't want to finish second new ball at, I don't know, another 70 on without further loss, 200 for 5 at that point.
Yeah, that's the difference obviously this week as well. I'm pretty sure without looking at the ball it'll be in a little bit better condition than it was at this time last week. So
Revis in, just nipped slightly on Hudson Prentice, but he got across and smothered that one end of the over. 128 for 5, Hudson Prentice 10, Allsop 39. You listen to the voice of Jordan Thompson with myself, Jonathan Doidge, on BBC Sport website and app, and of course the Yorkshire live stream as well this afternoon. We've got a cast of thousands in the box, but we might as well use Tomo. We've had to pay him enough to bring him up to the box this afternoon.
I do just love a bit, Doidge. Just enjoy coming up and having the experience. You can pay me if you want, though. You can pay for my fish and chips tonight if you fancy.
I think you might be doing all right when you go to Warwickshire.
Not sure what you're talking about. On best to resume from the top end. Trafalgar, is it Trafalgar Square end?
Yep.
That's the one. Oh, nice to force that one through. Tom Alsop, who goes back and jabs it into short leg, and Watts tries to run him out, but with no success. Just changing his pace nicely here, Dom. See that mid off and mid on, back up again as he's into Alsop, who defends a little bit quicker, just not allowing him to get out of that crease like he's tried to before. Change of end for Dom last week. He's down at the bottom end, and now he's down the hill as he's into Tom Alsop again, who goes back and turns that into the leg side to Finn Bean. Interesting, lads are saying there is a little bit of rough from this bottom end, but more so to the right hander, and can't see much turn to Alsop as he's in for the fourth ball of the over, who tickles it into the leg side out to deep square, where Will Luxton will field for one.
Just in the air for a moment. Imam, he's obviously been here for a week now. Had the visa thing to sort out last week. Has he settled in okay?
Yeah, he's a good lad. He's Imam. He's got around the lads. He's enjoyed he's obviously stayed for a couple of days last week around the game and took himself back down to Leeds for a net and a bit of training. I think Don Bess is into Hudson Prentice, who's just going a touch slower to Hudson Prentice and trying to find Jack White's footholds from earlier in the day. Pretty sure I'll be enjoying bowling to Hudson Prentice a bit more than Alsop. He's in to finish the over. Wide. Oh, slower, wider, outside off, and he tries to drive and he miscues that one into mid wicket as he finishes the over. One from it.
I mentioned this to Gav Hamilton when he came up to the box last week, but Abdullah Shafiq looked the business for them few games, didn't he?
Oh yeah, obviously should have chased that score down against Lancs, and then obviously did against Leicester, and obviously partly down to, well, a lot down to obviously Revis and Shafiq, but it's so good to watch those pressure moments when you need 12-13 and over, and he's standing on top of the ball and driving it back past the bowler in T20 cricket with the full face of the bat is something you don't really see very often, but just shows his class.
Here's Revis. Oh, got him, bowled him. Beauty from Matthew Revis, and that is precisely what I was saying earlier on. If he just bowls at the top of off stump, he's so much of a better bowler than when he's banging it in halfway down the pitch. A sixth Sussex wicket has gone, 129 for 6, and Alsop, he's had to grind away for those 40 runs, and Yorkshire have ground away to take his wicket, and that was fully deserved, JT.
Yeah, that's the length we talk about at Scarborough. Like I say, Rev naturally just bowls a touch shorter, but as soon as he gets that ball up there with a little bit of pace, it just goes through the gate and flicks the top of the bails, and it's a big wicket. Alsop been in for majority of the day, and now into the kind of bowling all-rounders down the order, and Yorkshire will be sniffing a few more before tea. It's a lovely ball as it nips back up the slope through the gate of Tom Alsop.
Yeah, the Revis fan club down there. Lily sitting with Kate, who's doing the scoring for us. She's moved off to have a seat with Lily. She'll be delighted, chuffed to bits. Matthew Revis, the apple of her eye, and Tom Alsop. Yeah, 40 from, I'll give you the full details in a mo. I think it'd be 132 deliveries and 4 fours. And he's been there a long time. We're talking Kookaburra ball, still a good surface, even though it's green tinged. It's not done anything silly. There's just been the odd one that's nibbled about, but that was a peach from Matthew Revis.
Yeah, that's the thing with the Kookaburra. You just got to be relentless and wait for your chance to take a few wickets, and Dan Moriarty walks off waving with his, I'm not quite sure what he's trying to get me to do there, but Moriarty for you is a bit of a clown at times, but yeah, Matt Revis has bowled well here. He's contained well, and it's exactly what the Don Bester skipper will want.
So in comes Revis, and that is solidly blocked by our new man in, Danny Lamb. I guessed he was number 22 earlier when Harmsy couldn't come up with the squad numbers for his own team.
Oh, no.
Anyway, he's number 10, Harmsy, just so you can remember that for the record. So 2 right-handers at the crease now to work on, and Revis in again. And just one played one-handed now, then Wharton's in quickly. Oh, if that's a direct hit, that could have been the end of Finn Hudson-Prentice. I think it would have been, looking at the look he's shot back down the pitch at Danny Lamb. That could have been a massive blow straight on the back of that Allsop wicket to lose 2 in quick succession.
Oh, it's quite wide. He'd been way out, but the throw was slightly wayward from James Wharton, but we'll give him a little bit of leeway after his fielding performance today. He was off balance and throwing back across himself, which is always tough. But yeah, just a little bit of nerves flying around here for the Sussex batsman. It's 6 down now, 130 for 6, and Yorkshire will get the tails up before tea.
It's then to Hudson-Prentice, 2 slips in place, squeezes this one out in front of square on the leg side. Luxton, who's out there subbing, comes in off the mid-wicket boundary to field, 1 run. So Allsop was bowled Revis for 40 off 132 balls and 4 fours. Have you ever batted 132 balls and come out with 40?
I don't think I've batted 132 balls in my first class career. Not obviously put together, but in one innings, that's for sure. But it's funny you say that, because I know Tom. I've played with Tom in franchise cricket before, and I don't think I've seen 2 more extremes.
No.
When it comes to his red ball batting and his white ball batting, because he can seriously strike a ball, but my God, he loves getting stuck in behind it in red ball cricket. That's for sure.
That was another dot ball with Lamb back on strike, former Lancs man, of course. 3 slips in place for him, 2 for Hudson-Prentice. So Finlay Beans come back in to join George Hill at first and Adam Lyth at second. And Revis in again, and it's just dropped out square on the offside. Luxton into field. Jack White it was, who's had a spell, and he's coming back on now.
Very good over.
It was a good over from Matthew Revis. Round of applause. 131 for 6 at the end of it.
I think one of my highest amount of balls I might have faced was potentially this year against Notts. I think I reached 100 odd balls in that game.
Yeah, did you not have to go for hospital treatment after that? Is that right?
What was that for?
For exhaustion.
Yeah, exhaustion, yeah, probably. Probably right. Yeah, it was very unlike me for that innings. I think there is a Townville Cricket Club might be here today. A few of the ex-Farsley boys play there, and they're very popular in that area. Don Bess is into Hudson-Prentice again, who goes back and defends. So there's a few on the popular bank that are enjoying the day. Overs to tea as Don Bess, and again drops it short, a little bit quicker this time. He's changing his pace again, as I said before, trying to play with the batters and force a shot out of them. Joy bowling to 2 right-handers now with that rough outside the off stump. Hudson-Prentice runs down, hits it back to Dom for no run.
I think he'd be quite happy to see him run down as well.
Absolutely.
Come and take me on.
Perfect time for Dom to bowl now. 11 overs to tea and a little bit of rough, and 2 newish batters. Nice back of a length and just knocks it into short leg.
Do you think he's been bowling better this season than maybe in previous seasons, Dom?
Yeah, I think he's got his confidence and his control where he wants to be, and obviously it depends on the state of the game. As Don Bess is in again to Hudson-Prentice, who rocks back and hits it to mid-wicket, but yeah, obviously the state of the game can dictate and obviously make it easier or tougher to bowl, but I think he's been obviously important for us in all formats in recent years. He's bowled very well in T20 for the last 2 or 3 years, and I think he's been unlucky to not been picked up anything away from the county cricket as well, as he's in for the last ball. Spins into his pad and just plonks into the offside for another dot. End of the over, 131 for 6.
Well, he talks a fantastic game, Dom, obviously, because he's one of the stars of our BBC Radio Leeds cricket show, so we've got to big him up in that respect. I mean, he's obviously only done the job once before this season, hasn't he? That Warwickshire match. Thoughts on his captaincy?
Yeah, no, he's a lot more serious when he's captain.
Is he?
Yeah. No, he tries to have fun with it, but he obviously knows that he's in a position where he's looked up to, so he tries to set the example, which he does a lot, and obviously the boys respect him as a player as well. So he's taken to it like a duck to water.
Revis is in and bowling, solidly blocked by Danny Lamb. He's definitely a thinker about the game, isn't he? I mean, you only have to ask him one question in an interview and he'll give you a lengthy, considered response. So if that translates into thinking about what's going on out there and trying to come up with things, and it's about trying to be ahead of the game. No captain can ever be ahead of the game all the time.
Exactly.
You do sometimes chase it, but it's how quick you can react sometimes rather than proact. Oh, Revis nearly has a second wicket. Danny Lamb chops that into the Scarborough turf, and he runs away. Well, the wickets are obscured from my view, so I'm guessing it can't have been so far away from off stump.
And that's just an example of this Scarborough pitch, not the quickest and not a little bit variable, and he's tried to cut that from quite wide and nearly chopped it onto his own stumps.
31 for 6. Revis in again. There's some pressure on Sussex at the moment, and that was another delivery on the money and pushed to Jack White.
Yes, he just shows Scarborough's quite a place for we like to say a cluster of wickets. If you can take a couple, you tend to find that a couple follow pretty soon after if you keep that pressure on. If you release that pressure, then it can be somewhere where the batsman can get on top.
Here he comes again. Fended off into the leg side by Lamb. No run. This is an excellent effort. 55th over, and Sussex have managed just 131 runs on day one. And as we say, it isn't zipping around all over. It's a green tinged pitch.
4 for 39 in 25 overs.
Sussex have lost 4 for 39 in 25 overs, my colleague informs me. We'll bring him back in another 10 minutes or so, as that's a nice pull shot this time. Good control from Lamb. Half stopped, and then the job completed by Matt Milnes down at long leg. They get 1.
Yes. Waiting in. Howard must have lost his phone.
Not sure he's. Let me message him again.
Might not want to do it during the session. Revis in up the hill again. Tilton Prentice nips back and he rocks back and defends into mid-on where it goes for no run. End of the over. 132 for 6, just a 1 from it.
Yeah, well, I've doubled up now with a text as well as a WhatsApp, so we'll see if we can wake Howard from his slumber. He'll probably be eating a chocolate bar.
I did just see
glass of red wine.
See Murph up there with a wrap. He was on the stream.
I think he likes those Tunnocks caramel wafers. I mean, other wafers and chocolate bars are available, I'm sure.
The caramel wafers are a lovely little snack. Go back to Don Bess. It's interesting. Danny Lamb on strike for the first few balls to face Don Bess with long on back. So when pushing through that gap for one strike, get off strike, I guess.
So you'll know the result of the big game of last weekend. Roden beat Guiseley.
I didn't actually see that, Doige. It's bad from me, to be fair. I hadn't really kept an eye on much of the Airwharf scores recently. Don Bess is into Danny Lamb, who slogs sweeps from a long way outside off stump and misses for a dot ball. What are the scores there?
I did look at him. I can't remember.
What is that? That cup or is that?
Guiseley didn't get many.
What division?
Batting second. Div 2 now.
Oh, wow. It's been a fall from grace from when you guys were down there and my dad was playing for Guiseley, and not the same.
No, but Roden are top of the table. We'll push him for a promotion again.
Best into Lamb. A little bit full this time. Jabs it out to mid-off for no run. Let's get that length right. Is Bessie to try to fight? I think he's trying to search for that rough, try and get a little bit out of from outside off stump. Tries to sweep again and does for one. That's a deep square where Matthew Revis has been heckled by a group of guys on the Popular Bank. 33 for 6. Hudson Prentice back on strike. In, runs down the pitch and, same before, long on back and runs down and knocks it into the gap for one. End of the over, 2 from it.
Oh, he's come back to me, he's seen it. He's now saying, can I read it at tea? I'm saying, well,
just come through, we've got the is as follows: Jack White, Finn Bean, Matt Revis and Adam Lyne.
There is an instant reaction there from Adam Lyne, who's making some sort of signal towards the change rooms in.
And Finlay Bean as well. Brilliant. I hope you caught that on the effects mic, folks. Howard Ferguson making that announcement for us. So the 4-man Yorkshire team that Jordan Thompson is, I think, it's fair to say, press ganging into action tomorrow. Jack White, Finlay Bean, Matthew Revis, Adam Lyne. We'll see if they turn up. But
Adam Lyne looks.
They've just been publicly embarrassed into it. If Adam Lyne drops a catch now, I think that goes down on your record, Jordan Thompson.
Absolutely, Mills will be too happy with me there.
Matt Milnes then is coming on to replace Matthew Revis at this Peazone Park end of the ground. Oh, inside edge from Hudson Prentice. Didn't know too much about that. He's going to pick up 1. As Finlay Bean threw that with venom. That was definitely a throw of a man who's not so bothered about being in a quiz team tomorrow night. Kicked up off the pitch into the gloves of Harry Duke.
A little bit of anger there, I think, when I get back down in those changing rooms.
Yeah, I think you might be off down to the Midlands sooner than you think. Well, actually, Southampton first of all. 134 for 6, 12 of them to Finn Hudson Prentice now, and 3 to the man on strike. And that's Danny Lamb, who points that front toe out towards mid-off, and he also makes a haulix of this short ball from Milnes. I think it's toe-ended that one into the deck. On it way too soon, wasn't it?
Yeah, there we go. That's what we spoke about and saw a few times last week. It's tough to time when you really dig it into that pitch. I think I bowled a couple that were actually over the batsman's head last week, and you just getting that length where it's perfect past that shoulder height is tricky at Scarborough sometimes, because sometimes it just sits up and tennis ball bounce, but Danny Lamb found it was tough to pull there.
And Milnes again, this time good length ball and defended. He's not looking the most comfortable, I think it's fair to say, so far, Danny Lamb. Finn Hudson Prentice had his moments too. We're into the 57th over here. Of course, we won't be taking tea at 3:40. It's going to go beyond that. I think we might bring DT in at the end of this over with JT. Do you want to do a bit with DT up to tea? Do you want to carry on?
It's fine, yeah. Stay out of the change room as long as possible.
Milnes short ball again. This time played with control by Lamb, who's guided it round to Matthew Revis at long leg for a single.
Successfully plays that with a little bit less aggression there and just guides that round.
So how did you manage to get out of drinks carrying this afternoon? Did you say Doidge's made me go on commentary?
Well, there's 3 of us, isn't there? So I did the first session. I'll go back and do the 3rd session. I said I'll take the 2nd session off. Gives me a little bit of a break in between. Looks he's done after this, so you'll be happy. Field in the last session, well, hopefully not too long. Take them 4 wickets.
In once again, and Hudson Prentice with a solid block this time. Dan Moriarty's gone off the top boundary in a sort of gaudy yellow looking tabard. I suppose you've got to wear them to distinguish you from those on the pitch.
Yeah, umpires always get a bit iffy if you're not wearing your bib. Punked himself at 3rd man.
36 for 3. Will Sutherland's just Having a chat with Don Best with a few words of advice, maybe. Yeah, I think he's thinking, let's try and bang it in short and they might get a top edge. Not with that one, though. It's pulled in good fashion, actually. He's timed that really well. And a diving, tumbling effort down in front of the marquee by Matthew Revis comes to nothing. 4 to Hudson Prentice. So 140 for 6, 10 added since that most recent wicket of Tom Alsop. 3 wickets have fallen since lunch. Ibrahim caught Hill first slip off White without scoring. Simpson caught Duke, bowled Milnes for 5, and Alsop bowled Revis for 40. 140 for 6 with Hudson Prentice 17 and 3 runs to Danny Lamb. I'll step out and let JT continue with DT.
Yes, interesting ploy. A few short balls in that last over. I'm not sure it's something that we need to go to with the game as it is, and Matt Milnes has bowled so well in this first innings, so hopefully we're not going to that for a long period of time and we continue to hit the top of the stumps and take some wickets.
Afternoon, Jordan.
DT. Don Bess is in. Danny Lamb who defends.
Do you think that's they've definitely gone to that tactic now, or was that just a one-off?
I'm hoping it was a one-off.
Yeah.
I think it gives you the tendency to leak. Obviously last week when we did it we had 500 runs on the board and you have the ability there, but Don Best just finds the outside edge to short third man for 1 run. But no, I don't think it's something we need to really.
Because the bowling's been really disciplined since lunch, hasn't it?
Exactly, yeah. And you don't want this period now. There's 7 overs till tea. If we can take another wicket and not go for many runs, and you in business. Who Hudson Prentice sweeps, big appeal.
Just outside off, maybe.
Yeah, it's hard to tell actually from this angle, but he's just straight.
Oh, it looked straight, didn't it?
Must just be outside the line.
To be fair, he doesn't get too many wrong there.
Umpire Kettleby.
He's the best, not only in the country, in the world.
Prentice knocks out to long on for 1 who he's just been a little bit iffy against Don Bess. He's used his feet, he's gone back, he's tried to sweep, he's knocked it into the gap for 1 there, but not really looked too confident. Don Bess will be looking to try and take advantage of that. Lamb who defends well.
Don Bess, on the other hand, looking very confident after his last week.
Absolutely, he bowled really well. He involved in 9 wickets out of 10, I think it was. Apart from Lydy's stumping. He's in again to Danny Lamb, who defends for another dot, and that's end of the over. So a quick look at this LBW on the stream.
There's still time to take in today's 50-50
So that's
this end.
142 for 6. We'll see whether the short ball tactic continues. It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because you give it 1 over. Is that enough? Could you give it a couple of overs? If you give it a couple of overs or 3 overs, then as you say, the pressure's off, and they go into tea with the momentum, Sussex. Whereas at the moment, it's been a real struggle for them this afternoon. 50 runs, and they've lost 3 wickets. I think when we look back on today's play, that wicket just before lunch will prove very, very important.
Yep, it's always the case, right on the stroke.
Milnes in bowls, and that's pushed into the offside, and there's no run. No question of dropping 1 in short there.
I think, as opposed to last week where we did have a 3 men back and a few people in catching areas, it's very much a deep square and a kind of wide fine leg to make sure that the batsman is aware that I could drop 1 shot at any time instead of going, we're just going to go short every ball. And I don't mind seeing that. He always making sure it's in the batsman's head, so it allows Milnesy to bowl his good lengths and hopefully take a wicket that way.
He runs in, bowls from just wide of the crease, a little kink in his run there, and that one's pushed into the offside for 1 run. It must take a bit of effort, though, those spells of yours when you're putting in the short balls.
Yeah, it does. Obviously, when you're creating chances and there's a couple that drop in between the fielders, it probably keeps you going for a little bit longer because you're sensing the fact that you probably got a chance of taking a wicket. It's probably a little bit different if you're getting pulled for 6 every other ball, and probably doesn't last as long. But we just felt like we were in the game for so long last week with that kind of situation that occurred to us with the short ball.
Milnes bowls, and that's played back down the pitch to him, no run. Interesting field as well. You were talking about that when you were going. You had 2 guys on the boundary, but then 2 guys sort of 3/4 of the way back.
It proved it made us look a bit silly, really, because there was one that dropped just behind. We had like a normal square leg, and it was just dropped in between the gap of the deep backward square leg and a forward square leg, and the man who was on the ring. So I probably should have had them both out.
Milnes bowls and defended back again. I've not seen a field like that too often. I mean, who actually comes up with that? Is it the skipper? Is it yourself, or is it?
Yeah, it was more Johnny. It was more the fact that because the thing is, if you have them all out, you're relying on him getting on kind of a lot of bat on the ball and getting out to the boundary. What is it? Probably 60-metre boundary. But with that shorter man, if it just falls on the ring, then you miss a catching chance, and unfortunately it fell in between both of them. So
Milnes bowls again, driven, nice shot, and doesn't beat mid-on. Good diving stop, saved. They've scampered through for a single, but they certainly saved 3 runs there.
Yeah, Will Sutherland at full stretch there.
So score moves on to 144 for 6. But it was interesting because you do often see the ball just falling short of the guys running in, and that would have been perfect for those positions. It was an unusual, but I thought quite clever. Milnes, and that's pushed into the onside. No run there. The end of the over. So talking to Jordan Thompson, he's obviously not playing in this game, because sometimes the players do come up if they're playing in it, but he's not out there on the field. And you're off down south to...
Yes, I'll be joining up with Southern Brave this weekend for the start of the 100. A few of the traditionalists won't really want me talking too much about that, but that's...
Kate shaking her head down the
But then you guys can enjoy the one day cup. We'll be back here next week. The boys will feel like moving to Scarborough for this next month or so. They'll be back up and forth, and sad to say when we turned up yesterday, it felt like we hadn't left from last week, as Don Bess is into Danny Lamb and defends outside off. Yes,
nice spot to come though, isn't it? And the Surrey boys just didn't go home. They just went up the whatever the road is up to Durham.
Yeah.
I probably ought to know A1, is it?
I'm sure if you go across the tops to Durham, don't you, from here? I'm not sure if you touch the A1, but yeah, we come along a couple of weeks as Danny Lamb rocks back and knocks it back to Don Bess for no run. They've had straight up to Durham, and then I think Matthew Fisher's injured this week. The reason behind that is that he fell over his bag in the Scarborough changing room and twisted his ankle. So it's Don Bess, another dot, as Danny Lamb knocks into mid-wicket. Yeah, for those who have been in the Scarborough changing rooms, the amount of kit that the teams have nowadays, and some people have manoeuvring around the changing rooms, is quite tricky, and he sides it into cover for no run. Yeah, he fell over a bag and twisted his ankle, and I think he had to go for a scan, so that's the reason why he's not playing up there this week for Surrey.
He has managed to pick up a few injuries down the years as young Matthew.
Yes.
That was a nice... he's bowling with a lot of confidence.
Yes. I'm not sure if that beat the outside edge or if there was a little bit of pad, or can't really see it from this end. Covered up by the batsman and the keeper. As Don Bess is in again for Danny Lamb. Defends into short leg. He's heading over, but Danny Lamb just a bit tentative. There's only 4 or 5 overs until tea, and looks like Sussex might be kind of shut up shop and get themselves through to the break and reassess. Matt Milnes makes his way to bowl the next over.
It's a strong position this for Yorkshire, because you normally, looking at that pitch this morning, if Yorkshire had batted, you would have been looking certainly for what, 280, 320 something in that region.
Yeah, it's interesting in Scarborough, because we always talk about the fact that it's not really like any other county ground. There's a bit more bounce, your lengths change a little bit, so taking advantage of that against opposition teams who are not quite sure how to bowl here, and it takes them a little bit of a while to settle in, you can gain a bit of an advantage.
Start of a new over from Milnes, bowls, and that's pushed into the offside, set off a ridiculous single. A hit at the stumps there would surely have had Danny Lamb out. Well, that's some parentheses with the two of them. They're calling for some silly runs. Let's have a look at this. He would have had to have been out, wouldn't he?
Trying to get him back. Lamb tried to get Hudson Prentice earlier.
Maybe.
Oh,
no, gone.
But yeah, just going back to that, the amount of times that we've been putting at Scarborough, and we talk about Lythy's so good at it, and Beanie as well, and getting through that first hour, first session, then you can cash in.
Milnes bowls, and that's defended back to him. And it's also, as you say, the bounce here. Not only getting used to it, but I think you quicker bowlers, when you see that, you get a little bit carried away. And,
absolutely, that's the thing. And like you say, if we get through that first hour when we've been put into bat, you can cash in. And then on the flip side, when we've won the toss, or other teams have wanted to bat, we've had teams kind of 3-4 down at lunch, and you're looking and going, this is like, we know how to bowl here, and this is what happens quite regularly. So then you're on top. So it's just knowing your own conditions.
Milnes bowls there, and that's pushed backward a point. He did that little detour on his run up there that he did in the previous over as well. Is that something he's...
Yeah, he's a little snake run up. He uses it every so often. I think it's more of a distraction towards the batsman. You get it in the net sometimes, but it's something that Milnes, I think, he actually had a little bit of a success with it in recent times, but this time, Danny Lamb.
145 for 6. Milnes, straight approach, bowls, and that's driven back past him, but up to Jack White out mid-off, talking to Jordan Thompson, who's not in the Yorkshire 11 today, and talking about the differences of playing at Scarborough to other grounds around the country. Would there be another ground that you would reckon would be the closest to playing on here, or is he absolutely unique here?
If we're looking at kind of slopes and things like that, I don't think that Hove's too far away. If you look at up the hill and then you kind of up the hill again at the far end.
Next delivery is short from Milnes and swung away out into the deep for a single.
Yeah, I think with obviously bowling from the top end at Hove, from where the commentators sit at the bottom end, notice if you're at the top end at Hove, you're down the hill and it flattens out, and obviously from the bottom end you're up the hill and then it flattens out. So I think it's probably, again, Headingley's quite similar as well. There's a little bit of a slope down.
Would there be more of a slope at Hove than here, though? Because it looks, we've mentioned this times on air, that it looks like a big slope from here. You get down to ground level, and it's not quite so much. Another snaky approach there, and that one's eased back with a square. Is that a leg by? No signal.
There's a little bit of bat involved.
Yeah. So that's the.
I think the thing with Scarborough as well, if you get the chance to get up close to the start of where the stumps are, there is a little bit of a lip. So the lip is a bit higher and a bit steeper than you expect. So when you're running from this bottom end here, from the Peas Park end, it's a little bit lumpy to run up on, but then it also goes up right at the crease. So it can, for rhythm, it's a bit of a killer at times, especially if you're up against it and you're tired and you're in your 20th over of the day, it can get you, whereas the top end you can kind of cruise down, and I think a lot of people struggle with no balls from the top end because it kind of carries you down the slope. As Don Best back in the attack, and Hudson Prentice knocks it out to 1 on for 1 But yeah, it's making sure you've just got to adapt. It's like anything.
You were mentioning Adam Lyth. He's probably the best. He is definitely the best batsman here at the moment. But over the years, probably nobody's played this ground better than him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you look at the board inside and the amount of times he's on that board for hundreds and things like that. There might be people with more hundreds here, but just the way he goes about his game, he knows it so well that he seems to have success at Scarborough most years as Bess is into Lamp, who defends outside off stump, not really looking to score against Bessie here. He's a bit wary of that rough outside the off stump and the fact that he's beaten the bat a couple of times.
We got a little goal making its way across behind the wicket keeper.
Yeah, how much he's eating. I think he's having a little chomp on something there, but I'm not sure.
Last week, there were gulls over in the corner over towards the tea room, and they didn't seem to want to move when the ball came out. Or
they get braver every year, don't they? Dom just gives it a little bit more flight, and Lamb defends outside off stump.
One of them looked as though it was having a little afternoon nap or something.
There was, it was towards third man, and it was about halfway between the pitch and the boundary, and I was down there for a little bit, and it was sat there happy as Larry. Bessie's in, runs down the wicket and defends for another dot ball, one from the over, and Bessie's controlled the rate very well, and we see Mr. Golden Arm coming to the attack by the looks of it. Adam Lyth, cap off, jumper off, and we know what happened last week when he got hold of the ball.
Yeah, we were a bit concerned up here. There were various theories. One was that it had been hit and it had got his wing damaged. And another one that it had had a heavy night and was just sort of sleeping it off after lunch or something, And it seemed all right the next day. It was a problem.
A few too many chips that he'd found. Plenty of fish and chips going around the ground.
They're big, aren't they?
They get bigger every year.
Fully grown coals.
Yeah. They get bigger every year. There's one flying off now. It's massive.
So, Adam Lyth, the golden arm, number 9 on his back. Just going to get the one over. I'm sure he will agree with me. He's actually underrated as an off spinner. As that
he is.
Delivery is. You agree as well. I mean, he would definitely agree with that. Yes?
Yeah, absolutely. No, he controls everything. He bowls a lot slower than a lot of spinners, so he gets the chance to get a bit more turn on it. But he kind of holds his action. So if people run at him, we can see him quite early, and that's what happened last week. I can't remember who he got out last week actually, but ran past it and got stumped.
Yeah.
So it's knocked one into mid wicket for no run. But yeah, don't be surprised if we see a little chance created here, because it usually happens when Lyther gets the ball in his hand.
Yeah, so he's got a slip and a short leg as he bowls and gives that one out, and it's played down to deep mid on, really. Long on coming in off the boundary to field, so just the one run. And I'm sure Lyther lets everybody know about it as well when he takes a wicket, does he?
Well, you can tell by his celebrations when he wheels off, finger in the air. It's like Alan Shearer. Loves it.
Next delivery from Lyther, outside off stump, turning into the right-handed Danny Lamb, who pushes it back to him. No run. So 23 and 7 at the other end to Danny Lamb. These two have just calmed things down a little bit. Nothing spectacular, but next Paul has played defensively, and as Jordan Thompson said, I think it's a question of let's get into tea, reassess things, and maybe dig ourselves out a little bit more, because they certainly need 250 surely on this pitch. Lyth bowls, that's played firmly back to him. The end of the over, just the one run coming from it, and that will be the penultimate over.
Yeah, I think
before tea.
8 overs. There'll be 16 overs until the new ball after tea. I think I might see a little bit more spin, but then they'll be looking to take advantage of that new ball, Will Yorkshire, with Jack White and Matt Milnes, nice and fresh, and they'll be hoping a couple more wickets before that new ball comes as well. We'll stand them in good stead on this first day. Last over before tea as Don Bess is in. Philson Prentice defends. I don't think there'll be many thoughts of attacking going through Hudson Prentice's head here this last over, but we'll see. Long on has come up. Back and defends from Don Bess.
Overs like this must be difficult for a batsman like yourself, because you know you should really be taking it easy. But if there's just a sight of something, it's not going to hold you
if
back.
There's an opportunity to score, DT. I'll be taking it. Thanks. This is in third ball. The over rocks back, knocks it into James Wharton at short leg, who's fielded well there for the last couple of weeks. Ball. Yeah, Hudson Prentice is staying well put in his crease this over.
But you have a go at it, you get out. And what are they going to say when you get back there? They're going to say, what are you doing? Last over before tea.
Maybe not last over before tea. A bit smarter than that at times. Slight appeal from Don Bess.
It's that story of Robin Marler, the old Sunday Times journalist who used to play for Sussex, Robin Marler, and Tufnell's picked it up now about the reluctant night watchman. He didn't want to do the job and was stumped second ball for 6.
Well, dot ball to finish, and that's tea. Well, it happened last year. I went in as night watchman, night hawk last year against these boys. I got out 4th ball. I don't know if you were here last year. Do you remember that? We were chasing down the score, and we were like, well, Tomo, you go out and we'll try and have a dart at it in the evening. I got out 4th ball, but that was playing a defensive shot, so it shows, doesn't it?
It does indeed. Thanks very much to Jordan Thompson. Good luck with the Chris Backett Cup. I'm sure Southern Brave will go well, and I'm sure they'll go all the better for you being with them.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
Take care. So that is T, 149 for 6. In that session, we've had 58 runs and 3 wickets. And the not-out batsman at T, Hudson Prentice, who's on 23 and 7 runs to Danny Lamb. They've sort of just steadied the ship a little bit. Runs not perhaps as easy to come by as they have been sometimes here at Scarborough. They've worked hard. Lost those 3 wickets in the session. So 149 for 6. We shall be back in around 20 minutes' time. Please join us again then.
Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome back to Scarborough for the evening session on the opening day of this game between Sussex and Yorkshire. The weather has improved considerably over the tea break. We've got bright sunshine now. And it's going to be George Hill who's going to get us underway, coming into bowl to the right-handed, Finn Hudson Prentice, who is that to Daddy Lamb? I do apologise. Lamb is on 7, Hudson Prentice on 23, Sussex 149 for 6.
Yeah, they're quite hard to tell apart, these two, actually, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, Dave.
No, the fact that they're both right-handed, they're both similar height.
Yes.
They've both got similar techniques in a way, although Hudson Prentice is a little bit more, perhaps, adventurous.
Yes, fluid, perhaps, as well. Hill in and bowls, and forward comes and plays into the offside. There is no run. 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg and a long leg. A new ball would be available in 15 overs after this one, so I see no reason why Yorkshire won't take that new ball if indeed they need to. But Yorkshire will certainly be the happier of the two sides in a very good afternoon session, picking up 3 wickets for just 57 as in comes Hill and bowls, and Lamb defends into the offside, no run. Sussex barely going on at less than 2 and over, Dave, during the session.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that says something about the pitch or the Kookaburra ball or the fact that Yorkshire bowled very well, and I think probably the latter is true.
It's a combination of all three, I think, Andrew. I don't think it's the fastest scoring Scarborough pitch we've ever seen. They did bowl very, very well, and of course it is the Kookaburras, neither here nor there.
Hill in bowls, Lamb defends to backward point. There's a group of people outside the ice cream van down there. What do you think they're doing? It looks like it's some sort of presentation or something.
They'll be customers, probably.
Do you think so? Well, I don't know. They all seem to be looking in the wrong direction.
Oh, right, yeah.
I suppose there's some sort of a chat going on down there, perhaps with the ground staff or something, or I don't know. Yeah. Anyway.
I'm glad to see you haven't lost your Jason Gillespie training, by the way.
In comes Hill and bowls, played into the offside. No, in fact, he reminded me on several occasions when he was at Sussex that the new ball wasn't available.
It wasn't due.
Yes. You'd often get a message saying, correcting me.
There we go. Look, there are the people outside the van. I think they're just spectators, are they, stretching their legs?
Yes, I don't know.
They don't seem to be, apart from being grouped together, they don't seem to be chatting to each other or anything.
Hill bowls to Lamb, plays into the offside. There is no run. No, I just wondered, because that's where the ground's keeping equipment was. I wonder if there was someone down there giving a talk or something. But I think they're just perhaps they've been asked by the ice cream man to go make out lots of people are buying ice creams. I don't know. But people are gathered there anyway.
Oh, splendid beard there, look. The white beard and SUFC, that's a footballing term. Obviously Southend United, I imagine, is it?
Here comes Hill and bowls to Lamb, who's forward, plays down the offside, and Yorkshire start the afternoon session the evening session where they finished off the afternoon with a maiden over from George Hill, 149 for 6, 65 overs gone.
Before anybody tweets in or whatever you do these days, I do realise it's probably Sheffield United.
Yes. Well, it might be Scunthorpe United.
Oh, that's true. But don't Scunthorpe play in blue something?
Now you've got me. Now you've caught me out. I saw signs to Scunthorpe coming up last night, so it can't be that far from here.
No, I've been. You've never been there? You've never been?
I've never been to commentate at Scunthorpe, no.
Yeah.
I've commentated at Doncaster in the past, and probably think I've actually commentated at Scarborough as well on football, but I don't know if they have a team anymore.
Back in the day?
Yeah, back in the day.
So, Sutherland starting the first over from the Trafalgar Square end after tea.
I remember it was.
That would have been a long time ago, Adrian.
Well, I remember it well, Dave, because it was World Cup Rugby semi-final day back in 2003 when we won the World Cup, and I'd been sent to cover Aldershot playing at Scarborough and listened to the semi-final driving up, and there was the most horrendous traffic jam on the M1. There'd been a very bad accident.
Sutherland bowls, and again covering up. Again, there is no run.
And I remember reporting to the sports editor that I was stuck in a traffic jam, but he wasn't desperately impressed and suggested that maybe I should have left earlier.
They always do, don't they?
And I remember I got to the ground and literally ran in at 10 to 3 as plugged the equipment in and off we went. Yeah.
Sutherland, then 2 slips, 3 men saving 1 on the off, 2 on the on, as that goes to the one at the middle of the offside, saving 1 fielder who duly saves 1.
Some excellent bowling figures here, aren't they, from Yorkshire? I mean, White for 3 for 20 in his 13 overs. Looking at George Hill, I think he's bowled very well. 12 overs, 5 mains, 1 for 25.
Yeah.
Matthew Revis, 5 overs, 2 mains, 1 for 10. It's been very tight stuff. But as I say, perhaps not an easy pitch to time the ball on. We shall see when Yorkshire have their turn to bat.
Sutherland bowls, and there's a flash and a catch, and that is the end of Hudson Prentice. And the 7th wicket falls, flashing at that one outside the off stump, just getting, I don't know, it was that wicket down to being tied down to the accurate bowling, and he's got one that he could have a go at, flashed at it, and has gone. Good catch there by George Hill at first slip.
I think it's almost as if he changed his mind on the shot, wasn't it, Dave? Perhaps he should have absolutely thumped it, but in the end he rather sort of just helped the ball into the hands of slip. We'll just see this again. Yes.
Very well taken by George Hill, because it was flying.
Yes, he's furious with himself, isn't he, Hudson Prentice?
Flying to his, going to his right,
yeah.
Taking about shoulder height, something like that. It was Adam Lyth at second slip, punching it a little.
I mean, actually, he did flash quite hard at this, didn't he? Look.
Yeah.
He did go quite hard at it, but he's just... I think you're right. I think a lot of this has been born of Sussex being, continually tied down. The scoreboard isn't ticking along. It's a bit of width. And something we were talking about earlier on when Ibrahim was batting. Do you eventually bowl one wide of the off stump? And they've got... I mean, that does go... That's a very good cricketer, George Hill. I was saying to Doidge at tea time, I remember him bowling very well here last year. He bats as well. He's got a good pair of hands. Good cricketer.
Well, if you hang around long enough, Adrian, you may well be able to break bread with his dad on Thursday night.
Yes.
Coming out for a feed.
Did he come out last year, Doidge?
Oh, he comes out most years. Yes. He's a very keen follower of Yorkshire cricket as well as his son, of course. And George must be on the radar of England Lions. I would have thought he seems to do everything right. He's got that balance of runs and wickets. Maybe needs an extra yard of pace. Plugs away consistently. 149 for 7. It's not a good score, Adrian.
No, it's not a good score. It's a below par score, you would think.
Sutherland down the hill bowls, and that's on the stumps, but covered up Jack Carson, and pushes it into the offside, no run.
These would be the last. Both of these two have made first-class hundreds. Jack Carson getting his maiden first-class 100 this season. But Yorkshire will feel they've had a very good day here.
Belfast lad, isn't he, Jack Carson?
Northern Ireland, yeah.
Here's Sutherland bowl it to him, and he's gone. Second ball, Adam Lyth taking the catch at second slip, straight forward, edge, looking to defend, thickish edge. Adam Lyth, he doesn't drop those, and 2 wickets have gone in the second over after the tea break, and Sussex now in all sorts of trouble. 149 for 8. And 2 good slip catches, although that one, Adam Lyth wasn't going to drop that one. It's Sutherland just defending sort of neither back nor forward, and Adam Lyth holding on. And Lyth, who's probably disappointed that Yorkshire decided to field this morning, because he always likes a bat. He's probably over the years been the most successful batsman here at Scarborough of any sort of era, because he just understands how to go about it. He may well be getting a bat tonight.
Well, I think there's been some questionable shots again from some of the Sussex players, but I think we have to give credit to Yorkshire. I think they bowled really well. I think particularly this morning, I mean, James Cole's batted very nicely, didn't he? And certainly against Will Sutherland, he played some lovely shots through mid-wicket when he was drifting onto the pads. But, I mean, since lunch, Yorkshire have bowled excellently. I mean, what Sussex have gone from 92 for 2 to 149 for 8. So they've effectively they have lost 6 for sort of 57. As in comes George Hill, running in over the wicket bowls, and Lamb is forward, prods into the onside. That's a risky 6. If he hits, this could be close. In fact, he misses. I think he might have taken some of the pace off that, did Harry Duke. Nonetheless, they scramble through for a single. And Danny Lamb not worried about exposing Henry Crocombe to the strike.
You were talking earlier about how after a big third wicket partnership last week, the last 8 wickets have gone down.
Yeah, they did. I mean, the only substantial part, you're quite right, Dave, the only substantial partnership is 66 today between Allsop and Coles. Other than that, it's been a bit of a tale of woe. Hill in bowls, Crocombe lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Duke.
What was the stat from last week? Because that was a third wicket partnership.
Yes, it was. They put on 141 last week against Essex.
Was that the same pair? Also?
Yes, it was. Also for goals. Yeah, and then they lost 8 wickets for 61 plus 24, 85.
So not dissimilar.
No. Hill again in bright sunshine, in and bowls. Crocombe is forward, plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. I mean, Sussex had such a good start to the season, and a really good start in the T20 campaign. They won 4 out of 6, but the wind was rather taken out of their sails by they then only won 2 of their remaining 8 and didn't qualify in the final match. Have drawn 3 championship matches since then, as in comes Hill and bowls. Crocombe defends into the offside, no run. A draw at Durham on a very flat pitch. And a draw against Warwickshire and defeat against Essex last week. So
peaking too early.
Yeah, I mean, Sussex, when Ollie Robinson isn't playing, Sussex really miss Robinson. And he didn't play. When Ollie Robinson last played in a championship game, comes Hill, bowls, and another wicket goes down. Well, there we are, 3 wickets go down. That's a very fine catch at third slip. Low down to his left, excellent catch. And George Hill.
Is it?
Finley Bean with the catch. You were right first time, Dave. Good catch, low down to his left. And I'm afraid Sussex are collapsing here like a pack of cards. 150 for 9. I didn't make a note of the tea time score. That was very amiss of me, actually. Right, thank you. So they've lost 3 for 1 since tea.
15 balls.
Well, I think it's almost certain now we're going to see Yorkshire batting. I mean, it was pretty certain, I think, once a couple of wickets had gone down. But it's a Sussex dressing room that's just a little short of confidence at the moment, Dave. I think that the defeat last week against Essex, it seemed a little flat. Paul Farbrace spoke about, he didn't want people feeling sorry for themselves. I haven't quite got that catch, but it's...
It was a very good catch, but I don't think we quite got it on the camera.
I mean, we'll have to see. Never know until both sides have batted. Perhaps Sussex will fancy their chances of bowling in here, but nonetheless, this game is moving on apace.
Yeah, it's one of those situations, isn't it, where Yorkshire now have had the advantage of seeing what the pitch is doing. Again in slow motion for those of you watching on the stream.
Well, it's a good catch.
Catch by Finley Bean, low down to his left. They see what the pitch is doing. They know that they know what score that Sussex have got as well, and they'll know that if they just they mind their work, it's more an accumulated pitch than it is a stroke-making pitch.
Here comes George Hill to bowl to Gurinder Sandhu, who picks up a single off the first ball that he receives, clipping that down to 5 legs. Let's go to 151 for 9. But from 92 for 2, Sussex have now lost 7 for 58.
Yes, it's not a great situation for the visiting side here. And well, we were talking about how long to go to that new ball. May well not need it.
No, I think it
might save the treasurer a few quid.
Yeah. But Sussex will be, as I say, we have to work. I think we can only probably make an assessment when we've seen Yorkshire bat. But as you say, the likes of Adam Lyth know this ground very well. Sussex with no Robinson in the attack. It will be a worry.
So the left-handed Sandhu to face down the hill. Sutherland, who's 2 wickets in his last over and covered up and pushed back. For a minute he looked as though he was exposing his stumps there. But
yes, I thought he'd bowled him momentarily.
Just the angle we're looking at it here. So 3 slips pleased with themselves, each taken a catch since tea. I suppose it's got to be Harry Duke's turn now, hasn't it?
It was interesting because that wicket of James Cole's that went down with the last ball before lunch just goes to show how important that wicket was. Sussex going 92 for 2, but that was an important wicket.
Sutherland bowls, nice looking drive from Sandhu up to mid-off. No run there, so we're into the 68th over, and 151, 68 overs. It's the only batsman who really looked the business today was James Cole.
No, I would agree. I thought Tom Alsop battled away hard.
Battled, yes. Sutherland and left alone outside off stump. No run. Battled definitely. I know. I'm not taking anything away from him, but Cole's just looked as though he was playing it with a stick of rhubarb.
Yeah. Yes, he almost looks like he's 47 off 54 balls.
Can't argue with that.
Including seven fours and a 6.
Sutherland again bowls to Sandhu, and again he leaves that alone. And good judgment from the number 11 left-hander. So 3 slips, they've all taken a catch since tea. 3 men saving the 1 on the offside, 2 on the leg side, and somebody out down there, no doubt, in front of the coffee and ice cream stand. Way down in the distance. Is that him? Imam ul-Haq goes down there. In comes Sutherland, bowls and pushed into the onside. No a run. He's
his last game, Gurinder Sandhu, so he's come over for these 4 Kookaburra games, and then he leaves, and J. Devon Nudkat, the Indian left-arm quick, comes for the final 3 games of the season. That's happened for the last 2 seasons in a row, and he's done very well, Nudkat, so that will bolster the Sussex bowling resources.
Sutherland bowls and driven back to him. Field was pushed back, allowing Sandhu a single if he'd have wanted one there, but hasn't taken it. 151 for 9, so 2 runs since tea, 3 wickets.
This is a big game. I was thinking this driving up, yesterday, that if Yorkshire were to win this game with a decent haul of points, they're going to pretty much close the gap on Sussex. And let's face it, Sussex aren't going to get any, or look unlikely to get any batting bonus points here.
So they would, the most they would probably walk away with. Well, if they lost, they would walk away with 3 at the most.
With possibly 3, yeah. So it's a game that, it was a game driving up. I was thinking that Sussex didn't want to lose. A draw would be okay. Yorkshire would probably feel this was a game I think they'd probably targeted here at Scarborough. And it's going to make the last 3 games of the season really interesting. George Hill comes into bowl to Danny Lamb, played onto the onside by Lamb. He's not afraid to take a single and expose Gurinder Sandhu to 5 balls in this over, which, well, perhaps he's got a lot of faith in Sandhu. We shall see. 152 for 9, but I think it's it's a long way off. There's a long way to go in this game. Who knows? I mean, Yorkshire might finish tonight sort of, 57 for 5, and we might say, well, Sussex are favourites. But it's a game that if Yorkshire were to win, it would certainly throw the relegation scrap wide open. Hill in bowls. Sandhu lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Duke, and there is no run.
It would. I mean, there are quite a few teams there.
Yeah, there are.
Could be sucked into.
Yeah, definitely. And we were saying earlier on, with the table itself, it's so concertinaed between, Sussex in 5th, Yorkshire in 9th, separated by just 21 points. In comes Hill, bowls. Sandhu defends down the track. There is no run. Watching Essex last week, I just don't think Essex are going to get sucked in. I think they're just too good a side. They've got too many good players. Durham could be in trouble. They've been rolled over by Surrey today for 150 odd, so they are in trouble. They've only got 7 more points than Yorkshire, so if Durham can find themselves in the relegation places at the end of this week. Bowls, Sandhu defends into the offside. There is no run.
I think Worcestershire, as much as I like Worcestershire,
I think
how wonderfully well they did to stay up last year.
Yeah.
I think they're probably going to go this year.
No, I think you're right. I'm just looking at Durham's fixtures. They've got to go to Essex. They are at home to Worcestershire. And then their final game of the season is against Yorkshire at Headingley. Hill is in, bowls right up in the block hole, and Sandhu drives confidently enough to mid-off. There is no. I'm going to have to go, Dave, because I've got to do a quick update.
Adrian Hartham's moving out temporarily, leaving me in charge of the ship. Let's see if we can take this final wicket. 152 for 9. Field spread now, offering Sandhu a single. As Hill bowls to him, and he fiddles at that one outside the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. That was the last ball of the over. Sandhu not taking the run. Will Danny Lamb give him a run early the next over? We shall see. So he's 152 for 9. If you had a long tea break and missed the first few overs, great excitement. First 3 overs of the afternoon, 3 slip catches taken. Sussex slipping from 149 for 6 at tea to 150 for 9. These last wicket pair have added a couple of runs. And it's going to be Sutherland. He took 2 wickets in his first over after tea. Both caught in the slips. Sutherland bowls, and Lamb pushes that into the offside and doesn't take a single this time. Could have taken one because cover is, well, good. 50 yards, 40 yards maybe, 40, 50 yards from the bat. Just pushed it towards him but decided not to take the run. 52 for 9. Yes, here comes Sutherland bowls, and that's a real strong arm jab through mid-wicket. Struck very, very firmly, and that's raced away to the boundary. Danny Lamb obviously deciding that he needs to, as old saying goes, make hay whilst the sun shines up, but make hay whilst the Sandhu's still at the other end. The last wicket down, and Yorkshire now sending another man back to the boundary. So 4 men in the boundary on the onside, 2 slips, 3 out on the offside. Sutherland bowls, and that's pushed to one of those fielders out on the offside. It comes in from the boundary. The batsman declined to take a single. So no run to be had there. Although they could have taken one comfortably. Bean has come out of the slips, so just the 2 slips. Very good catch he took off Hill for that 9th wicket. Sutherland bowls to Lamb, and that's the 4th ball of the over, I believe, Kate, and he's taken a single off that, so he's left Sandhu 2 to face. Sandhu looks pretty comfortable, doesn't he? And he's now looking around the field. We have 1 delivery at him with 3 slips in and fielder saving the single. And then the last ball, fielder spread out, go back, offer him 1. He hasn't taken it the last 2 overs, but we may see what he does this over. Sutherland bowls to him and he covers up and pushes up and square the wicket. Doesn't take the single, so bit of cat and mouse going on out there, trying to keep Lamb on the strike. 157 for 9. Lamb's got 14. He's battled away.
Yes, another
disappointing
batting performance from Sussex.
1 to Sandhu.
157 for 9.
You can hear Adrian possibly down the other end of the box. Desperately disappointing batting display. Sutherland bowls to Sandhu. Again covers up, defends. He's doing his job, and that's the end of the over. 157 for 9. 70 overs have been bowled, so obviously 10 until the new ball's available. Yorkshire will want to finish this well before that. So. Available. Adrian Harms moving back in. Listeners all heard you, Harmsy. Desperately disappointing.
I think they'll be desperately. I think Sussex will be disappointed. I guess we'll have to wait and see how Sussex bowl on this, but I think they'll feel they're undercooked, as in comes George Hill running into bowl to Danny Lamb, who on this occasion decides not to take the single, having done that a couple of overs ago. I think Gurinder Sandhu looked pretty decent. I wonder if it's just the sort of pitch that as a batter you just need to apply yourself. Is that the name of the game here? Is it patience?
I think probably is. It's an accumulators pitch rather than a bish bash bosh pitch. To use a couple of technical terms.
Yes. George Hill was on his way in, but there was a change in the field, and I think it was Jack White who had been moved across to mid-off just as Hill was running in. Hill was unaware that he was changing the field. Sun is out, lovely afternoon here, the crowd basking in the Scarborough sunshine as George Hill motors in, bowls to Lamb, who's forward and defends, plays out to the offside. This is slightly odd, actually, because a couple of overs ago, Danny Lamb took a single off the first ball of an over, didn't he? And Gurinder Sandhu seemed to survive those deliveries. Nonetheless, there's some sort of a plan. 157 for 9. Sussex at one time 92 for 2. James Cole's out on the stroke of lunch. 47. Comes Hill again, bowls, and Lamb is forward to a ball of good length, play down the offside of the track. That's 3 balls in the over are gone. Just wonder whether the field might come in. New ball available in 9 overs after this one. No doubt Yorkshire will hope to wrap things up before then. I think the Yorkshire fielding and catching has been excellent today, and it all started with that amazing catch from James Wharton. If you haven't seen it, you can catch it on all sorts of social media channels as in comes Hill and bowls. Lamb is forward. Hill fields off his own bowling, no run. With commentary from Doige and Dave Townsend sitting next to me. But it was an incredible catch. Chasing back from mid-wicket, probably fully 30 yards. And the ball coming over his shoulder and diving full length. It was an amazing catch. There we are, we're seeing it again. Quite incredible. And he caught the ball mid-air. It really was an incredible piece of fielding.
Great catch. They practice those, but very rarely do you see. And you see attempts at them in the film, but
you do.
Rarely do you ever see one held.
Hill in again, bowls, and Lamb defends to mid-off, no run. And the slip catching has been excellent as well for Yorkshire. They say catches win matches.
Yeah, but it also gave me a chance to produce my best David Coleman. You remember old David Coleman?
Yes, I do, yeah.
Extraordinary. it's a good word. It's a good word for extraordinary.
Yeah.
It's got a bit of passion behind it, doesn't it?
Yeah. Hill in again, bowls, Lamb defends. That's going to be a maiden over. I think he's bowled. I think Yorkshire have bowled well as a unit here today. It's another maiden over from George Hill. 157 for 9 at the end of the over. We're going to cheekily ask Kate, what are George Hill's figures?
6 maidens, 1 for 28.
There you go. Very good indeed. And I think that's been a feature of Yorkshire today. The other thing with David Coleman wasn't one of his sort of, 1-0. That was always his thing, wasn't it?
Yes, he had...
fine commentator, fine broadcaster.
He sort of used to get sort of fell in love with players, didn't he? I remember when that blonde-haired German turned up at Wembley, Gunter Netzer. He was the most wonderful player of all time. Sutherland bowls, and that's defended by Sandu, and he's
Gunter Netzer, crumbs, yeah.
Gunter Netzer, and he's spraying passes all over Wembley, and halfway through the second half, Coleman said, "That pass was so good it beat the player."
And there used to be Sports Night with Coleman back in the day. Do you remember that? Wednesday night football.
No, I'm so young.
God, dear. And I think he presented Question of Sport, didn't he, David Coleman?
He did
initially.
Early doors, yeah. Sutherland bowls and Sandu. I say he's an attacking shot there. He gets a thickish inside edge. First time he's shown any sign of aggression, really. And, looked to hit it through the offside. And thickish inside edge. So we're going to have a change of commentary here with Kit Harris coming in for 157 for 9. As Sutherland bowls to Sandu. Ooh, thought about having a little tickle there outside the off stump, but thought better of it. And ball through to keeper Harry Duke, the 3 wise men, or the three fine catchers in the slips there, was all taken one since tea. George Hill made that first slip his own when he plays. Finley Bean's catch, I think, was probably the best of the 3, the third one. Sutherland bowls, and that's played into the ground just short of Adam Lyth at second slip. And there's no run there. 157 for 9. Way to turn around.
Narinder Sandhu seemed to be suggesting that that kept low a bit from his mime with his glove. I don't think it did.
He's Sutherland bowling and pushed back down the pitch, or pushed towards mid-off. Now see the field spread back, offering Sandu 1. He's not the worst batter in the world. I think what we have seen here today is 1 or 2 balls bounce and 1 or 2 balls sort of die a little bit and not carry all the way through. You know, Harry Duke's been taking them around his ankles, and others that he's sort of taken shoulder height. Yes, it's not a typical Scarborough pitch, but
What's a typical Scarborough pitch, David?
a little bit quicker than this, probably a little bit bouncier. Next delivery on the stumps from Sutherland is played defensively into the offside. I don't know whether you picked up that lone voice of boring in the crowd there. Somebody thought that they should be perhaps having a go and taking the runs when they run off. It wasn't on offer. That was a maiden over. Just 8 runs since tea, and those 3 wickets fallen. So another 8 overs to the new ball.
There's no great harm in taking the runs that are available. This is the 10th wicket stand. There is nothing time-wise to play for. This isn't playing for a draw or enabling one of the batters to get to his 100. Take what's available. Hill to continue, running away from us. Bowls now and again. There's just a compact defensive shot. Some byplay. What was Dominic Bess up to there, David?
Well, he always likes to attract attention, does Dominic, and sort of went down on his knees there to field that one, as if to suggest that he's agreeing with the gentleman's verdict in the crowd at the end of the last over.
Another forward defensive, but this time a single certainly would have been offered there, because Jack White is set quite deep on the offside, at very wide mid-off. The single is available. The single is being given everywhere. In fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the boundary. Just the 2 slips. Those are the only men, apart from the keeper, close to the bat. So Hill is in again. Shorter this time, and he encourages a back foot defensive. What are we playing? What's the tactic here, David?
Well, Danny Lamb's been in there for a good while and is perceived as being the better batter, isn't he? And he's going to be looking to pick up 1s and 2s, or if he gets a bad ball, he'll obviously try and give it a bit of welly. But
haven't had many of those from Hill. Here he is. That's a short ball, and it's hooked. There are 2 men out there behind the square leg umpire for that shot. It's a scampered single. There wouldn't have been a chance of 2, because those boundary riders, well, they're not quite riding the boundary. They're about 10 yards in front of Scarborough Cricket Club hospitality marquee. So now the field will change. Sandhu. In fact, everybody is now in saving the single, with the exception of deep backward square come long leg. 3 slips now as Hill strides into bowl to the left-handed Sandhu on his pads, and he's tickled it away. I think this is going to evade the fielder on the leg boundary. Indeed it is. 4 runs misdirected. Hill probably did the right thing in coming around the wicket to the left-handed number 11, but he did the wrong thing in bowling a right-hander's line, if you like.
yes, it would have probably been a useful delivery to a right-hander, wouldn't it?
Sandhu to 5. Sussex 162 for 9. Now Hill has gone to over the wicket. Well, perhaps did it just keep a little low. It was a length ball. Sandhu played it back in his crease and had to drop his hands on it a touch. But he's got through those 2 deliveries in a style a little bit more classy than that we would normally associate with a number 11. 162 for 9, Sussex. And are we having a Sutherland being taken off at the Trafalgar Square end? Are we going to spin, David?
It looks as though Dominic Bess is...
Captain's prerogative to bowl at the number 11, David.
Well, it's given that the way they're playing very defensively against Sutherland, he's taken 2 wickets, to be fair, in that spell. He's going to just hurry their way through to a new ball, and if you can pick up a wicket on the way, then they won't need the new ball.
I thought he looked very lively in that spell. It seemed to be the end for him. Sutherland, yeah. But when he was bowling from this end, didn't quite seem as nippy as he's been. But he really did look alive.
I think most of the bowlers prefer to be bowling downhill. Not that much earlier. Jordan Thompson was talking about it being a hill. It's not really. It's just a little slope, really. So, there we go. Don Bess off spin bowls, and that's paddled around the corner by Lamb. He's going to come back for 2 runs. It was one of those tantalising ones that sometimes you see at Wimbledon, a top spin lob. It was the James Wharton running back from short leg. It was always just a bit too far. And even a Wharton salmon-like leap wouldn't have got to that one.
A lot of air time on the ball, but as you say, tantalising.
Yes, here's Bess again to Lamb, who looks for a drive through the offside, and actually just gets the fat inside edge of the bat to that, and
I think it's quite straight.
pushes it back down the pitch. Quicker delivery this time from Lamb. There's a shout of catch as it bobs up on the offside. It would have been a dolly for a bat pad on the offside.
He's bowled well in this innings. He's been parsimonious, Dominic Bess, yet to get a breakthrough. I don't think we would begrudge him the concluding wicket here.
Bess bowls and swung away. That one from Lamb. He's only going to get a single at the Matthew Revis there in front of the bleachers. Sends the throw in, and the field now comes in for the left-handed Sandu. Now this might be interesting if Bess finds just a little bit in the pitch.
He does love bowling to the left-hander, doesn't he, Dominic Bess? All off-spinners do, or claim to. Bess, his record against the left-handers is supreme by comparison with the right. He's bringing those fielders in off the offside boundary by the bleachers.
Sandu, big man, left-hander, just drops the bat on that. Pushes it to extra cover. 3 men around the bat. We've got a leg slip. Forward short leg and Adam Lythe at slip. Bess bowls again. That's pushed to mid-wicket. Another over slips by. 3 runs coming from that one. 165 for 9. Lovely evening here at Marine Road.
Yes, it's as lovely as it's been all day. There's a breeze which is just on the cooling rather than chilling side. You may have heard the announcement that Revis is coming on again, placing Hill. In search of the final Sussex wicket, 165 for 9. Revis already has 1 for 10. He bowled Tom Alsop for 40. Now he's coming in to Danny Lamb, outside off, and Lamb drops it into the covers where there is absolutely a run available, and he declines, much to the bawdy annoyance of some of the men in the bleachers. I've been told not to call the Popular Bank, which is what it says on the ground plans.
Who told you that?
Kate Holdsworth, who's a Yorkshire woman. Straight again on a length, not too quick this one, Midland leg, and defended, and Revis just said something to the umpire then as he gathered the ball in his follow-through. I'm not quite sure what it was. It looked a little bit disagreeable.
He said nothing wrong with the Popular Bank.
It certainly is popular today. Very good crowd in. This one is full, it's on the pad, there's a big appeal, possibly a touch high. I don't think it was missing leg. Revis certainly doesn't think it was missing leg. He's looking exasperated. He wipes his sweat off his brow with his short shirt sleeve.
Wasn't the most convincing of LBW appeals, was it?
Keeper and slip were not interested. That's for sure. It ducked in the air. It's hit him on the top of the pat flab, probably going over and possibly outside leg stump. This one is fuller, tapped into the covers, and this time, cricket is a funny thing. Danny Lamb does decide to take the single out to cover, and so Sandhu comes on strike. The field comes in. Lamb to 19, Sussex 166 for 9. Yorkshire have got their 3 bowling points, which come at 3, 6 and 9. About half an hour ago I was asked by Lady Boycott when the bowling points came. There were 6 down when she asked me that question. Yorkshire have now got their 3. 3 slips in weight now for Sandhu. That's an excellent line, and the ball held its line outside off stump. And Sandhu, well, let's say he just drew the bat inside the line at the last minute.
You can say that if you like, but it wouldn't be accurate.
Over generous, you think, David? Number 11s have a funny way of leaving, if indeed they ever do. This one, well, that's a jab. Stunned it into the ground in front of him. It was short. Sandhu is not blessed with much in the way of footwork. He just stands there and drops the ball, and the bat face almost perpendicular to the parallel to the ground. That's the end of the over. 166 for 9. And the last wicket pair. They're clinging on. They are turning down singles. Partnership is 16. Now are 5 overs left until the new ball is available. They'll take it, presumably, David, if they get that far?
You would think so.
Mind you, Dominic Bess has every intention of making sure that we don't get to that point. He's going to bowl 76, 78 and 80 from the Trafalgar Square end, I should think. He wants that wicket.
Bess off spin. Bowls to Lamb. Lamb eases that one up to long on. Easy single, you're thinking, if you're only listening and not watching the stream. And indeed it would have been an easy single, but it was declined. A wide delivery this time from Lamb, and he's going to pick up runs here. Only the one. He thought he was going to get 2 out to wide, long off, but had to settle for the single there. A bit of sharp moving around in the deep. Trying to see who that is, whether it's James Wharton. In fact, no, Wharton's in under the helmet, isn't he? So we'll just call him long off for simplicity. The field now comes in to surround the left-handed batter. 4 catches. That's best bowls.
Let's worry about it as the week goes on.
Sandhu plays up back down the pitch, and there's no run. So bat pad on the offside, leg slip, and forward short leg. They're crouching as that's a quicker delivery. So oohs and ahs. That's ahs.
There's not much spin on offer, that's for sure. In some ways, Yorkshire has been a cruel place to Dominic Bess since he arrived from Taunton those years ago.
Bowls again, and that is it or not.
They think he played that onto his boot and it bounced up for the short point fielder. The umpire is going to confer. Like it might have gone down and then up. They're having a chat. Square leg will know.
No, so they're not giving it. carry on. So the umpires have been particularly, what should we say, batter friendly during this innings. And, he's played it into his boot. Whether it's actually gone into the ground and into the boot and up, which is probably what the umpire thinks. Peter Hartley says no at square leg. His delivery is turned to short leg. That's the end of the over. They're going to do a little replay for us on the stream so we can sort of see what happens.
I think that hit his boot first and bobbled up, and they think it might have brushed the glove on the way up. He's sort of padding it away from leg stump. Oh no, it is hard to tell. He's definitely got the bat on that. Either hit it into his boot or he's hit it into the ground, boot and up. There was bat involved, there was boot involved, and there was also a forward short leg involved, so that we couldn't see it properly on the replay from the perfect angle. Let's have a look here. This one might show it. Plays it, yes, yep,
into the ground and up. So perfect angle there. Thank you very much, Mr. Director. You've been brilliant today. Thanks to
Revis to Lamb.
Start with the new over.
Back of a length and defended. We enter the start of over game we're currently playing, which is there are singles everywhere to Danny Lamb. When is he going to take it? In the last over from Bess, it was not off the first ball. He declined it, but took it off the second.
Yeah, he didn't really take it though, did he? He was looking for two.
He hoped he'd get back for two. It was wishful thinking. Here is the second ball. Short, pulled, up in the air, and it drops safely between the two fielders out on the line. Imam ul Haq and I think Finley Bean. Harry Duke said catch immediately. The ball was top edged, but it did. It dropped safely. We were only interested for a moment. Did they take the run there? Yes, they took the single. Did they take the single, Kate? Just the single. Okay.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't. No. Gurinder Sandhu, the tall man, is non-strike. So no single. Full defended. And picking up the ball in his follow-through, Revis looks around his shoulder as if to say, what on earth is the tactic here?
Well, this is the fourth ball coming up where he will take a single. If he can.
Four men patrolling the leg side boundary, all of them 10 yards in from the rope. And full outside off, flashed away to deep cover, who races in, and there's the single that Dave Townsend predicted. So the field converges once more for Sandhu. Danny Lamb now has 21, and this has been the pattern of the last few overs. And I don't think that Sandhu is particularly interested in participating in it. Defending the last two balls is not what he has in mind. I think he wants runs. I wonder if Danny Lamb is saying to him, look, your job here is to block one or two balls and we'll score at one and over until they're thoroughly exhausted.
New ball due in 3 overs. New ball available in 3 overs. I do apologise, Dizzy, if you're listening.
Short legs come into the leg-handed Sandhu. Is Revis going to bounce him? No, he's not. Outside off stump. Just allows the ball to come onto the full face of the bat, does Sandhu. So he's being very patient. There are some fantastic cameras around this ground. They put many a headquarters on the county circuit to shame. We're now getting a good look at Ted Kerwin selling his second-hand cricket books up behind the bleachers. Last ball of the over then. Revis is in, round the wicket, full to Sandhu, who drives, but it's only a check drive, and skipper Bess gathers at mid-off. 168 for 9, Sussex. And we go round again, and Bess will have 2 more before the new ball is taken at the Trafalgar Square end.
Yep. So Bessel, he'll fancy his chances, of course, because he's a very confident bowler. He bowled it superbly here last week when the pitch started to take a little bit of spin towards the end of the third day, and quite a lot of spin on the fourth afternoon when Surrey were bowling. And
He bowled from the same end, Dave?
do I bowl?
Did he bowl from the same end with those 7 he took?
Mainly, yeah. Bowls there to Lamb, who just comes forward, defends it round the corner.
Does get a nice loop on it. Best, not much turn, but he's getting gentle flight away in the air from the right-hander.
Bowls, and that's clipped up to long on, and our critic over on the bleachers passes his opinion again as they don't take a run. It's not boring, it's absorbing. Best bowls again, and that was in the air for a little while, on its way out to deep mid-wicket. Fourth ball of the over coming up, and this is when he takes the single. Bess, what's he going to do? Bowls, and that's pushed into the onside, and they jog through for a single. So Lamb is advancing at 1 run per over, or 1 run every 4 balls that he's facing. Sandhu is defending, gets the odd loose one, hit that, just glance that nice boundary off George Hill. He's got 5. Lamb 22, 169 now, 4-9, still well below par. Round the wicket to Sandhu, and that's played up to mid-on. No run there. Last ball of the 78th over, bowls, and defended. No run there. So another over ticks by.
And ticking by is all it's doing at the moment. I'm not sure I agree totally with our pundit in the bleachers or with Dave Townsend. I'm not at either end of this spectrum. We're somewhere between boring and absorbing. I'm not definitely at one end or the other. Why wouldn't you have a hit?
I think you'd have a hit if we saw in the last Bess over, didn't we? When Bess put one a little bit wide, and he went for an expansive shot then.
You're trying to catch him.
It's a bad. If you like, he's waiting for the bad ball, and Yorkshire aren't bowling very many.
I would have a go after the old ball. It's only going to get harder. Revis bowls short. Lamb pulls straight to the fielder, saving 2 at long leg. Finn Bean, I think. It is easy to score runs at the moment, even if they're only singles. And I think it will get harder certainly once White is given the new ball. May not defend quite so much then. Outside off, left alone by Lamb. Do you think when they bring the new ball on, they'll put the fielders in the ring again for Lamb, or they'll continue to give him the single?
Well, I would imagine they'll continue to give him a single, because when you think about it, putting the fielders in the circle is doing nothing in terms of taking his wicket, if you like.
Pulled again. He's ridden the bounce here, roll the wrists on it. Imam ul Haq, that deep forward square leg, is the fielder this time, and once again Lamb turns down the run.
Possibly a third slip in, but if you think about it, the way they're going to get Lamb is bowled LBW or nicked off. So whether you have your fielder in or whether you have them out, it's irrelevant really.
His ball full edged past the diving second slip, 4 runs. He have played that with slightly soft hands. He went for the offside drive to get his single, and the ball took a thick edge. Had there been a third slip, I think the ball might have bounced short of him. Lyth put in a good effort to try and stop the ball.
Revis's reaction there suggests that might just have been a chance.
His partnership is now 23. 23, the second highest of the innings. Thanks to Adrian Harms and Kate Holdsworth helping us out with these things. They're tenacious, I'll give them that. Lamb defends again. This ball was back of a length and straight. Shouting from the bleachers.
Get on with it.
Get on. One, I think we've got the beers was one of them. Get on with it was the other one. And I think the fact that they're shouting these things, well, one utterance helps you out with the other one. Last ball of the over, blocked, and now this might well give. Well, they say boring this time, but that may give Best the chance he wants, which is a full over number 80. So last before the new ball, a full over at Sandu.
Sandu's going to take a run off the first ball, isn't he? That's how these things work.
Have a swing, me old son. Thoroughly un-Australian to be defending against an off-spinner in the 80th over. Have a crack. Am I being needlessly modern, Dave?
Have a go at your mug, as they used to say in the old days.
They're going to crowd the bat again. Still these four men round. Anyone on the boundary? So they're saying... Dominic Best is saying, go on, hit me over the top.
Best to the left-handed Sandu, who defends, doesn't get his single. And he had another critical comment. Next delivery's turned around the corner, and they're just going to jog through for a single. So they didn't get the run off the first ball, they did get it off the second. And now we're back to Danny Lamb facing. Lamb's batted well in the sense that he's certainly stopped that little rot in the mid-afternoon. It's been there a long time, 26 runs. How many balls, Kate? 88 years, so he's hasn't been the most scintillating of innings. Best bowls to him, defended back down the pitch.
Hughes and Coles was the highest partnership of the innings. That looks like that was 62-66. These two came together at 150.
Next delivery is defended. I think it was...
I don't know what am I hearing. That wasn't right, was it? It was Allsop and Coles.
Yes.
Did I say Hughes?
You did.
Oh, well, should have been Hughes. One might argue was the import.
Best to Lamb, who defends again. Just a one slip in for Lamb, which seems about right. Yorkshire have accomplished what they set out to do, and that's not to give away easy runs leading up to the taking of this new ball. And with Sussex, well, they've achieved what they wanted to do, I suppose. The batsmen are still there. They've managed to put together 24 runs now, which could be useful in the context of the match. Everybody in, saving the one, with one exception, the deep square leg, and that one's patted back to Bess. And now, well, we see the new ball taken because 80 overs are up.
Well, all the helmets are coming off. Which a substitute fielder has run on to collect all the lids, so that suggests the end of Best, which in turn suggests the new ball, and Peter Hartley, the umpire, is now waving the new ball at us. And as we refresh the ball, so too let's refresh the voices. In a few moments you'll
let Deutsche in first.
Jonathan Deutsche will be back.
Make way for Adrian Harms. or get out of harm's way, as we've said so many times, as to be very predictable. Oh, and I will do that now, and the next voice you'll hear will be Jonathan Deutsch.
Jack White then. Harmsy thinks this will be wrapped up pretty quickly, so it might be a short stint. Who knows? But it is Jack White, Peashorn Park End in the Scarborough sunshine, round the wicket, and that is dropped into the pitch by Gurinder Sandhu, and there is no run.
I just emptied half my bottle of water over Dave Townsend. So it didn't land on him, I don't think. It went on the floor.
So it's good. Gurinder Sandhu here. I think you'd have to say 6 against his name, but he's trying to do a job for his team, and he turns this one backward a square leg for a single. Now they're not getting on obviously very far on the scoreboard. 175 for 9 in 80 overs is turgid stuff in that respect, but I suppose when you're just looking for little victories, the longer you can keep the opposition out there bowling, for starters, not only accumulating some slim pickings from time to time, at least that's a little bit of something, but it's been a pretty poor day so far for the visiting side, and I think anybody in this part of the world would have bitten your hand off at 175 for 9, but they've still got to finish the job. They've, like a lot of teams these days, we see another Jack White dot ball. They've sometimes struggled to pick up that final wicket or two, but I don't think that's just Yorkshire. I think it's a common theme with tail end batters, as DT bemoaned on commentary last week on a few occasions. You know, they actually work at their game these days, and it's not fair, says DT. They should just be rabbits when they walk out there. So there was a bit more charm about the game, apparently, as White's in. Oh, good delivery, and he walks into this with a little push at it, Danny Lamb.
Well, it does tell you, though, Deutsch, I mean, Gurinder Sandhu is, I hope that's not a heated conversation that's going on there. Sandhu sort of seemed to wonder, who's he chatting to there, Deutsch? There seem to be a few words being exchanged. Gurinder Sandhu doesn't look desperately happy.
I think it's Will Sutherland, isn't it, who's gone in at straight mid-wicket. I think they're probably still arguing about the non-dismissal. Now, more on that in a sec. We were off air at the time, you and I. As White is in, and that's a nice shot as Harmsy calls to Matthew Revis, but it's straight to the man at mid-off. I just took it that I'm not saying that the Sussex players are not straight in that respect, and anyway, it doesn't matter whether you are or not. If you're the batter, you're fully entitled to wait for the umpire's decision, and if he says it's not out, that's not your fault. But George Hill is about as straight as they come, and the way he ran away appealing suggested to me that he was very confident that had, you know, however it was deemed a dismissal, was a dismissal, as White's in again, and that's pushed to mid-off, and Revis fields, and there's no run. But you know, the Yorkshire players, they might be grumpy and having a gripe at Sandhu as the man who was on strike at the time, but you know, there's plenty of players out there besides him who wouldn't walk, and DT says it hit the ground. I didn't see the replay, you see. I was sitting off to the side, couldn't see the screen from where I was, so I haven't actually seen it. I could just tell by the reaction of the players out there, that's all I'm saying.
Is that a live drone footage on our screen showing the ground? I think it is. Wow, look at that. Amazing.
Yeah, superb shot.
So Matt Milnes is going to come on from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Sussex 175 for 9. Last wicket partnership 25 between these two, the second highest Sussex partnership of the innings. Maybe it does show that with application on this pitch, I mean, Gurinder Sandhu has battled. I don't know how many balls he's received. Kate, are you able to say?
Sandhu, 38.
Yeah, 38. Yeah, that's pretty good for a number 11. He's 7 not out. As in comes Milnes, bowls, and Sandy picks up more runs here, clips this through square leg. They've taken 1. It makes you wonder, some of those, I was a little baffled by the Sussex tactic of not taking the singles, because Sandu has looked to me perfectly capable, and Sussex have probably turned down, well, probably a dozen runs, I would imagine.
Yeah.
That seems a slightly odd tactic.
Never a fan of that sort of thing. Those sorts of things, and things like time wasting in football and stuff like that. So a number of times it comes back to come backfire on you. Just take them, surely.
Yeah, because Sandu's look more than capable. Milnes in bowls, Lamb drives, well, shapes to drive, but then defends onto the onside, and there is no run. Around the country, let's have a look what's going on in the other games. Surrey 65 for 3 in reply to Durham's 153 all out. A couple of wickets there for Ben Ray, 1 for Matthew Potts. Essex piling on the runs against Warwickshire at Chelmsford.
Sounds like a cracking deck in that match at Durham.
Essex 288 for 3 against Warwickshire. Tom Westley 111 not out. In comes Milnes, bowls to Lamb. Let's go outside the off stump, no run. Somerset have recovered from a perilous position at Trent Bridge. They were 25 for 3. They're now 295 for 3. Centuries for James Rue and for Tom Abel. So Somerset going along very nicely. A day of rain down at Worcester. Unfortunately, they're still off Hampshire in the play. They have had 33 overs worth, or 127 without loss. Weatherly and Middleton both going through to half centuries. In comes Milne bowled. Lamb is rather squared up. He's going to get more runs here, possibly 4 of them. Down towards third man. The ball is rolling towards the boundary. I think it's going to beat the fielder. We can't see whether it does or not. No, it's a very good bit of fielding, judging by the applause. Danny Lamb thought it had probably gone for a boundary, and in the end he had to scamper the third towards the non-striker's end. So 3 more to Lamb, who goes to 29.
First 3 of the day.
Oh, well done, thank you. Yeah, not an easy ground to run 3 on. Division 2 raining at Bristol. Actually, it's not at Bristol, it's at Cheltenham Festival. Middlesex 232 for 3 against Gloucestershire. Middlesex with a good win last week against Northamptonshire. Another Riyadh Ahmed 100 today. Leicestershire 335 for 8 against Kent at Canterbury. In comes Milnes bowls to Sandu, and he's going to get 4 more here. And these are starting to be quite annoying runs as far as Yorkshire are concerned. He's edged that one down off the bottom edge of the bat. It's another boundary for Sandu, and Sussex go to 183 for 9. And Sandu goes to 12, and this partnership now worth 33. And sometimes with the new ball, you see this, the ball just disappears that much quicker. Glamorgan 235 for 7 against Lancashire. That game being played at Old Trafford, I presume? Yes, at Old Trafford. Milnes in again, bowls, and drives handsomely to extra cover, and there is no run. So, end of another over, 183 for 9. Lamb 29, Sandu is on 8. Live cricket here on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Jonathan Doidge, Dave Townsend, and Kit Harris, your commentary team here today. Lots of blue sky around Scarborough. I think we're certainly going to get all the overs in today, which is good news. I think it was one of the score I didn't give you. It's Derbyshire 315 for 8 against Northants. Martin Anderson, player who grew up at Middlesex, scoring 100 for Derbyshire today. So
some early leavers. 5:21 and 3 people have just left their seats to go home. Maybe Sussex fans, Harmsy.
Well, Sussex are doing all right, yeah. On for a batting bonus point, Doidge.
Jack White coming in to bowl now to Danny Lamb, who's on 29, wide of it off stump, and he has an easy leave with that delivery.
It would just be frustrating this for Yorkshire, because once they'd got that 9th wicket when Henry Crocombe was out, they'd have thought, when it was just after tea, I would have had sort of 26, 27 overs. If they could have picked that wicket up, they might have cleared, even at 2.5 and over, they might have been sort of 60, 70 by the close of play. But we're going to lose 2 overs for a change of innings here, so they might have to face sort of an awkward 10 overs now, Yorkshire.
Yeah. White, that's a better delivery, but still doesn't ask Lamb to play. It was fairly tight towards off stump, but his judgment was good.
And that's, of course, if a wicket goes down. If a wicket went down now, Sussex would have Yorkshire would face 11 overs.
Yeah.
So Sussex will just feel
105 for none. I was waiting for your reaction then. You
I just what's he talking about?
Yeah, that reaction went through in instalments, didn't it? Here comes White, and that's turned to leg this time by Danny Lamb. Will Sutherland fields at mid-wicket, I should say. There's no run. There's a smattering of spectators today on the west stand. That's been the case both all last week and this. So that attendance, roughly, from what Bill Mustoe said earlier, similar to what it was last week. A couple of thousand, I think, in today. Not like the halcyon days of Scarborough in that respect. Holds, well, there are 11,000 seats here, I'm told, but it holds 8,500 in terms of what they can take for health and safety purposes. That's another dot ball pushed into the offside.
Did I hear, Doidgy, that there's some ground development planned here at Scarborough, or did I not hear, or was that incorrect?
I think there's some ground development planned in people's dreams at the moment.
Really?
But this stand is going to have to come down by the sound of things. It's, as Bill said when he came up to speak to us on air last week, 100-year-old concrete that we're sitting on.
All right.
It could be messy, actually, because I think we're over the top of the loos in this commentary box. It's a good delivery from White, which nips away from Danny Lamb. He does have a little interest in it with his bat. But yeah, there's some scaffolding underneath the press box away to our right. We can't use that walkway into it that you can normally use down the front. We've got to go around the back now.
Yep.
So you mentioned that there was a cost of 45 grand for the scaffolding, which is obviously dead money, really, because you're just keeping up a building that will eventually need to come down. Better dead money than dead people in a pile of rubble. Good delivery from White here. That's a good shout, or it looks like. Not interested, Peter Hartley. White seemed pretty confident as he turned. We'll have a look at it again for those who can. Let's see if we can talk you through it. Pitch is outside off. Yeah, height probably the issue. It looks like he's going to hit something line-wise, maybe middle stump even, but he's got half a stride in and just that extra bit of Scarborough bounce. That's what does the bowlers here sometimes with those appeals. And I think Peter Hartley erring on the side of caution.
I think Danny Lamb's probably quite enjoying it. A Lancastrian frustrating Yorkshire. That's what these two are doing at the moment. Notice there's this game between the PCC Select 11 as in comes Milne's bowls to Sandhu, who drives elegantly to mid-off. There is no run. And the Pakistan Shaheens. That's being played down at Hove. But it's raining. And it's Tom Clark's playing in that game. The Sussex opener. Although the professional county club Select 11 has got about 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 players in the side, which is a bit odd. Shown on the BBC website. As comes Milnes again, bowls, and Sandhu just stands up and plays that confidently enough to mid-off. And there is no run. 183 for 9. A few more people start to pack up their bags and drift away. Perhaps trying to get some early fish and chips or whatever. Is there one particular fish and chip shop in Scarborough, Doidgy, that's the favourite of everybody, or is there there's several, I guess?
Yeah, I mean,
there's several good ones.
Yeah.
Rushes in again, bowls. Sandhu defends onto the onside, no run. I mean, I always think, Doidgy, when you get a last wicket partnership like this, do you think, well, maybe it's not too difficult a pitch to bat on, and maybe there's some Sussex players sitting in the dressing room thinking, actually, perhaps we should have done a bit better, and the Yorkshire players may be thinking, well, we can have a good day tomorrow. We shall see. These two haven't. I mean, there's been some good deliveries, but they've played confidently enough, haven't they? Even against the new ball, which is how many overs old now? It's only in its 4th over, I guess. He's going to come over the wicket now, is Milnes. It prompts Sandhu to take a new guard. Will Sutherland is Australian, isn't he, Georgie?
He is.
Yeah. So maybe him and Sandhu might know each other from domestic cricket.
Victoria.
There we are.
Victoria captain.
In comes Milnes bowls to Sandhu, stands up tall and punches that into the offside. There is no run. Well, Sutherland.
Yeah, Martin Bloomfield says, afternoon all. Really enjoyed this morning's chuckle-thon. Doidgy adding Eamon Andrews to his expanding repertoire of impressions.
Do you fancy yourself as sort of the new...
Oh, absolutely.
Mike Yarwood, or... he was the king, wasn't he? Of I think
Yike Marwood might be closer to that.
I used to love his impression of Harold Wilson. That was very good.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it?
Yeah, very good.
Obviously, his Eddie Waring impression was reasonable. He was okay.
Milnes bowls. Oh, and Sandhu throws the kitchen sink at that and is beaten outside edge through to keeper Duke, and there is no run.
So Martin goes on, the induced sense of nostalgia reminded those of us of a certain age how good some programmes used to be compared to some of the modern offerings from mainstream and social media. For me, the challenges faced by the likes of Kevin Keegan in Superstars carried a higher entertainment value than perhaps some of the current offerings, like, for example, the Nicki Minaj challenge that appears to be going viral at the moment. Maybe Kate might like to enlighten us all as to whether or not she's attempted it.
No idea what you're talking about.
We'll Google Nicki Minaj.
Milnes bowls to Sandhu, who's rather squared up, plays into the covers. There is no run. I used to enjoy programmes, Doidgy, like I used to really enjoy watching End of the Over, I should say, which is a miss of me to mention. 183 for 9, 29 to Lamb, 8 to Centre. I used to enjoy A Round with Alice. Do you remember that?
Did you now?
Yeah, well,
did Alice like it as well?
Well, it was good. Yes. He's hopeless, isn't he? but it was just good. You know, it was good TV.
Yes.
It was just fun. You used to get various people from show business or sport, and you got to know a bit about them. You know.
Yeah, it'd be really nice to everyone, wouldn't it?
You know,
Terry Wogan.
Yeah, and you get on the tee and say, I think this is a 6 or a 7 iron, and you know, they play half a dozen holes and chat on the way round.
Yeah.
Anyway,
here's
living in the past, Adrian.
Turning around, Jack White making his way into bowl to Danny Lamb with 3 slips in place, and Lamb just opens the face and pushes one out square on the offside, but denies he and his partner another run. There's obviously been some disagreements down at the Oval today as well in the build-up to the final test match between England and India. I've got a string of BBC emails in my account with content related to it. Not quite sure I'm following exactly what's happened, but
it's between the
player and the ground.
Yeah, and the ground. Yeah.
Here's White, and that's pushed into the offside by Lamb. James Wharton fielding in the covers. There's no run.
Well, I haven't got emails, Georgie. You must move in sort of high circles.
Well, it's because I do other BBC shifts, as you know, doing BBC Sports News on weekends, and so I'm stuck on a couple of other. I wouldn't say high circle. You just get bombarded with emails all the time, daily during the week, when you don't necessarily need them. White making his way in again from the Peaceholm Park end, and Lamb solid in defence. He'll be seeing it pretty well now. Danny Lamb, he's been out there quite a long time. I did get an email in earlier that I mentioned to Adrian. I hope you're still with us, David Buckingham. And thanks for messaging in. If you can, send them on yorkshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, then I won't find them in my junk mail. More in a sec, because Jack White's making his way in. That was an LBW appeal.
Oh
no, says Peter Hartley. It's on its way down to fine leg for 4 leg buys. Jack White thought it was a pretty good shout, but Peter Hartley didn't. We got a photograph in from from David Buckingham, who said he was listening to us earlier, and it was wet down in Chepstow, a disused railway bridge north of Chepstow.
Yes.
Listening to our mellow tones, waiting for a heavy shower to pass. Some odd sculptures keeping him entertained. He's a Sussex fan. He'd try to get to Scarborough, but he's on his way on the bike from John O'Groats to Land's End.
Wow. Well done.
That is one heck of a trek. So 4 hours on, how far have you got, David? As that is dropped back into the pitch in the path of Jack White. Danny Lamb staying put at the striker's end.
That's one thing that annoys me, Georgie. You talk about junk mail. There's nothing more annoying than someone says, "I sent you, I sent you an email, but it might have gone in your junk." Why would I look in my junk? I've got an email address. Why does it go in my junk? Then they say, but I have sent you the email. Often from the utilities, they say that,
Yeah.
Or you get tickets for a show, or it could have gone into your junk mail.
Well, we've got an old email address that you probably won't recall the address of, but an old cricket email address which has been discontinued this year, and they've given me a new one which I've been reading out for the couple of months since it came out. Here's White, and the field closes in to try and keep Danny Lamb at that end, and he pushes and misses at one. And I still keep getting emails on the old address, or to my personal email address, or one of my personal email addresses, because there's more than one. So what do? Do you just ignore the ones that don't come on the correct address? Because you are asking for it to be sent on the correct channels. The BBC West Yorkshire Sport one that we used to use hasn't yet been closed down, but I keep being told it's going to be, so any random day now it might just shut.
Hey-ho. End of the over. 187 for 9. This partnership is now worth, for Sussex, a very profitable 37. For Yorkshire, a very irritating 37, I'm sure. And actually, if a wicket were to go down now, we've only got 11 overs left in the day, so they would lose. That would be 10. They could face 8 overs tonight, which might be a slightly awkward 8 overs as far as Yorkshire are concerned. In comes Milton's, bowls to Sandu, who stands up and plays that into the gully. There is no run. Sussex have probably turned down a good dozen runs, I would say, in this partnership. And Gurinder Sandu, sorry, how many balls has Sandu faced, Kate?
48.
I think he's looked pretty good, to be honest. The board's wrong.
He's 12 from 48 now.
Oh, right. Crumbs, why does the scoreboard keep being wrong? In comes Milne's bowls. Bounce. I haven't seen too many bounces today. And Sandu's a big man, and he bends at the knees, and the ball sails over his shoulder and goes through to the gloves of Duke. There is no run. I'll have to go at the end of this over because we will have our final cricket update of the day. People making their way out of the ground. I've seen enough for the day. I expect probably, these two have been together for some time. They're probably expecting half an hour or so ago to see Yorkshire batting. Milnes in, bowls to Sandu, who plays onto the leg side and takes a single on this occasion. Sandu goes to, is that 13 to Sandu?
13,
yeah. And so to 188 for 9. It's Danny Lamb on strike on 29. Danny Lamb suffered a horrible injury last year in the last T20 match of the season, the group match, diving to take a catch, and damaged his shoulder really badly, put him out for the rest of the season, and he's done very well to come back from that. Hasn't played too much championship cricket this season. In fact, I think this might be his first appearance. I have to check my records. In comes Milne's bowls, and Lamb clips to mid-wicket, no run. He's primarily been playing in T20 only. I'm pretty certain this is... did he play down at Southampton? He might have played in the game, the win at Hampshire. No, he didn't. So this could be his... first appearance of the season, I think, in championship cricket. I'll check when I go off. Milnes in bowls, and Lamb with a play and a miss, a bit of a waft outside the off stump, the sort of shot that Doige would play on a Saturday afternoon against a pace bowler, not getting his foot across, beaten outside the off stump.
How rude.
Taken by Duke, and there is no run.
You've obviously seen me play.
I'm sure you would have shouldered arms and let that one go. Safely into the keeper's gloves.
Probably done a bit of gardening and just said, don't bowl that rubbish at me to the bowler as he walked back to his mark.
Would you? Milnes bowls, and this time Lamb does shoulder arms. Let's go through. That is the end of the over. I need to go and do an update. I'll speak to you later.
Cheers, Harmsy. DT looking, dear me, I've never seen him move so quickly to get in that chair. Anyone would have thought that there might have been a chocolate bar available, something like that. Harmsy just tried to destroy my headset. And it's 188 for 9. Yorkshire toiling for an hour and 17 minutes since that last wicket to try and take the final one, but it's still been a fine first day for them. They'd just like to finish it off fairly soon and then see out a few overs tonight without loss if they can, and try and have a good day tomorrow. Still plenty breezy enough at the ground here, as Don Bess is just having a little consultation moment with his 3 slips. George Hill at first, maybe checking if he's okay to come back for a short burst later on. Adam Lyth at second. Be a few words of wisdom, no doubt, from him. Finlay Bean at third. I didn't notice Adam Lyth's reaction following the James Wharton catch, but as we know, Adam Lyth's excited when he just opens his eyes on a morning and realises he's still alive. So what he must have been doing when James Wharton took that catch, I have no idea. Here's
I know the feeling.
Jack White running up the incline from the Peasholm Park end and defended this time by Sandhu. Got a few bits of contact as well. Bent Nielsen was in touch earlier saying, morning, hoping for a Yorkshire win. 10 quick wickets followed by 450 plus inside 110 overs, followed by a declaration, followed by 10 more quick wickets. That's his strategy for the match. Footy fan Yorks, and I'm sorry some of these are really slow getting to because I don't know what it is, but Wi-Fi here was sometimes hit and miss, and they've kind of only filtered through recently. Here's White and solidly blocked by Sandhu. Footy fan Yorks thought that run out this morning was miles out. And David is asking what ball we're using, the Duke or the Kookaburra. It's the latter. And Bent Nielsen said the general reaction in the booth to the catch reminded me of a sound clip I've heard of Eric Morecambe commentating on a Luton Town game. After describing a Luton goal, he said, "Ooh, I've never knew commentators got this excited." Here is White again, nicely negotiated by Sandhu, who stood firm and made an adjustment to play that out backward of point. Russell Walker says, Jonathan, the joy of watching Yorkshire continues against Sussex. Is the wicket a slight green top? The bowling unit are bowling a tight line today. Yeah, they've bowled really well, actually.
They have bowled well.
It's got to be one of, if not the best bowling performance of the campaign, you'd have thought. It's certainly right up there with anything that's produced across a full day, or more or less a full day. Will Sutherland just done a couple of jumps at cover, and he's giving some looseness, so we'd take it that he's probably going to get a little spell before the end of play. That was another dot from White to Sandhu.
They're 188 for 9. At one stage they were 150 for 9, but Danny Mack is holding up Yorkshire. He's 29.
Harmsy giving his update to well, not only Surrey and Kent, but the world.
Desperately disappointing early.
Yeah.
But he's far more upbeat now.
Surrey, they've old Durham out, which is 153. Surrey replied 98.
Sandhu can back, can't he?
Famous last words as Jack White comes in. And always he lobbed that one up in the air towards Will Sutherland and it dropped short. I just thought I'd call it as if he'd caught him there, DT.
It's
DT with his own Coleman balls.
Well, no, I'm doing my best for Yorkshire, really. So. Do they want to finish this off now, though? Many overs, 2 between innings, 8. It'd be a tricky little period, wouldn't it?
Well,
tricky little period.
It would be, but yeah, you've got to get it finished, haven't you?
Yeah.
Right. Passes umpire Hartley round the wicket again. Nicely played by Sandhu along the deck all the way. Revis with a tumbling stop at mid-on, and there is no run. I was watching, or rather, my mum was watching some old YouTube videos the other day. Evening, Mum, if you're listening or watching. She was watching some old YouTube stuff about. There was like a tribute to David Coleman when he died. I think I'd seen it at the time, and some of the stuff he came out with, and why he was such a great broadcaster. Some of his great comments, and then some of his Coleman ball stuff. And famously the David Hemery commentary in the '68 Olympics when he went berserk when he won the gold medal, didn't he? And then said, "Who cares who got the bronze? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter." And of course, it was Britain's John Sherwood, wasn't it? One scoring shot in the last 5 overs. That snippet of information. We've been DT. We've been saying all summer. We've been waiting for that. That's just music to our ears. Thanks, Kate. One scoring shot in the last 30 deliveries. Stagnant. It's probably fairly apt.
Indeed. So it's Will Sutherland running down from the Trafalgar Square end and beaming in enthusiastically, bowling to Danny Lamb, who just allows that one to go through to the keeper. I don't know whether Yorkshire would just. I know they want to finish the job off, but the overs that are left tonight, 9 overs including this one, so you'd have 2 between innings. Just wonder whether if they could go in at say 194 for 9, they'd take that now and then come out in the morning. Will Sutherland bowls, and there's a chance of a run there, and Sandhu's just leaning on his bat at the far end now. He's been in there how many balls now?
56.
56 balls, so 9 overs, 9.2 overs.
Yeah. Kate's just got some strange contraption. All right, she's trying to charge a mobile phone. Thought it was a cigarette case.
Sutherland bowls, and that's turned into the onside. Howie Duke, what did they used to have? Was it the Duracell bunny or something that just kept going and going and going?
Yeah.
He's like that. He's as lively in this 88th over as he was in the first over of the morning. Little jack in the box behind the stumps. That's what you need from your keeper. His next delivery is pushed square off the wicket. No run to be had there. So.
Got a message in from David Wilford. It says, "Evening JD, watching the stream whilst barbecuing some meat to within an inch of complete molecular breakdown. Poolside in Corfu. Best wishes to Adrian. We met last year at a certain tandoori place. Are we partaking again this evening?" I don't think so, not tonight.
Fish and chips tonight. Curry after the quiz tomorrow, apparently. That's the latest plan, Doidgy.
Right.
188 for 9. Sutherland bowls, and that swung away out for 6 runs into the bleachers over deep mid-wicket. And after, what was it, nearly 6 overs of maidens, a short delivery, desperate attempt to pull it in. Who's that out there on the?
Matt Milnes.
It's Matt Milnes trying to sort of pull that in one-handed.
Yeah, heart in mouth time when Matt Milnes takes a tumble.
I'll tell you what, if he'd have held that one-handed, that would have been a rival to Wharton's catch earlier, wouldn't it? Sutherland bowls again and defended into the offside. 194 for 9.
There's a couple of ways of looking at this. Obviously, you can definitely say Sussex are battling hard, and although it's been a turgid watch, they've added 44 for this final wicket. So there's a bit of frustration for Yorkshire, but they've been out there most of the day, obviously now, and maybe.
I think
batting, is clearly not terrifying out there, so that's a positive for the hosts, given that they've got their turn to come at some point in the relatively near future as far as the match goes.
if you offered them 124 for 9 at the start of the day, they would think they would have snapped your hand off, wouldn't they?
Yeah. With the Kookaburra, with the scores that we've seen on this ground, then yes. There's George Hill then, from the Peasholm Park end, coming back on. The bruised heel seems to have held up okay today, moving nicely, and he's in and bowling to Sandy, who punches. Nicely played as well, full face of the blade. Wharton gives chase and reels that one in. George with 2 wickets to his name. We can look at the latest Yorkshire bowling figures. They are, well, George 2 for 33 from 16 overs. He was going at more than 3 and over earlier, but he's pulled it back round very much to George Hill territory. 2 to 2.5 and over is a norm. In fact, quite a lot this season. It's been lower than 2. Danny Lamb is not happy and he's just pulled out as George was getting towards his delivery stride. A couple of people have walked past the sight screen down beneath our feet. Not sure if that was the issue.
No, it's the fielder coming in from from deep third into backward point.
I missed that. Here's Hill and Lamb right in behind it. It's the stumps at the bowler's end. No run. Jack White 3 for 21 off 17, 10 of which have been made, and superb effort from him.
Excellent, isn't it?
Matt Milnes 1 for 54 off 17. Will Sutherland 2 for 42 off 15. Don Best 14 overs and conceded just 21 runs. Matthew Revis 1 for 16 off 8. Adam Lyth 1 over for 1. I think they've all shared the workload. They've all played their part today, and the wickets have also been shared, as Hill's latest delivery is punched to Jack White at mid-off, no run. And that's when it really counts. And yeah, although they've got 40 off for this last wicket, it's not like Yorkshire have bowled badly during this spell.
No.
They've kept them out, and they've been good enough to leave deliveries that they didn't need to play at.
45 runs for the last wicket. I mean, that's valuable in the context of the game.
Yep, Hilling again. Oh, good delivery and a little inside edge, I think, onto pad by Danny Lamb. There would have to have been, wouldn't it? There would have been an almighty appeal if there had been no bat involved there. The community singing is getting into gear up on the top boundary.
I think that's care in the community singing, isn't it? Had a few drinks up there.
195 for 9. Hill bowling. Lamb plays nicely again to Jack Hill, right over the top of that. Punches it to mid-off, no run. Sun comes back out and shines brightly for the moment. There is quite a bit of white cloud, more or less, overhead.
It's been a typically Scarborough day, hasn't it? It's a little bit of breeze, sunshine, clouds.
And again, Lamb just feeling for that one a little more. Decent over by George.
Ladies and gentlemen,
96.
There we go. Mark Milne's that incident just a couple of overs ago when he tried to catch that ball. I'm not surprised there's been an announcement really, because I think he probably felt it was slightly restricted in where he could go for it because people were wandering around. There's a child over that way. I think he or she was somewhere near it, and maybe somebody else was off their feet as well. And Howard Ferguson with a stern word there.
Sutherland bowls wide, and I think there was probably a little edge on that from Sandu, and it didn't quite carry by the reactions because, Harry Duke's taken that, but I think he's just taken it on the bounce. If we get a replay of that, we'll see what happened there. But a wide delivery from Sutherland and inside edge. Oh, plenty of singing now. Delivery Sandu allows to pass through, and Duke takes. So a bit of excitement in that last over, a bit of excitement in the crowd over there. They're getting very noisy, aren't they?
Yeah, wickets have been taken at regular intervals throughout the day, and this is the longest spell without a wicket, would you believe, the final partnership.
Sutherland bowls to Sandu, defends. No run. He's got 14, 35 to Danny Lamb. 195 for 9. They put on 45 runs. That's not the highest partnership, but it's as you say, it's the longest partnership.
Yeah, Harmsy said that, I think Paul Farbrace had said that he felt Sussex were a bit soft after they lost, or in their loss to Essex last week, and he could certainly argue that today, but not this last partnership.
Sutherland bowls, that's pushed to extra cover, and there is no run.
Interesting that somebody putting their trousers on way to our left. Not quite sure what's going on there.
I think he ought to add for context that he has got shorts on, or has he?
Well, you would have thought that would be a struggle with trousers over the top. So maybe not.
Sutherland round the wicket to the left-hander. Nice looking drive, although very little foot movement. Oh, and a big goal comes sweeping it in towards our commentary position and wheels away at the last moment.
Perhaps not one to show on the stream.
What, the goal or
the trousers incident?
Is it not? They're still not all the way up, aren't they?
No.
90th over. Sutherland polishing the away at the ball. So some fast run scoring today, as you can obviously tell. It's from right round the wicket. A very good take by Harry Duke, diving away low to his right-hand side. And now sprinting down the far end, as he's done all day today. Well, he's done it 90 times now, hasn't he, between overs?
It's the 30th maiden of the day.
30th maiden of the day, says Kate.
Just another quick reminder.
So a third of today's overs have resulted with no runs being scored off the bat.
7:30 featuring Hawaii.
Leave in mind, what was that announcement? Here comes George Hill, isn't it?
Yep, ball into Lamb, who strokes that one to mid-off. Jack White doing the fielding. No run, just an early heads up that I'm doing an update on BBC Radio Leeds at around about 5 past the hour.
Will I hear that in my headset?
You will get a very brief, and I mean brief, cue of programme.
Okay.
Because that's the way I prefer it. So it might be just a very quick And Jonathan Deutsch, in which case you're just going to have to shut up if you're talking, really. Hill in, and Lamb can't quite get bat on ball with that latest delivery, I should say. Was that a reminder from Howard then about the quiz team?
Well, I heard Matthew Revis's name mentioned at some point, so may well have been. Right, they're not promised to come, have they? 195 for 9, rather.
In comes Hill again. Lamb, solid. Well, they've come out with obviously a demented defensive mindset. Defensive mindset, the pair of them, and they've stuck to that task well.
In one sense, this is obviously good for Sussex because it's taken them from 150 for 9 up to nearly 200. In another sense, it's showing just how difficult it's going to be to take wickets if Yorkshire adopt a similar approach.
Yeah, that's wide of off stump, and Lamb leaves, which I think I was kind of saying a few minutes ago, really. If Yorkshire want to put a positive spin on it, then it might be that if getting used to this pitch was a little bit more difficult for the batters earlier, and I'm not sure why still, because it's certainly not played badly at all, it's played well. But if it was, then Yorkshire have got some decent firepower with the bat. They'll be quite encouraged by that. We're just in a stoppage while we've got some people walking behind the sight screen, and Lamb now has a flick at a delivery from George that was a bit misdirected down the leg side. No run.
The crowd are staying on. I think the innings is wrapped up, then we'll see a sort of a movement for the exits. We had an official attendance today.
Not official. As good delivery from George Hill. Draws Daniel Lamb into having a little push at that. And there is no run to complete that over. Our former commentary teammate does a little dash onto the field in his orange bib. 31 maidens in a day. It can't be a record, can it, surely? But
not at cricket, anyway.
But, yeah. We take the point that Harmsy thinks that that's a lot, and I think we'd share that opinion. There's been a couple of occasions this year when I've mentioned that there's not been near enough maidens. Oh. DT has just lost his brains, I think. You're okay, DT. That's just a little sting into the 6 o'clock news. You can carry on. That was a dot ball.
Oh. All right. I was suddenly shaken in my seat with the feed that comes through your ears of radio leads and loud music. So they're going to come back again, are they? In sort of
They'll come back in 4 or 5 minutes, yeah. Top of the programme.
So Sutherland, can he take this final wicket? Bowls, short delivery, and just swayed dismissively almost out of the way. And there's Sandhu, as if to say, well, that's not going to bother me.
You know, it'll be the news content that'll be on at the moment. So it'll be Clive Settle or somebody reading the news. Can't hear that from this end, but it'll be the top story of the day, whatever that will be. The Lionesses on celebration. There'll be some political story. Donald Trump will get a mention. There'll be a burst water main on the A61. You know,
delivery from Sutherland outside the off stump, played out by Sandhu, playing a miss through to the keeper. You know, then do they do traffic?
Then the fluffy bunny story to finish things off.
Right.
And it'll be over to us for some serious news.
But they don't go to either weather or the traffic news or anything before that.
They might do traffic. They tend to do that, I think, at 1:30. I think I was doing a live piece last night when I had to wait for the traffic to finish first.
Next delivery from Sutherland is defended into the offside by Sandhu. How many balls now for Sandhu?
67.
Oh, that's 11 overs he survived. Still a good number of spectators here, as you can see, as the camera pans round the top of the bleachers there over on the far side. Sutherland bowls, short delivery, and Sandhu gets out of the way of it, allows it through to the keeper. Getting a bit rowdy. Final hour. Giving the Sussex batsmen a bit of stick, but they've done exactly what would have been demanded of them by their team. You know, they've added 30% more runs from where they were. And there's another boundary. Flicked away down to fine leg.
It's not a boundary,
It's fielded down there.
It's a dot, because it didn't take a run. Yeah, fielded by Imam down at fine leg.
Out of our sight. I assume by the way they were just not bothering to run, it had gone to the boundary, but you know what they say about assume. So 5-4-9. 14 to Sandhu from his 68, 69 balls now.
And it's time to rev it up, Revis from the Peasholm Park end for the last couple of overs from this end today.
3 scoring shots in the last 10 overs.
Wow.
Including that 6. Would be one of them.
Talk about rabbit out of a hat with that one. So, 195 for 9, 35 of them to Danny Lamb and 14 to Gurinder Sandhu. And it's Matthew Revis bowling to the former, who gets a ball just back of length and drops that out into the offside. And there is no run.
4 overs left in the day, so if a wicket falls in this over, the openers will have to face 2 overs, won't they? So they just...
Yep, so Revis back at his mark, receives the ball from Jack White and makes his way away from us over the wicket. Danny Lamb back and across and defending.
It's getting noisier and noisier, don't you?
Bit of atmosphere.
It is, isn't it?
It's a bit like when you and Kate have been in the North Riding for a couple.
Or me trying to sort of keep her in order or whatever.
Yeah.
Or being not
Revis again, and that's played out square on the offside. Fielded by Matt Milnes, who's at point at the moment, no run.
She does like a hazy IPA, does Kate?
Well, I think she might have enjoyed 1 or 2 more than normal last night. She couldn't possibly comment. Revis in again with some energy about him at the moment, and that's turned into the leg side by Danny Lamb. Best tries to play a bit of keepy uppy, but I don't think he'll be getting signed in the July transfer window, August transfer window, whatever it is. Still 195 for 9. Missing again, this time round about leg stump, and Lamb turns it to Sutherland, who's had the long sleever on much of the day today, but he's whipped that one off and he's got his short sleeve cricket shirt on. Certainly got plenty to say out there. Will Sutherland is, as I mentioned, captain of Victoria, so he's used to controlling things. Revis in again, wide of off stump. And a yelp from first slip from George Hill with both arms in the air, but unfortunately George it missed the stumps. And so that's the end of Matthew Revis's over. 3 of them remain on day 1. 1 or 2 more people decide that they've seen enough here. We've got an update to come any moment now.
If you understand the game, this has been an intriguing final hour and a bit, hasn't it? All in fact,
Yeah, update time, by the way, folks, for those of you listening to the commentary. So I'm just going to explain to Radio Leeds that it has been a very good day for Yorkshire. 195 for 9 as Will Sutherland bowls a short one to Sandhu over his head and to the gloves of Harry Duke. And yes, they won the toss and decided to put Sussex into bat, or take first use of the ball, whichever you prefer. At one stage in the morning session, Sussex looked like they'd kind of got themselves to parity. 26 for 2 they were in the early stages, with 2 wickets for Jack White, and that first one you referred to was one of the great catches I've ever seen in the flesh. He just covered so much ground, James Wharton. Full length dive, as I'm sure you've seen, and to take the catch in mid-air and then to keep hold of it as he hit the deck, the whole thing was absolutely fantastic, I've got to say. And I did get a bit excited, but you know, there's nothing wrong with that, is there? Tom Haynes gone for 15. Daniel Hughes followed him for 8, bowled by Jack White at 26 for 2. And then maybe the key to the day was that in the last over before lunch, James Coles was caught by Harry Duke off George Hill for 47. And as I say, at that point you felt like Sussex had got themselves back into at least parity in the contest, but then quick wickets followed in the afternoon session. Ibrahim out without scoring, 100 for 4. Simpson, it was a dangerous player, caught behind by Harry Duke off Matt Milnes for 5, 113 for 5 at that stage. And Tom Alsop, who stuck around for 132 deliveries, was then bowled by Matthew Revis for 40. At tea it was 149 for 6, and then they lost 3 quick wickets for just 1 run after tea, and it looked like Yorkshire were going to wrap Sussex up pretty cheaply. Hudson Prentice went for 23 with no further addition to the tea time score. Jack Carson was out for a duck as well, caught well by Adam Lyth at second slip off Will Sutherland, 149 for 8, and then Henry Crocombe was out with just 1 further run added, caught by Finlay Bean at third slip off George Hill without scoring. So 150 for 9 at that stage with the old ball. The second new ball was taken at 80 overs. It has been a grind all the way through, so we've got 27, 28 overs since that most recent wicket was taken. This is the longest partnership of the day in terms of time batted, Louis, and they've added 45 runs in all of that time. Danny Lamb's not out 35, and his partner out there, Gurinder Sandhu, is not out on 14. They've turned down umpteen singles, but they're still there, and Yorkshire grinding away to try and pick up this final Sussex first innings wicket before the end of day 1. There he was, as fast as he came, Louis. He went. Over to you, DT.
Sutherland bowls, and that's tickled around the corner, and that's fielded, no run, and the score stays on 195 for 9. So is that 3 scoring shots in 11 overs now, Kate? 12. A couple more scoring shots there's a couple of more maiden overs have just flashed by. We've now had, is that right, 94 overs? Yes. So if a wicket falls now,
that'll be that.
Albeit the Yorkshire will not bat today, and I think they'll be delighted with that. If that difficult little 7 or 8 over period. Revis starts a new over, that's pushed into the offside. No run to be had there. Having bowled so well, the one thing they wouldn't want to have been is to go in at sort of 22 for 3 or something, and that final little session. They'll come out tomorrow, should wrap up this Revis bowls there, and that's smashed to cover, but no run to be had. They'll come out, if they don't take this wicket in the next 10 deliveries, they'll come out tomorrow morning, almost certainly wrap things up fairly quickly. You think we never know, but would expect to wrap things up quickly and then start to get ahead in the game, put runs on the board. Revis bowls, and that's eased away square of the wicket. Ironic cheers for the fourth scoring shot in the 13 overs. And there's a bit of verbals going on with Matthew Revis, but perhaps just showing Revis's growing maturity and growing confidence.
Yeah, there's. I'm not sure whether there's growing maturity on the on the bleachers. There's certainly a queue waiting to leave up on the top bank, or a large group of people who are going to see this one through to the bitter end. Matthew Revis then. He's going to be bowling this next over.
I think he's got 3 deliveries
Three to
left.
come, yeah.
So 9 deliveries left in the day. And an interesting fielding position, almost a sort of bat pad for Sandhu, who swings that one away and into the bleachers for 6. So short delivery from Revis, and a 5th scoring shot in the last 13 overs, 2 of which have been 6s.
Did he signal no ball there as well? He had his right arm horizontal for a moment, at least, did Peter Hartley.
He might have been signalling to his to his mate that there's 2 runs left in the over. Don't think that's happened. What's has the ball disappeared? What's
It went right up the back, didn't it? It was a big hit. I mean, it cleared most of the seats by the looks of things, or it might have bounced on one near the top from what we could see. But the crowd was scattered slightly. Has somebody taken a blow? Yeah, the ball has not returned, and so Jack White with the Bond briefcase takes the other balls on.
Doesn't seem to be any sort of point of interest over there where somebody's been struck painfully or something, or dangerously. So Revis again to Sandhu, bowls another short one, and he smashed that one in the same direction. It's not a 6, he's pulled it through mid-wicket for 4. And this now has taken Sussex in past the 206 for 9.
Yeah, the 6 took them to a 50 partnership as well. 56 now they've added.
And it's just getting...
Well, I don't think those were 2 smart deliveries by Matthew Revis. I'm not sure if that's what he's been asked to bowl. If it is, then he's doing as he's asked. But
short boundary that side, isn't it? It's
yeah.
Revis bowls again, and that one's crashed back to wide third down there, and they decline the single, so Danny Lamb will face the final over.
Peter Hartley just having a word with Matthew Revis about his delivery stride by the look of where he is, as opposed to running on. Maybe he's just saying you're getting a bit close. 206 for 9 then, and Sandhu 24, 36 to Lamb.
He's getting a bit close to that front line. Well, I'll remember that tomorrow morning when we come back out. Yes. He's not going to be doing any more bowling tonight. It's Matthew Revis.
So final over of the day. I don't quite know how we switched around in commentary there, but anyway, I'll do this last one as Sutherland is going to bowl it. And past umpire Kettleborough, and Lamb right in behind it.
It's like swapping the bails over. We're trying to get a bit of luck from nowhere, like Stuart Broad does, or used to.
Not sure what went on, but anyway, here we are. We're stuck with it for the last 5 balls of the day, as more people Exit stage left down beneath us. Sutherland. Bit of a hurry up about his run up as he's in. And Lamb playing to Bess at mid-on. No run. We're back to do it all again tomorrow, of course, folks, from about 5 minutes before the start of play. The same team in place.
Well, to be fair, minus our star guest this afternoon, Jordan Thompson, will be making his way down to the south coast.
Yeah, well, disappointed JT's missing the quiz tomorrow night. He's a good competitor, but he's put in a trip to Southampton before it, so say enough like that, it might embarrass him to stay in for a few hours longer. He's embarrassed his teammates into trying to stay tomorrow night. Whether they will or not, don't know, but that's 2 announcements about the Yorkshire team tomorrow as Lamb just offers the bat at 1 wide of off stump, and there was no run. 206 for 9. We've got 3 left, Kate. Yep. Trying our best to get through this last over. So to his Lamb, and he can rest easily if he gets 2 more of those from Will Sutherland, because that was 2 wide of off stump to interest him. 2 to come. There'll be the usual mass exodus from our left. Once these next 2 are gone, Lily's already going for the exit now. She's seen enough.
Oh, Lily, we can't finish if she's not here. Are you sure? I bet she's in the little gangway there, just watching the last 2. She has to get and catch a train though to Malton.
Sutherland running towards us. Oh, short ball. He's got a top edge on this as Lamb is going to get 4 for it. Down into the gangway. Lily might have fielded that. 40 to Lamb, 210 for 9. I think they're going to start to get a bit frustrated with this now, Yorkshire. They would have taken 150 for 9. Anything south of 200. 210, it's not a terrible score.
No. And at the last wicket has put on 60 of them would make you think that it, and quite a few of those against the new ball. You know, you've had 16 overs of the new ball now. So Yorkshire in a very strong position.
Yeah, but you think they'd rather not have been out there tonight? I think they'd rather would have been out there tonight, because that meant they would have bowled the opposition out, and they're still there and scoring runs at the moment, DT, as Lamb plays to mid-on. The final ball of day 1, and that is now fact. They are still there at the end of day 1. 210 for 9, 24 of them to Sandhu, 40 to Danny Lamb. I think a good all-round performance with the ball by Yorkshire. They've not been bad during that last spell, but they've not been penetrative enough in the last 2 hours of the day. Well, 1 hour and 59 minutes since the last wicket was taken to the close of play. And you've got to say that is an excellent effort from both Gurinder, the was 19 overs to 1.
Now, and if you're sending us your car too, we'll give you another 500, making a total of £1,000, which is a lot of ice creams, suitcases, beach toys for the dog, or a nicer car to go on.